todo lo que tenemos, es todo lo que nos da. La isla en la que vivimos te deja sabor a sal. Resulta tan complicado saber cuál es tu lugar, hasta que llega el momento de ser un isleño más. No es todo lo que tenemos, es todo lo que nos da. La isla de contrastes, lugar de diversidad. El viento que nos da pena también sabe alimentar. No es todo lo que tenemos, es más bien lo que nos da.
La herencia de un pueblo de nobleza y fuego, la fuerza del mar, la tierra y el cielo, diversa belleza humana y salvaje, su mágica esencia, su gente y paisaje, fuente de energía limpia y soberana, tanta riqueza que nutre y que sana, en nuestras manos nuestra libertad, isla de fortuna que tanto nos da.
La isla de buena gente, tierra sagrada, sol que me ampara. La isla que a mí me cuida, el mar que sirve de puente no es la frontera. Hay mil maneras de ver la isla de mi vida.
Who knew I would make it this far? They hated, they never believed me. Yeah, I would never drop the ball. I know I make it look easy. Yeah, Mayweather with the defense. I don't care what a critic got to say. I got them picking up the pieces. That to me, you really playing with your life. I'm about to come and run it all back. I'm the new era, about to snap back. You ain't fitting for it, cause you all cap like. Hold up, I shoot my shot, wait, hold up. I'm really about to run this, go up. You know it's all net when it go up. Ain't got no other plans, you don't need to understand. Hey, we all know.
Here we go. We got to start. It's just the countdown, and this is the start of the heat.
Here goes a Abaya in red. Another snap, even a bigger one, so lots of power.
Lucci looking at a set wave.
It was that one wave, she got that fast carve and then straight into the lip. Up in TA, dropping in, setting this one up, goes off the bottom, places a nice carving. So off the bottom, let's see what he's got. He cranks it. Now that's the Sebastian we know, through the lip and releases the fins. Nice slash.
Takeoff from Sakura. Sometimes you get pushed too far down the line. Shows you the beautiful Gran Canaria setup here.
Heat leader at the moment, Lucci. Luis Denise, I'm liking the look of this wave as well. Nice carve up the top. Another one. Second one, foam climbing vertically through this one. This is turning out to be an insane ride for Taka Inui. Liking the look of this wave. Nice carve again.
Yeah, Taka with an 8.77 in the final, really delivering.
That's a wrap for the 2024 APP World Tour SUP Surf Division. Thank you to all of our sponsors, the supporters all over the world, and of course, our athletes.
Beautiful wave. Nice first turn, two solid turns. Board looking really spry. Excellent wave here. Oh yeah, four.
Big drop. Nice size wave for Aline. Makes it out to the shoulder. Watch this combination. Just time, just bam, just right into the lip. Does another one. Behind on. Wham.
How vertical that entry is into that.
Grip the wave face yet, but he's able to throw it up into the lip. fast maneuvers, but I just love this turn. I don't know why, but just
Nose to the sky.
Yeah.
Nose to the sky.
Nice stylish cutty. Sebastian picking up speed here. Tito on with a nice re-entry. Up and over again.
Oh, yeah.
Welcome back to the 5th edition of the Gran Canaria Pro-Am event in Las Palmas de Gran Canaria. That's a wrap for day 1 of competition here in Las Palmas de Gran Canaria. We saw the qualifying rounds and the first round for the men and women's. Check back in tomorrow for all the live action.
Guys, welcome. Good morning. Welcome to the APP World Tour Gran Canaria Pro-Am. Dave Bainey here with
Steve Sugarman,
my cohort. And Steve, we're starting up with the SUP Longboard division today. Super fun. Obviously, we had so much action in the last few days, but we moved to the other side of the cove. It almost feels like we're at an entirely different event. And we're going to get started right away. Women's heat number 1 is already in the water. You can see the landscape right here. So if you joined us for the last few days, we're on the other side. So now here's the other perspective.
just in the distance. Yeah, now, Dave, you were literally just popped in the booth. You were just in the water. How are the conditions out there this morning?
You know what? It's super fun. Obviously, when someone says the waves got much smaller, usually it's kind of a downer. But for this particular spot and for what we're doing today, stand-up longboarding, it is so fun out there. I mean, like you said, I'm dripping wet right now. I wanted to catch another wave, and I just saw the athletes paddling out, so I was like, man, what's up?
So I saw Dave take his first wave out there, and Dave was ripping right away. So there's seriously rippable conditions out there. And in this first heat this morning, we have an interesting situation where Ibaya and Julieta, who were the first heat yesterday in the shortboard, Ibaya Moreno and Julieta Martinez are in the first heat of ladies longboarding this morning, along with Kaede Inoue, the 19-year-old Japanese competitor. And all of these girls are certainly capable longboarders. Julieta competes, 15 years old, out of France, and Julieta competes in longboarding. She does some incredible longboard work. I saw her Instagram doing, I didn't even know what it was called, Dave. You said it's a cross-step drop-in, right?
Yes, correct, yeah. Sometimes your legs could kind of feel like it's in a little pretzel there when you do it, but a cross-step cutback is actually very functional on a longboard.
So she was doing the cross-step cutbacks, but very beautiful, like she would take off and fade and then do the cross-step fade bottom turn at 15 years old. Julieta is clearly, even as the youngest competitor, this is the first time that she's been at an APP World Tour event. I would not count her out in this heat. Meanwhile, the entire Inoue family, as I understand it, are super solid longboarders. Is that correct?
Yeah, they're actually known the world over, probably more, as professional longboarders. All three of them compete on the WSL with the big guns, and every once in a while they moonlight in the SUP realm. And you know what? Taka Inui yesterday showed up and won a world title. So not surprising, he got second runner-up last year. So he just avenged that final and ran away with the title. So here we go. We got a little left peeling in here. Looks like Julieta Martinez is going to go for this one.
Julieta fading it. And there's exactly what I was talking about, the cross-step bottom turn there. And Dave, now you were saying it looks like the waves fizzled out, but then you were saying that this wave can reform, going to the right, going to the left. There's opportunity, again, her cross-step form.
Yeah, you can see a lot of these longboarders, you know, the kind of the makeup of the lineup is, you know, there's a bowl out the back. Hopefully you're trying to get a maneuver, a nose ride, a cutback, something like that. And then you're going to kind of have to be patient, S-turn, and really decide if that wave is worth riding all the way in. And as you can see, you know, not much happened for Julieta right there. So we'll see how the judges start scoring that as we start moving into the round.
But you could see excellent footwork there. She has a clear longboard pedigree. So that may not be her best score in this heat. We'll see, but you could see the fundamentals are there. And then once we get more fundamentals, excellent. Look at this cross-step longboarding here, super style. Look at this.
Yep, Kaede from Japan. You see behind her Ibaya Moreno, the local. She's from Gran Canaria. And fading left and fading right. And you'll see all these rides, you're like, oh, she's going left, but then she goes right. Like, I don't know if it was a left or a right. They're going to be S-turning through this whole kind of lineup and trying to figure out that nice bowl and get a nose ride or a turn.
Now, one of the neat things about stand-up paddle surfing on a longboard is that the paddle gives you incredible leverage. To me, it's actually like the best of all worlds because you have the bigger board, which allows you to ride these smaller waves, but the paddle gives you incredible leverage both to enter and to complete maneuvers here. So the judging criteria is slightly different than it would be on the World Longboard Tour in the sense where, in my opinion, it's a bit even more progressive just because you have that opportunity for the paddle to help you out and really lay into some sort of modern shortboard style maneuvers, even though you're on these bigger boards. So the judging criteria is a bit of a blend of both traditional style, and this is what the judges want to see. They don't want to see you just hit the lip. They don't want to see you just longboard. They actually want to see a mix of your abilities. They want to see you mix up your style, and they want to see it in the same wave.
Yeah, it's basically a blend, as you said. If you can mix progressive with traditional, that's the formula. It's kind of been, that's no secret, all these years in longboard competition. Just recently the WSL, they really kind of influenced or emphasized the single fin approach to longboarding, which is cool. But other than that, up until that point, it's always been kind of, what can you do off the tail? What can you do off the nose? Basically using the entire board, right? You got 9 feet of it. They don't want to see any part of it not getting used. So that's what we're trying to do out here. Nose ride and some nice turns.
And so we see a couple paddlers here.
Yeah, Ibai's looking. She's got priority in white. She's going to let that one go. So Kaede is going to fade into this right, straight up to the nose, hangs 10. And the board she's using, if I had to guess, I think I heard that they didn't even travel here with longboards. They just rented some boards from the surf shop up the road here. So obviously she's a small rider, and she's probably stand-up paddling on a normal longboard, right?
Unbelievable.
Yeah, and that's where the lines get blurred a little bit for me. But she's obviously surfing it amazingly. She's got really great footwork. And I love how she's just not overdoing it, right? Not pumping. She's just kind of flowing and feeling the waves.
Now, are there some rocks in there? It looked like she did a little rock dance.
Yeah, there's a couple little pebbles, but it's mostly sand. But there's big boil rocks that you got to look out for sure.
Now, Dave, when you were coming in yesterday, getting your warm-up in, I saw you finish out about where she is, but then for you to come into the beach, you actually moved further to the left of the screen here.
Yeah.
So is there more rocks where she is and more sand over to the left of the screen? Or
yeah, well, it's low tide right now, so you could kind of come straight to the beach anywhere you want in the cove. But at high tide, I came in over there and quickly found out that I didn't want to walk all over those boulders, so I had to, like you say, kind of paddle through the impact zone back to the corner there.
Now, here we go. Here's the replay.
So this is Julieta on her first ride, I believe, and clean goofy footer. She faded all the way right and then came back left, so it's almost like she faded maybe a little too much. Here goes Kaede, and same thing, went right. Now she's fading left. Now look, she's looking right again. You really see these competitors, they got their head on a swivel, right? They want to make the right decisions. And Kaede, see, she's just keeping busy.
That's going to be a tough style to beat. She seems to have the full package here of exactly what the judges are looking for. Whereas you see Ibaya going with a more progressive style.
Hey guys, real quick in the booth, we could hear the voices when you guys are computing. Yeah, thank you.
Again, here's that combination, right? Very shortboard style off the lip, and then immediately into that cross-stepping longboard style. Again, that's going to be a tough style. The level is high. The level is high, Dave.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. We move over to this side, and this side, even though the other side is kind of a little more interesting with just the setup and it's a little more beautiful, but this is where more of the action is. So we got a lot more, curious bystanders kind of hanging out and enjoying the action here. So we got Julieta, runs up to the nose on her backhand. Seems like these paddlers so far are kind of favoring that right bowl. I would consider this wave, predominantly a left, but you can see it reforms and beautiful little cross step, cutbacks. She's got a really clean style, which just suits these longboards so well, and she's getting busy. She did a lot in that little span of time right there.
For sure. I'm impressed.
Yeah, so here we go. What we got Kaede kind of looking at this left. She's going to not take it.
That's the thing, Dave. It was a tiny bit bigger when you went. I shouldn't even say a tiny bit bigger. There were some really solid ones when you went out, and you took one or two on the head that looked pretty solid.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely like a nice good morning. You know, it was my first session off the plane here, and you're kind of like, all right, yep, we're here.
What's nice about this spot too is and this shot shows it just how far offshore these surfers are from the beach, so you can really get long rides in off of this point.
Yeah, so there's that replay. Julieta quick to the nose, and she held onto this wave all the way to the end. You could see just stepping off on the sand. So very complete ride. I'm curious to see scores drop in just so we get a feel of what kind of things are scoring today thus far.
Julieta got the little toe tap at the end, the little tap dance.
Yeah, and the style of the surfers in this current heat, you know, is very classic, right? Real clean walking of the board, very subtle, very flowy. We haven't really seen anybody hit the lip yet, so as we see some scores drop, we got a 4.5 and a 4.10, and I believe that might be a combination of scores because I think they both got a couple waves. I'm going to click into liveheats.com, and just a reminder, if you want to follow along with us and get up-to-date heat scores, you go to liveheats.com and just search APP World Tour, and we got the live heats just sitting right there. So Kaede Inui in first, she's got a 4.5. That's for that last wave she got. Ibaya Moreno's got holding on to a couple waves. She got a 3.33. Julieta has a 2.33 at this moment. So
is that just the one wave, or is that both waves combined?
Yeah, it looks like just one wave so far.
So she has another one coming in, so this heat will be wide open.
Yeah.
Well, actually, Kaede got a 4.5, and she did have a couple little lip hits there, and I would say so far what we've seen is Kaede's had the most complete waves, you know.
Yeah, here she goes again. So she's looking right. You see that ball kind of goes to that jetty.
Goes right over Sai there.
Yeah, Sai's getting the shot. I'm going to try to run him over. I want to get a good shot from Sai this in my heat. So here goes. Kaede, nice cutty. Loving that. And she's going to try to reform. Doesn't get a ball on that. So one of the first rides that we've seen, like a big cutback at the back, but didn't link it all the way in. And to just give you guys out there an idea of this, like the ride score, the scale, how they describe it. So like a 0.1 to 1.9 ride is considered a poor ride. 2.0 to 3.9 is considered a fair ride. 4.5 to 5.9, which you see Kaede got, would be an average score. 6.0 to 7.9 is a good score, which right there, Kaede Inui just dropped a 7.5 on her last ride. And 8.0 to 10.0 obviously is an excellent score. So Kaede's got an average wave and a good wave with that 7.50.
Yeah, and the way it's working for the women's is the winner of this heat moves straight to the semifinal, and then the second and third will battle it out to get a place in the semifinal.
Yeah, so I'm hoping we get a replay on Kaede's 7.5 because I don't think I appreciated it enough. I want to see what she did to get that 7.5 just so we get a better idea of the judge's mindset. So here's a replay right here. Kaede, so she fades left, goes right. This is a bigger wave. Nice clean walking in the nose, so straight to the nose, right back, and she has a big cutback. So, I mean, that's the formula right there, right? A good size wave, a nose ride in the critical part of the wave, and then she went all the way back to the tail and threw a cutback.
She just dropped an 8 as well.
So she just dropped an 8.0. So I want to see that wave as well. I think we might have missed it during that replay. So apologize for that. So she's got a 7.5 and an 8.0. So those are big scores.
Those are big scores, especially right away for the judges. A lot of times they'll like set a scale, you know, and in this case they set the scale. So we need to study these waves to understand what it is that they're seeing. And
well, what that's telling me, depending on what the 8.0 is, it doesn't matter if you ride your wave all the way to the sand if you're not doing much, right? So I think
it's Camille on the beach.
Yeah, there's Camille Dubrano.
I also think that it tells you that there were very few breaks in Kaede's style.
Yeah, that's one thing that's very apparent. Like, she looked controlled, fluid the entire time.
And that's kind of a classic longboard criteria, is fluid, no breaks in your style.
Sure.
And that's just a point of difference among her and the other two surfers so far in this heat. Now, keep in mind, Julieta has dropped to 5.3, and she really hasn't had a wave that would be just an authoritative stamp. She hasn't had a set wave. She hasn't had something exceptional. So I think the judges are seeing that she has that longboard style. We just haven't really seen the wave that could potentially deliver the score for her.
Yeah, I think they appreciated, she did get to the nose real quickly, like a little hang 5 tap. But then she was busy through the middle part section of doing little cross steps and keeping her footwork tight, and she rode it all the way to the sand. So she built that score to a 5.3, and she's currently in second place. So Ibaya staying very patient out the back.
It is quite obvious that these two surfers have lots of longboard experience. I mean, you can't just show up, grab a longer board, and have both the grace and style and the cross-step footwork that these two have.
Right.
That is a lot of time on the water on a longboard.
Absolutely. And as we were saying, the Inui family, Kaede currently in the lead, WSL longboard competitor. And, if you're the other competitors out there, even if you're Ibaya Moreno, multi-world champion, Julieta, I'm sure has won plenty of junior events along her journey here. But, I mean, just right entering the water, you're kind of like, wow, I'm at a big disadvantage.
Yeah,
I'd be intimidated for sure.
There are probably very few situations where Ibaya Moreno is intimidated.
Yeah, that doesn't feel completely confident, right? I mean, I'm sure she feels confident, but I think I know what you mean.
10.2.
I mean, Camille again, all smiles, heading on the water. She was surfing very well the first night of the competition, putting time in.
Yeah, and what's cool, I think as far as SUP surfing goes, she much prefers the longboard. That's what she posts a lot on her Instagram. As we see Julieta up and over, nice floater. Let's see what she's got. And almost looks like she's riding that's probably her own personal longboard as well. You know what I mean? That looks like a very small, as far as SUP goes.
But Dave, you were talking a little
Kaede
bit.
out the back. Heat leader fading. Look at this lineup though. Little ball gets fat. You got to be careful not to miss it. But she's positioning herself perfectly for the right. Just real clean walking of the feet. It's so important to kind of stay in the center line of the board, right along the stringer, and you could easily start tripping over yourself, and that's definitely not what she's doing.
Really exceptional wave reading there, Dave, because she faded so early on this. And it looked like it may be a bit of a closeout wall, but she was actually setting that up where she could longboard. Here we have white up, Ibaya Moreno.
Yeah, we're going to see Ibaya she's been waiting a long time for this, so let's see what she could do. Throws up on the white water there. And she's sitting pretty deep. It's hard to tell, but when you get deep, the waves look like they're going to break, but then they hit the shelf and they kind of just die out. And it's very tempting not to go up and get deeper because you just like, oh, there's going to be a left right there. But they kind of never really hit that thing. It's weird.
So just going back to Kaede's wave and the reading of it, I thought she was fading too much because the wall was standing up and it was even starting to feather. And she runs the wall to the left, is able to nose ride, come around to the right, and basically nose ride to the right as well. It's just these girls with such young age to have such incredible wave knowledge, she can't have a lot of time in at this spot. She can't have a lot of experience here. So to know to read that left to know that it was going to fizzle basically and come back to the right. It's just a lot of global experience longboarding. And so I think, Kaede early in this heat is setting herself up as got to be one of the favorites in the ladies' longboard.
Yeah, I believe she won I believe she won it last year, if I'm not mistaken. I think she's the current APP longboard world champion. As we see Julieta Martinez fading left. Nice little wall setting up. Let's see if she could get something going. There you go. Nice drop knee turn. Another one. And, the drop knee turn right now would probably hurt my knee. But, Steve, you got those brand new carbon fiber lubed up knees, and you'd be doing those right there. She's got like 4 in a row.
Yeah, I'd figure out some way to do my pretzel move on that I was showing off to you last night.
Yeah, you kind of freaked me out. I was like, whoa. You were like one. Nice. Oh, she went for it on the bottom. But, yeah, so Steve, you guys can't see him off screen, but he's a large human. He's tall, he's a bigger guy. But last night we were just kind of we were sitting on the floor looking on his laptop on his photos, and all of a sudden he takes his ankle and basically puts it over his head, like like a yoga phenom. And honestly, my jaw dropped. Here we go, Julieta.
This is one of the better open faces of the heat, and she got a couple drop knee turns in. She's really exceptional in the longboard footwork. I mean, full hang 5 there. Nice footwork kicking back, and then just comes right to the sand. So, again, her surfing's impressive. She got a 5 for the previous wave, and I feel like this wave was a lot better. So this is going to put her back up into competition. Still going to be a tall order to reach Kaede.
Yeah, and right when we need to see it again, here's Kaede. Got into that run really early. I love the glide on this board. She really doesn't have to do much, and it just beats the section. Nice little backhand cut back.
Same thing. I think I would have seen that white water in front of me and said, this is not a section that I can nose ride through, But she just has the experience and the skill and the wave reading, the knowledge at such a young age.
And it's interesting. This is the first time she's just really using that paddle to get the speed up.
And there's cross-stepping, and then there's cross-stepping with style. And that right there was cross-stepping with style.
Yep, and you can see she pulls up the board, and she's got a big old single fin in that. So
yeah, it'll be interesting to see the board choices out there, right?
Yeah, at least I know in the men there's definitely going to be a 2+1 kind of boards as we see. But yeah, I'm interested because all the other waves, Kaede was really actually pretty quiet with the paddle, and this one she actually high cadence paddle through the whole thing. So I'm curious, just was she hurrying up? Is she going to make a board swap or something, or just she's trying to mix it up, I guess.
I wonder if the judges didn't like that second wave of Julieta's as much as I thought maybe they would.
Well, they sure did like Kaede's last ride. She gets a 8.73.
I mean, it was some exceptional surfing,
I mean, throwing 2 8s down in the first heat of the morning, that's pretty that's sending a little statement right there.
It does. And
there's her brother Taka.
The waves themselves were not.
Look, there she is. So did she? Oh, no, that's Sakura, her sister, for the next heat.
For the next heat, right, yeah. They're probably borrowing the same board. They've been sharing boards all event.
Yeah.
But the waves themselves were not extraordinary waves. So, but Kaede just managed to have herself in the position for the longest period of time. I say in the position, right in the top third of the wave where you need to be for longboard. For classic longboard nose ride style surfing.
Now, is that her right there? I'm getting mixed up now. No, that's got to be Sakura.
It's got to be Sakura.
But we saw her get off her board and kind of walk out of screen like she was leaving the lineup. That's why I was just
agree
wondering.
With you. Well, look, the clock is we're getting low on the clock. Maybe you're right. Maybe your sister's taking the same board.
She's like, I got 2 8s, basically a 9, and there's a minute left. What else can I do? I'm going to go in. Yeah, okay. Well, there's Sakura. Here goes Julieta, staying busy again. Runs her to that nose and takes that one all the way
taking him
in.
right to the sand, yep. It looked like a single fin as well when her board. Yeah, look at that. It's a single fin. And again, size right there. So either the photographer is exactly in the right spot or he's exactly in the wrong spot. I'm not sure how you would call that one.
Right. So this heat's got about 20 seconds left remaining. Ibaya Moreno, fortunately, she needs a combination of waves to advance, but the champion she'll have a nice day off today, which she'll probably actually appreciate.
No, she will advance as well. So first place advances
there's a repecharge
to the semifinal,
okay.
And then second and third
cool.
Go into the.
So it's not one and done. I like that.
It's not one and done.
All right, little recap. Kaede just posing on the nose of the 10, and I'm stoked we got to see that because I didn't realize she got one of those nose rides like that. So here's her first 8, I believe. Car's back. This is a bigger ride, and then watch this cutback right here. Nice, good flow, good power, and she rides this thing all the way in. Another backhand turn. Judges were liking that. She got the 8.73 on this one, so she definitely knows what the formula is. And
here's that footwork that we were talking about, just so clean. You just don't show up on a stand-up paddleboard and start doing that kind of footwork.
Yeah. Right
There's
on.
the lower tide you were talking about, and Dave, I walked out that jetty right there that we see in the bottom corner, and it's actually a great picture vantage point. I felt like, we got some beautiful backdrops from it.
Well, you can see that backdrop right now, like just the city. It's cool to see, like, just the bright colors they put on the buildings here. There's Julieta talking to Sakura. And you can see, the choice of equipment. That's
you say Julieta talking to Sakura. I think.
Am I getting that wrong?
I think you're right, but I've spoken to Julieta. Her English is not that strong, and I've spoken to Sakura, and her English is not that strong. So I'm not really sure what's going down there on the beach.
Yeah. So where are they meeting in the middle
That's
here?
Right.
They're like, maybe we both speak German.
Russian, somewhere half between. Yeah.
So cool. You can obviously see that board has the option for a 2+1 setup, but Julieta chooses to ride it as a single fin, so that's interesting.
But for the style that she was surfing, I think it was a good choice.
It makes sense, yeah.
Because it was pretty classic longboard style.
Yeah.
And it was working for her. She had a double-digit heat total.
Yep, and they're going to congratulate Ibaya Moreno. So really quick, Steve, what's your opinion? I want to get your opinion on this. So now that the APP longboard, SUP longboard divisions, it's kind of becoming a thing, right? They've done a couple pilot events to see how people take it and what the response has been, and it's been nothing but positive. And so now, when they kind of usher it in for next year to make it an official thing, now's the time to start talking about, like you were saying, the criteria of scoring, right? Also, is there a conversation about boards? Is there a length limit? Should there be a width limit, right? Where do you bleed the lines between a normal longboard and a SUP longboard, right? So just for example, like I'm pretty light. I could probably pull off riding a traditional just a longboard off the rack.
Right.
But in my opinion, I like the higher volume anyway of a SUP, so I don't do that at home, right? So I ride specific longboard SUPs. And so some people were discussing just like, hey, maybe there should be a board kind of restriction. And at first thought, I must admit, I kind of agree with that, because say like yourself, you wanted to compete in this, you would probably ride a 10-0.
I would,
right?
Yeah.
And probably if you wanted to stand on it, 29 wide or so.
I would try to go narrower just for the performance.
Okay, so let's
speed,
say it's 27, right?
Yeah.
Which would be considered pretty progressive for a 10-0. Then you see someone like, as we see Camille De Brana striking first.
Ooh.
So then you see someone like Taka, who's a professional longboarder. He came and rented a longboard.
90 by 22 or
and
something.
What is he, 100 pounds maybe? 125 pounds?
Maybe.
So you're
soaking wet.
You're in his heat. So you're riding 10-0 by 27, and he's riding a 9-0 by 22, all thinned out and bitching. You got to kind of think that is equipment-wise, a big advantage, right? So I'm curious to get your take on my long-winded
Yeah, Dave, that was the 17-part question there.
Yeah.
So
well, now I'm starting to be like you now. I'm trying to get these detailed stories out.
That's it. There you go. Yep.
Here we go.
Live action here.
Sakura Inui up and riding. So she chose to. A lot of the riders are deciding to go right into the bowl, which kind of at this lower tide stands up a little more. And then.
So I think it was Kaede on the beach that we saw there.
Yeah.
But Kaede's English was not fantastic either. I'm not sure.
Which is fair because my Japanese is not great either. So
Sakura at 16 still has the footwork as well. It's a family tradition. Man, that was some nice footwork and just a clean ending right there on the beach. It's amazing how the family themselves, they all share similar characteristics. Like on the shortboard SUP, they all have a similar front side snap.
Right.
And now on the longboard, they all have a similar gorgeous style of footwork. They get the footwork. And I think it might be a thing like Izzy and Giorgio Gomez, where when I'm talking in the case of Sakura here, where Sakura's 16, and she just saw her older brother who's 24 and her older sister who's 19, and she just soaked it all in, right? Just got to see what coaching that mom was giving and that what her brother was doing to succeed, because in Izzy's case, Giorgio was the star, right? I mean, you think 13-year-old Giorgio winning everything. Here we go, and then here's the final footwork. Beautiful
yeah, I love
footwork.
how she got to the nose right here, too, because that's pretty hard on that small
She
wave.
even gets a little floater right on the sand. I mean, that fin's got to be about to hit. And then she jumps up like it's nothing, you know. But I wonder if Sakura at age 16 is just learning from her big brothers. I think early on the attention was not on Izzy as a 9-year-old when Giorgio's 13. Izzy's just showing up at events, but she's got to be soaking it in, soaking the event in, soaking in what works. And then all of a sudden she grows up a bit, gets a little stronger, and now all of that is in her mind. So I wonder if Sakura at 16, I mean, she made the final in the pro women's event. So clearly she's learned a lot, and she has maturity beyond her years in surfing. Okay, Camille.
Yeah, Camille Dubrana, goofy footer from France, gets up to the nose. Staying with it. Looks like a little reform. Is she going to do a floater? She is. Gets into the lip right there. This left actually lining up, one of the nicer ones we've seen this morning. Gets another cutback. Here's another rebound. And she's going to get out of that one. So that's a good ride for Camille.
Yeah, that was an excellent ride for Camille. You mentioned that her Instagram has more of her stand-up longboard surfing than stand-up shortboard surfing. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's at least what it appears to be on her Instagram, that she's been longboard SUP surfing more than the shortboard stuff. And
you could really tell that from this wave right here, too. I mean, she both had the cross-stepping and then the turns in the right position on the wave. So the level's high. Look, see, here's the cross-stepping.
Yeah, and you see that she was almost go to the nose right there, but then she's all, no, I got to get deeper. So she fades again, kind of redirects, and she waits for this wave to build up, and there you go.
That's perfect form, because what you want to do is set it up where the tail is almost out the back of the wave when you're going to nose ride coming straight towards the beach. You want to set it up where it's like the board is almost going to fall out of the back of the wave, and the only thing that will prevent it from going out the back is you nose riding it.
Yeah, so Camille got a 4.83 for this ride. Sakura Inui got a 6.67.
And then here's this progressive maneuver through the lip surfing, which it was part of the judging criteria here today. I mean, the very first thing on the list of judges is nose riding and rail surfing. That is statement number one on the judging criteria: nose riding and rail surfing. And so Camille fitting that criteria and getting rewarded for it with a 5.
So, what do you think, Steve-O, on the board thing?
Sorry, yeah, going back to your original question. So your original 17-point question. So Okay, so where do we start?
So I was.
My first answer to here we have more live action here. We have Sakura, beautiful cross-stepping. And again, like you said, her sister making use of the paddle to make the sections. Smaller wave, but full nose ride, and then she's going to float it again. And then the fin is just going to bottom out, and that's it. That's all she can do. So my first thought, Dave, is no one's asking for my opinion on this. On the
I did.
You
okay?
did. You asked for my opinion.
Your opinion matters to me.
So thank you, Dave. So I believe it should be condition dependent, meaning that if conditions are heavy, let's grade on performance surfing. Let's grade. Take your thruster out, Dave. Take your three fin board. Go get barreled if you can. Hit the lip if you can. It's quite all right with me. I mean, that would be super progressive surfing. And then if there's room for nose riding, you can still nose ride a thruster as long as it's as long as we're making up the criteria that it has to be a 9-foot board, which, for most people, stand-up paddling a 9-foot board is their normal board, but in these competitions, they're riding closer to 7 feet on their competitive boards. So my first thought is let's have a little flexibility based on the conditions that are in front of us. If we have serious conditions, barreling waves, we can use thrusters, and if we have nice, fun, clean, longboardy waves, we can mix it up, and the criteria can be mixed up, and as long as the judges are clear in advance. Like today, the judges say, I want nose riding and rail surfing. They want both of those. As long as the competitors are clear.
Here's Camille Dubrana. This one looks a little. Yeah, it's going to peter out. Well, let me do this. Because
that was part C of the 17.
I want to get. You're not answering what I'm asking.
I haven't gotten to 17 yet. So yeah.
Well, the criteria is the criteria. That's not what I'm arguing.
Right.
And I'm not arguing. I'm just debating, right? Because I've heard this is what people are asking. So, just blurring the lines between a regular longboard versus a SUP longboard. What is that, right? So should there be restrictions or limits on width or length of board, whatever that may be? And sure, if we go to a barreling wave, I don't care if it's a thruster or single fin, right? That's not what I'm asking. I'm just asking. And I would argue it's like if we do go to a barreling wave, do you want to watch guys on a longboard? Right. I would rather see Zane pull in on a shortboard. So I think we should go to venues that it plays good to the longboard, just like we are here right now. But I'm just saying that the advantage, is there an advantage for So
I wasn't avoiding your question, and
you're tiptoeing around it, Steve.
Just as it's not right for me to be forced to surf on Taka's board, it's not right for
you can't. That's what I'm saying.
It's not right for Taka to be forced to surf on my board either.
Correct. So where's that?
And so in the early days of stand-up, we had this question in a race. I think it may have been in the Battle of the Paddle, because I think the first year, Chuck Patterson, who's my size, won the Battle of the Paddle, right? And then, people started getting more technical, boards started getting narrower, and Chuck's 12.6 by 30 wasn't going to be competitive. Chuck Patterson's a 100-kilo guy, a 220-pound guy. I don't know what he is. I'm just, he's a big kid. And he's not going to be competitive versus Taka in a race where the narrowness of the board matters. So that's what you're driving at. And so the sport has battled with this, I'm sure, when you go to racing. And I have not kept up on the racing side of things. So
basically, there's no restriction on design and stuff.
There's no restriction on design in the race
or surf.
So as narrow as you can go, you're welcome to go, and that can actually be a penalty. You see guys a little chop, they go too narrow on their race board, and they go down a couple times, and going narrower didn't win them the heat. So I guess what I'm saying is, I'm not going to give you I am okay with Taka riding a 9.0 by 22. If I have to ride a 10.0 by 27, that's what I have to ride, And I can rip that 10.0 by 27, and I'm not going to force Taka to ride a board that's not optimal. If I'm allowed to ride a board that's optimal for me, I'm not going to force Taka to ride a board that's not optimal for him.
Yeah, and that's a good perspective where you're coming from. I could see that. And like I said, like, I'm neutral, right? I'm just having this discussion because this is what I'm hearing, you know, behind the scenes a little bit, right? And what's cool about it is, as we see Camille Dubrana working her way into the inside, what's cool about it is we are ushering this in. So people are like, you know, we're trying to plan ahead, right? Like, hey, we actually have an opportunity to kind of set the standard where before, like you said, there's no restrictions or anything, and people's been debating it for years. And my thing is, and this applies to SUP surfing in general, you know, the one thing that SUP surfing separates itself from surfing, because let's just, like, shortboard SUP surfing is never going to be as radical as shortboard surfing, right? I mean, we could all agree on that, right? So if the paddle is what separates us, you know, how can we use the paddle to distinctly have a style that's our own? And that's where the longboard blurs the lines quite a bit, because they can ride a normal longboard, right? So that it brings up the age-old question. Well, oh, I see you're SUP longboarding. Like, people ask me this all the time at San Onofre. Hey, you're kind of ripping on that SUP longboard. What size is that? Oh, and I know. You know, I'm not saying anything to be offensive, but, like, why do you need the paddle? And you're kind of like, yeah, you're right. Why do I need the paddle?
Right.
And so that's what I'm getting at, right?
Okay.
How can we make it our own sport?
Here we go. Camille, she's got a nice line there, a couple turns in. Hopefully this will open up. Some of these beach break waves, they continue to go down the line, and this one's doing that for her. Looks, she kicks out. So why do we need the paddle? Dave, this, here we have Sakura sizing this one up. It looks like she's going to bail on this one. There might be a couple behind it. But, Dave, when stand-up paddling started, I was so excited. I'm a big guy in Florida. The waves are small. I've been longboarding my whole life. I rode my first waves on a buddy's. We had a custom-built paddleboard, which I'll tell you about in a second. But the first day that I stand-up paddled on this custom longboard, I sold all my longboards immediately. So here's this left again. It was setting up nicely. She got a little check turn in, a second one, and then I thought she might have a little more line here, but she decides to kick out and look for a little better. Sakura looks like she's paddling. Nope.
Yeah, and just a recap of the heat. Sakura's sitting with a 6.67, highest score of the heat. She's only rode 2 waves, though. And then Camille's got a 4.83 and a 2.23. So one rider staying busy and one rider staying patient. So
why does Dave have the paddle at San Onofre? Why would you bother? Dave, if you're riding 9-0, why have the paddle? As we see Matt Carpentier preparing for the next heat, and I'm excited. Matt is not a known name on the tour, but the guy was terrorizing the main break yesterday after the surfing competition, or 2 nights ago. He was getting air on his shortboards, on the stand-up paddleboard shortboards. So here we go, Sakura dropping into a good-looking left. This is one of the better-looking waves of the heat here, and carving it back to the power section. And then it's going to have a little empty work, maybe some footwork, some nice footwork as she works her way through. Great style from Sakura Inoue. And what we've seen happen is they've been nose riding through this end section, and Sakura's actually been finishing things off with a little floater right on the sand, and just true to form. It just got too shallow there. But Dave, going back to why stand-up paddle versus longboard, as soon as I got it with stand-up, I sold my longboards as if they were immediately worthless. I thought the whole world was going to quit longboarding as soon as they started stand-up paddling. And the reason for that is because I could rip on the stand-up paddleboard and I could just do, quote, boring surfing on my traditional longboard. Now, in Florida, as a big guy, my traditional longboard did not have dramatic volume, right?
Camille Dubrana, goofy footer from France.
Oh, yeah.
Cross-stepping up to the nose. She's loving that combo of that cross-step into the floater, unable to hang on to that one.
So I think there's a huge case for SUP longboard. That's That's what got me into this sport in the first place. I mean, we had a 10-0. I had a 10-0 SUP. And I remember we used a performance longboard rocker line, so it was a fairly rockered 10-0. This was extremely early on, and I remember showing up at the beach with my car loaded up. It was a hurricane swell. I distinctly remember this day. I had my longboard in the car, I had my new SUP in the car, and I had my shortboard in the car. And I was probably 35 years old at the time, and I've been shortboarding and longboarding my whole life. And I had this weird heavy beast in the car, and I thought, I surfed plenty of days that are, shoulder high in my life. Yep. on the shortboard and on the longboard. Let's just see what this weird thing is even. Can the SUP even ride in these conditions? And it was like hurricane swell in Florida, which is still nothing special. Back to some beautiful footwork from Sakura.
Yeah, and Sakura has yet to even get her hair wet. And in my opinion, that gives you some style points. So Sakura just being patient. You see how she steps back on the tail to set her up for this reform. And, just real clean and smooth, and waits for it, looks down at the nose, makes sure her toes are over, and taps a little hang 5.
I mean, and that cross-stepping footwork, I mean, she's stepping 12 to 18 inches at a time on those cross steps. So, I mean, that's a little subtle thing that the judges definitely notice. I mean, when you see people tiptoeing 3 inches at a time or shuffling their feet side to side, it's a big difference to take those 12 to 18-inch steps and do it stylishly like Sakura did. And so it looks like Camille might be interested. Oh.
Yeah, Sakura already out the back again.
How did she get out the back?
Well, that was the replay. So
it was the replay.
Who knows? Here goes Camille. A little bit bigger wave, too. She's cross-stepping up, gets to the nose really quick, drops in. Little cutback right there. So this will probably be one of Camille's better rides. Another little cutback, fading back here. She's hoping for a reform section. She's going to stick with this one. And now here's where you got to choose. Am I going to go right or left in here? And she's looking right at the moment. Looks like it's going to reform. Sticking with it. Just feathering that paddle to stay there. She's going to get to the nose again right before the closeout. So nice reading of the wave there for Camille.
Camille's second wave is better than Sakura's. Camille's first wave is better than Sakura's second wave. So she is still in this heat. If she finds another wave like that one, it'll be very competitive here. That was because I think that may have been her best wave in this heat.
Right.
So all of a sudden the scoring is going to get close.
Yeah, and here's the last 2 waves of Camille. So this was the one before the wave we just saw. So a little smaller, obviously, but she gets to the nose and does like this little layback jam, but fell down. So then she goes right back out and gets this bomb straight up to the nose. Nice cutback in the pocket, fades around the corner, does a little setup turn, and now here's where she just was patient with it and read the wave quite well and chose wisely and got that last nose ride.
So this will be interesting, Dave, to see on the scoring criteria, because that might have been.
Oh no! Sakura got her hair wet.
Oh no!
Oh no!
Oh no! Oh my goodness!
Oh, and here we might see what happens. So she gets the cut back. Oh no! This is a replay of that last ride that she just ripped. So she's getting the cross step, going through this section, and there it was.
Got the hair wet.
Oh my gosh, she was going to win a big prize if she came back to the beach with dry hair.
So I think that was Camille's best. So that one turn of Camille's may be the best turn that we've seen. Sakura has been leading the way.
I'm going to log in into live heats and see what she got.
But the judges want to see nose riding and rail surfing. Again, I just keep pointing this out, Dave, because Camille delivered the rail surfing. She delivered the nose riding and she delivered the rail surfing. So I think we could be in the 5+ range, which would put her very close to the lead. So that tightened this heat up dramatically, in my opinion. Again, I am not a judge, just enjoying this heat in front of us. But Dave, going back to that day, I pull up at the beach. I've got my longboard. I've got my shortboard. It's shoulder high. I've got this weird SUP thing in my car. I don't know if it's going to work at all. I go out. I take it out. Oh, here we go. Sakura, nice looking wave.
Sakura sliding into this one, looking right. Cutting back. Cross steps to the middle of the board, all the way up to the nose. Another cut back. And that's good redirection right there. You can see that wave really starts shouldering off when it hits the inside of that bowl. She's going to stick with this one, and I think the decision is did I do enough outside to make it worth riding into the inside?
I think that could raise the bar because, again, nose riding and rail surfing, I mean, she's delivering. The judges are looking for the past and the future at the same time here, and Sakura seems to be able to put those two things together. Now, I may have just heard over the loudspeaker, I could be wrong, that was that a 6?
So Camille Dubrana for her last wave that we saw is a 6.0.
6.0.
Yeah.
So which proves that the judges want to see the nose ride and the rail surfing, as we've repeated this morning. Now Sakura did the same thing with a lot of style, but her rail surfing was a little farther out on the flatter section of the wave. So here's the 2 steps. There's the tradition. And then here comes the rail surfing, and this is what earned her the 6. Oh. So look at these scores. We are very close. We may be still waiting on a score from Sakura as well. But Camille needs a strong finish here. And it's looking good.
Yeah, I love that setup fade right into the
She can get some
wall
power
right
here.
there. Nice cutback.
Wow.
And the drone shot's just really cool on this
Oh, wow.
wave.
Oh, wow. So this heat is extremely close. It's basically 11 to 11 essentially, and I think this could be. We'll have to see on a replay, but this is going to compete with our 6.
Yeah, and she only needs a 5.21. She's working it all the way in as well. So if she could put a stamp on the finish here, I think she'd get it.
So we had 2 solid turns. Now the judges really have been liking one excellent rail turn as opposed to 2 open face turns. So we'll take a look back and see how these 2 turns compare to the 6 that she had. But remember, we might be waiting on a score for Sakura that had both a nose ride and multiple open face turns from Sakura. So this thing's really coming down to the wire. We're at 1.5 minutes remaining in this heat. I know you see all zeros on the screen there, but we're down to 80 seconds at this moment.
Yeah, here's a replay from the land camera. So we saw her fade back.
7.9, I just heard over the loudspeaker. So now we've seen what it takes. Excellent nose ride, multiple rail surfing. I hear Sakura got a 7.24, so this is going to be extremely tight.
Sakura actually needs a 7.24 now.
I'm sorry, Sakura needs a 7.24.
And there's about 45 seconds left, so looks like Camille Dubrana might have turned that heat. And
I don't know, would you consider that an upset? I mean, Sakura made the women's final, but we know that Camille is a longboarder, so.
Yeah, she got a 7.9 and a 6.0, so
that's a heck of a heat.
Surfing.
30 seconds, 30 segundos, todo puede pasar en milésimas, así que vamos chicas, que aún queda tiempo, you still got time, you have no easy time, come on girls, 10 seconds, 10 segundos, y decimos 5.
Oh, buzzer beater here.
3, 2,
Oh, and Sakura can't complete the final maneuver. So it's looking like Camille is going straight to the semifinal. And Sakura still moves on to the next round. This is a double elimination. So Sakura is not down. But here's some highlights of Camille. And again, this is what the judges want to see. They want to see nose riding, and they want to see hitting the critical section of the wave, taking risk. And Camille took a lot of risk in this and showed her power. Look at that right there. A full 180 on a longboard. You don't see that a lot you don't see and that is part of longboard SUP surfing, is that you can do those 180 maneuvers on a 9-foot plus board. So now I think these next 2 waves from Camille may be her best 2 in just a moment.
I think this is the end of that best ride. As she exits the water in first place. Nice job, Camille.
Congratulations. So now we're going straight into the men's. And look, we're going straight into real action here.
Oh, yeah.
So Taka is the household name. He took the win yesterday in the shortboard, and Dave tells me that he competes on the WSL Longboard Tour. So Taka has to be a favorite off the, right out of the gate. But I'm telling you, Benoit Carpentier's brother Matt out there, if Matt can longboard anything like he was SUP shortboard stand-up paddling 2 nights ago, Matt might not be a well-known name, but he surfs as well as anyone. I'm actually excited for Matt, for him to be able to show off his abilities.
Yeah, it'll be fun.
And then Carlos had a very strong main event as well. Very powerful surfer, and the longboard stand-ups take a little more power. So Carlos kind of had a patented low style where he could really push the board hard, and that's gonna do very well for him in the stand-up paddle competition as well. Excuse me, with the bigger boards, having that powerful style comes in handy.
Right.
So just finishing off that hurricane swell, Dave, I took that board out, the stand-up board with the performance rocker.
Yep.
I couldn't believe I could stall this thing for barrels. And I couldn't believe how easy off floater sections with all that volume that it would float right through, and you could land floaters. A huge smile from Camille. Congratulations, Camille. Excellent heat. All right, and so here's Matt. Let's see if his longboard, straight away, hanging 5. Performance surfing right off the lip, setting the men's standard right here. Oh, just catches a rail. But we see the potential in Matt. Maybe he doesn't have as much competition under his belt as his brother Benoit, and just kind of shaking the cobwebs off, shaking the nerves on that. He's got one under his belt. Again, I don't know anything about Matt. I just love seeing that it's Benoit's brother, and that I saw him surfing so well that I have high hopes to see him surf well here. That's exactly how you do it. Classic style, straight to the nose, right in the pocket of the wave where you want to be, stepping back to all the way on the tail for the progression part of the maneuver. And he completes this very clean longboard style. So I think he'll still get a score out of that, Dave. I mean, he got some work done before they caught that rail. So he's on the board, and it might not even be a bad score. Again, first 2 things we're looking for, nose riding and rail surfing, and we got both of those. Is Taka coming into the beach, or did we miss a wave of Taka's?
Looks like we might have missed a wave, but I'm sure we'll see the replay.
Yeah, here's a replay.
Here we go. So Taka straight up to the nose on his backhand. Straight up to the nose again, hanging 10. Wow, that's the best nose ride we've seen thus far this morning. Yep. That was sweet. And he did it just so fast and quick and easily. Taka, WSL competitor, professional longboarder, and he's taken his skills straight.
Oh, wow.
It's almost like he was hanging heels right there. That was interesting right there. Cross step. And you can see the cross step is basically, he's not even thinking about it's just happening all naturally to him. You can see how natural this style of surfing comes to Taka.
Last wave. White.
And you might say, I think the average man on the street, just like your folks at San Onofre, Dave, what's the difference? Why are you riding this 9.0 stand-up? Why are you riding a 9.0 longboard? What's the difference between stand-up longboarding and stand-up pro surfing? And Taka showed you right there. Taka won the shortboard in stand-up paddle surfing yesterday, and the style of surfing that he did on that wave was completely different. Not even in the same league, no relation to what he was doing on the shortboard yesterday.
It looks like Guillermo Mateos was late for this heat, so he's just making his way to the lineup right there. So stoked for Guillermo to get in some action here. Taka going for it again.
So is Guillermo, was that a F1? What was that? Did you see the board he was on?
Didn't get a good enough look on that one.
So Taka may have had a second wave, but I mean, I think Taka's first waves, that was the best wave we've seen from all of the longboard competitors today. It'll be interesting to see where the judges go with that.
He definitely had the most technical nose riding of the event so far. Is very impressive. So Mathieu Carpentier opened up with a 4.33. We're still waiting for scores for Taka's opening ride.
One interesting point of note on Matt's wave is that it was a short wave. Quick nose ride, quick lip hit, and still got a respectable score out of it. So you don't have to take waves all the way to the sand to get a score if you do what the judges are looking for. See, we do have priority going here. You can see a little set wave outside. But it's interesting. So under normal circumstances, this would be Matt's wave. But Carlos actually has P1 priority. So this wave belongs to Carlos if he wants it, and he does. We're going to see his powerful style.
Yep, so Carlos on his backhand. It's a little cutback right there. Cross-stepping up to the nose a little bit. And you can see how it's just getting quite flat on him, so he'll pull out.
It's like it hit a hole, like the wave itself just hit a hole out there.
Yeah, there definitely is a deep spot in between the outside peak and the inside peak. Still waiting on scores for Taka. Judges thinking long and hard about that one.
Because, I mean, you've got to figure where you're going to set the scale for the day, too. I mean, is that as good as it's going to be for the day?
I mean, there's that quick 10, right? Straight into another one. Just very technical. Oh, that's the whole other wave.
So this is the second wave.
That's the wave we saw. We didn't see the beginning, so that's his second wave. So here we go. Taka Inui, still waiting on 2 scores for him. Oh, and look, Guillermo enters the lineup late, and he's already into one. And Guillermo, he's on an interesting board. That actually has a pretty pointy nose.
Yeah, Guillermo riding an F1 production board there from, I think that's probably from a couple years back, actually.
Yep, so are you going to jump in, Tristan, right now? Okay, so hey, Steve, I'll let you go for the next couple heats. I actually have a heat coming up, heat 4, I think. I got to check. I don't know. I got to get my stuff together, but we're going to invite Tristan Boxford into the box to call the shots here for the next, I don't know, maybe hour or so. So I'll see you in a little bit, Steve-O.
All right, Dave. Good luck out there. Taka paddling into another one. Look at this, hanging, both feet all over. Beautiful cross-stepping, and then doing exactly what the judges are looking for. Look at this nose ride right here, hanging off the tip. So where do you set the standard? I mean, his first wave was excellent, and then I haven't seen the scores yet, but it was excellent surfing. And then this one may be just as good as his first wave. It may be better because it was more technical nose riding. So, and then here we are pulling through the inside. He's going to complete this one off. Nice footwork right on the sand, nose riding right into it, steps off. So let's take a look. See, you can check in on the Live Heats app and see where we are on the scores here. Let's take a, oh, there it is. We don't have a score yet in for Taka's first wave, but the first wave, Tristan just joining me in the booth here, his first wave, in my opinion, I think it would have gone excellent. I mean, it depends. We're going to see where the judges are setting the scale here, but this may be the second wave. Look how quickly, to the nose, and then plenty of tip time. It puts the paddle over his shoulder, banks it, and then gets even better tip time somehow. I think this is the other wave. Good morning, Tristan. Yep.
Good morning, everyone out there. Aloha. It's great to be back in the booth and watching some action because I'm normally running around and not seeing too much. But yeah, I think Taka's he's such an interesting surfer because he's obviously a top 8 surfer on the WSL Longboard World Tour. So you can see a lot of the cross step kind of traditional maneuvering that he does on his board. So fluid, so smooth. Hanging 10 is like going to sleep for Taka.
Right.
It's a really natural thing, and he's combining it with critical turns. You know, that was the directive from João Maia this morning from the judges. So it sounds as though we should be going down to the beach shortly, but in the meantime we've got Mathieu Carpentier taking off on this wave.
And Matt's Benoit's brother, of course, is his older brother. And last night, or 2 nights ago, Tristan, when you were out, Matt actually went out on a starboard prototype shortboard. Absolutely was terrorizing on it. And people haven't heard his name, but I mean, he was surfing at a level that could be World Tour competitive. So I'm excited to see his longboarding. Seems like his longboarding is right up there with his shortboarding. So a lesser-known name in the Carpentier family in the stand-up world, but clearly delivering here, clearly capable, and I'm excited to see where he's going to go in this event.
Yeah, you know, it's a family affair here. They definitely become, Gran Canaria's become an annual pilgrimage for them. They love getting away from the cold of Brittany and coming out here to Gran Canaria. They get an apartment right above the event site, and all three brothers are competing in this longboard division. So we'll see Pierre out there in a little while.
Oh, really? Okay,
yeah.
Great. Yeah, I met Matt on the beach the first day, and you know, it was a French contingent, and you know, I saw him from the back. Said, "Are you Benoit?" He said, "No, I'm just his brother," like he was nobody, you know. Okay, here we have Carlos paddling in. Carlos has priority, and he has a really powerful low style. You'll see him get low to the waves there. This wave, he's got to get over that section here, and he does. Bottom turns into it. And this is what the judges are looking for, these rail surfing. The judges are clearly asking for both rail surfing and nose riding. And Carlos is trying to give us a bit of everything on this. The wave's not necessarily cooperating.
So we're going to throw down to Tatiana on the beach with Camille, the winner of that last heat. So over to you, Tatiana.
On 2 seconds. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Dave and Steve there in the booth and all of our viewers back home. I am here with Camille Dubrana, who is our second woman to make it through to the final event of the SUP Longboard. Camille, tell me a little bit about the situation in the water. How are you feeling?
I'm super happy to win my heat. I'm go straight to the final, so it's the repechage round that I'm not gonna need to do. So we're gonna have more time for rest because I'm super tired for the contest of surfing before and the training. We have different board, different spots, so a lot of training before for try all the setups. So now I'm quite tired, so I'm happy to go straight to the final.
Well, you didn't look tired in the heat. You were just killing it. How are the waves? How are you feeling? How was the competition?
The wave was nice. It was quite slow, so we need to be patient. I'm not super patient, so it was quite hard for me. But I just wait like the bigger one and try to manage to surf this wave well. So I'm really happy. I have I think a 7 and maybe a 4 or 5 second wave. So I'm really happy about my score, and I'm gonna try to improve for the final because it's gonna be super hard with the girl that is driving.
Well, we did hear the judges yesterday say that wave selection was crucial. So choosing the best waves today in the longboard division will determine the higher scores. Now, what are you going to do now while you wait for the finals?
Yeah, I hope I'm going to wait the biggest wave, do the same like strategy, I hope. But sometimes the biggest one is like hard to surf and no more. It's really hard to do some nose riding. It's better to do some turns. So I hope it's not gonna be too big also. Maybe in the middle size. So I'm gonna do what I'm doing during this heat.
Well, it's definitely working for you. So good luck. We look forward to seeing you in the finals.
Thank you very much.
Back to you guys in the studio.
Tatiana, great interview there with Camille. Camille, a part of the Carpentier clan that are here in force. 3 brothers competing in this division. As we watch Taka Inouye just banking off the inside one there, he's just permanently spicing it up. You got to give the guy a lot of points for diversity of maneuvers and switching it up between cross step turns, nose rides, hang 10, hang 5, turns into the lip. Impressive surfing.
Yeah, as you said, Tristan, he can nose ride as if he's just standing on his front porch. I mean, it's just He makes it look so easy. So who has priority here? Guillermo has priority. And he may be giving up the priority here. So before you were in the booth, Dave and I had we have a replay coming up. This is Taka's wave. Some of the best nose riding I've seen really in the event.
Yeah, I think they took a while. You can see Taka getting hang 10 time there for quite a while. Stepping back really fluid and banking right back around. So he's listening to the judges. They want to see those turns, really getting into the most critical part of the wave as much as possible, but using the nose and the full length of the board to make it happen. And that traditional longboard cross step is so beautiful to watch. As Mathieu, little hang 5 before racing down the line, cutting back into the white water. So again, using the full spectrum of criteria. I think they took a while to put out those scores, Steve, because we explained the criteria clearly this morning, but I think they were really looking at Taka in particular just because he's got such a strong longboarding background. We want to make sure that the definition of what this looks like is specific to longboard stand-up paddling and not so much of a hybrid thing. So it actually has its own identity for moving forward. But
it truly does. When you look at Taka's surfing yesterday, and then you look at it today, it's completely different surfing. Yeah. I mean, it truly is.
Yeah, and also I'd say it's completely different from what they see as traditional longboarding. You can see Taka there just so smooth, the cross steps, that there's no bobble on the board as he's running up and down the board, going straight into turns.
But you can't do that turn without leaning on the paddle like that. So the stand-up paddle longboarding theoretically can be even more radical than traditional longboarding.
Absolutely. Well, I would say it invariably is much more radical because, as you say, you've got a lot of leverage. You can really use it as a torque point to come off. As we got another rider up and running, this looks like Taka again. Hanging 10, a lot of style, arch back there, cross step turn. He's he's having a heyday out there. He's already got 14.84. I think that the judges' scores have been correct so far. They don't want to go too high because there's clearly the size of the wave has something to do with it. The length of the ride has a lot to do with it. But an 8.67 for that one great ride he got. But he's still going on this one. That was a smaller wave, but impressive.
Oh, for sure. I mean, and he's doing what they're asking for. I mean, we want to see nose riding. We want to see rail surfing. He kicked that wave off with an excellent nose ride and then laid it right on rail. I mean, if that's the requirement, he's delivering.
Absolutely, Steve, absolutely.
And so Matt Carpentier, he had, so we have live action with Carlos here. Carlos getting his toes up to the nose there. And then setting up for the power turn here. Again, the athletes are conforming to the judges' criteria. And they should. If they want to win this event, you've got to perform what the judges are looking for you. It seems, though, once again, if you go a little too far down the line to the left, is there a deep section over there?
Yeah, so it's sand bottom, obviously, this whole beach. With the pier that's there, the sand collects in different places and washes out in different places depending on the swell directions. But there is a deeper section between this there's a right and left that hits right at the top of the point where you can see Mathieu asking for a situation update. That's where the kind of peak is. And you can either go right or left. Generally, it starts off as a left and then goes into a right on this peak.
So here's the criteria of just, boom, rail surfing right there, right off of that. And Taka's already up to an 18, I believe, in his total heat score. I mean, he's got to be the man to beat in this longboard event just by the way he's been surfing today. But before you sat in here, Dave Bainey was quizzing me hard, trying to get my opinion. I'm not sure if he had an ulterior motive or not. Taka closing out that wave, and Guillermo on the F1. And again, you can see what I was talking about as it softens out in the corner. If you take it too far left, it hits that deeper section.
Yeah, like I said, in the outside, the left is a little more critical. You can get a nice drop and then almost one single turn, then it flattens out. Then it kind of
work your way
reconnects
back.
And then it turns into a right.
But it becomes a great longboard wave because of that.
It is, and stand-up longboard even more so because you're able to connect a little more. You've got a bit more volume, a bit more glide. You have the paddle if you absolutely need it. But generally, we're not looking to paddle in between sections. It needs to be smooth, progressive surfing. But yeah, as I said, you get into that deep section, and then there is another kind of more hollow right on the inside sandbar. that sometimes when it's bigger, it starts
look
to
at Matt.
connect.
I don't know if Matt has priority here, but look at this wave. I mean, this is setting up nicely. If he can get into it, he just can't. Well, let me get you back to the controversy, Dave's controversy, okay? And I think Dave Bainey may have had some ulterior motives here, but here's the way he laid it out. He said, Steve, is it fair for you on, say, a 10 by 27 at my size or a 10 by 28 to compete in this event with Taka on, say, a 9 by 22? And here we have someone paddling hard. Taka, it looks like, again. He's already got an 18, a 9.5. This is a smaller wave for Taka. Manufacturing a big score. I mean, this is as long a nose ride as anyone has had in the event on a smaller wave. And then he cuts it back, trying to avoid that deeper section. We'll see him bring it back around to the right, just because he's so good at reading this wave. Amazing footwork. And he'll bring this one all the way through to the beach. Nose riding through the right water, just sort of manufacturing a score like Luis Diniz was manufacturing through much of the shortboard event yesterday. So the reason going back to the question, the reason I say Dave might have an ulterior motive is I'm not sure Dave wants to compete against Taka on a 9.0 by 22. But my answer to Dave was not what he wanted to hear. I said, Dave, I should be allowed to ride what works for me, and Taka should be allowed to ride what works for him, because you would be penalizing Taka.
You know, it's an interesting question. We got Mathieu Carpentier on a wave there. Nice little opening kind of hang 5 into some turns to connect the sections there. Yeah, it's an interesting question. You know, we've been looking at it carefully and we're evaluating how best to proceed because we want to really differentiate stand-up longboard from regular longboard. And I think Taka understood that in terms of the way he's surfing and the way he's adapting. You know, clearly he's an exceptionally proficient longboarder, and he's a great stand-up paddler, having won the event yesterday. So it's really combining the two to find the right medium.
I'm not saying there's a right answer, by the way, and I think I gave the answer that Dave was not expecting, because I think that Dave was expecting me to say, Steve, make the criteria work in your advantage. And here we have Carlos nose riding through and making it through the section, getting to the open face. I'm going to carve it back with his big, powerful style.
Yeah, ultimately, I think the kind of surfing that's getting scored is what's going to drive what boards people ride. And that's what we're trying to do here this year particularly. You know, it's the third year of us doing longboard. First year was kind of as a one-off kind of try-it-out exhibition. Then we was like, okay, there's some traction with this. People want to do this. We did it last year, again, as more of an exhibition, but it was a cool event. This year is a lot more serious. There's prize money on the line. This is a real deal, and there's a real kind of discipline now. A lot of guys are still using more traditional longboards and paddling them because they're big enough to be able to stand on, like the likes of Taka. So that is the controversial question. How we address that moving forward in terms of potential width minimums, things like that, remains to be seen. I think that at the end of the day, if he's still stand-up paddling and he's not lying down paddling out and it's still part of it, I find it hard to say that a smaller kind of talented guy can't use a smaller board. But we also want to make sure that it doesn't become so difficult and extreme that it kind of makes another extreme discipline. You know, performance stand-up paddling already is a radical discipline, and you see a lot of guys using really small boards. We want to make sure that longboard stand-up paddling remains the most accessible and really fun and all-access kind of part of the sport.
Well, you and I come from windsurfing backgrounds, and I think windsurfing managed to kill itself by boards going so small and inaccessible for people. And then the professional stand-up paddling, most mortals can't ride those boards. Here we have Matt again, Carpentier. Super long nose ride from Matt, again meeting the judges' criteria. I mean, that was incredible athleticism just to make it through that. He's not going to get a special score for it, but surely an athletic surfer. And top 2 surfers advance in this heat, but the bottom 2 surfers are still alive because this is a double elimination format. So the top 2 advance and just skip around, and then the surfers that finish in 3rd and 4th in the next few heats end up having a sort of a repecharge round. So here's Carlos coming in, having a bit of fun. So no one's out. It's a double elimination, and the double elimination format I think it's a fun format. You know, someone like Matt, who's or you know, Guillermo, I mean, you travel from somewhere to the Canary Islands here. You pay for your plane ticket, you pay for your hotel room, and you hate to be done in 15 minutes or 20 minutes, you know?
No, absolutely. The repechage gives everybody, a couple of chances to kind of have fun and enjoy the conditions and see how they can go. And, sometimes your first heat is nerve-wracking and you make stupid mistakes and you want the ability to be able to come back. So the repechage is definitely a great format. It extends the competition, but I think it's a worthy extension. But some great surfing there by Taka Inouye, definitely setting the standard for the day. A couple of flawless rides, getting him into that excellent range, combination score of 18.17, which is really, really impressive. But I think, other guys to watch out for as we progress through this. Leo Jimenez, he got a 10-point ride last year in the longboard division here, so he's definitely going to be one to watch out for. And, of course, Benoit Carpentier is a phenomenal longboarder. Like Taka, he does the European circuit. I think he was European champion as well, so he's a phenomenal longboarder, and obviously a phenomenal regular stand-up paddler and foiler, and he does it all. He's a great waterman, Ben.
Yeah, it's going to be fun here. So here's a replay of some of the highlights, and there sure were a lot of Taka highlights in this heat.
That was his first wave. It came in at around a 6, I think, the whole thing. This was the one, I think, that came in high. Beautiful footwork there.
So this was that using the paddle, a turn that you just simply could not do on a traditional longboard, and even coming back around that quickly. And then this is an incredible nose ride in the top third of the wave. I mean, just classic nose riding here.
And you can see the trim of the board. Like there's no bobbles in his surfing. It's so smooth all the way through.
Look at him just casually hanging the paddle over. You can't do that on a standard longboard.
No, it allows for a little style factor to come in. An old friend of mine, Dwayne DeSoto, who was longboard world champion, and he was on our tour for a couple of years and on our advisory board, and we did a lot of stuff together. But he has a lot of style, and when he was first doing stand-up paddling, he would use that, like the paddle over the head, arch back, and it was, just a really cool another element that brought some flair to the sport. So we got a good heat coming up here. Burak Kilian, Vince Duschneit, Pierre Carpentier, and Ayo Santana.
I'm glad you pronounced all those names.
I don't know whether I did. I probably butchered a couple of them, but...
Well, Dave and I were apologizing. We do not speak French. We apologize in advance. We're doing our best.
So this is Ayo Santana. No relation, I don't believe, to Carlos Santana, but...
So I've seen a few of these Wasp branded boards. Is that a Canaries board or is it a Portuguese board? Do you know anything about it?
I think it's Spanish. I don't think it's Canaries, but I could be wrong, so I need to get the info on that. But we saw those guys. As we see the top two, they'll be advancing straight through to round 3. It's Mathieu Carpentier and Taka Inouye, yesterday's champion. And here we have rider in red. This is the young Burian Kiliak, or Buran. So this is one of the big French crew that the Carpentiers, like Mathieu, is very involved in sport development for the Surf Federation, particularly focused on stand-up paddling. So he's really helping to generate this new wave of French talent. You will have seen a lot of them in the main event and also in the under-21s with the finals coming up today. So great to see the work that Mathieu, Ben as well as a mentor, and the brother Pierre. Like it's a family affair. They're really pushing the sport forward. So a big shout out to those guys and thanks for all the work they do.
Yeah, Burak, was he? I think he was in the juniors as well, and he has a very nice style. His board looked good under his feet. I was saying that a lot on the webcast because they were almost. I mean, there were numerous styles of boards, but some boards were short and compact and rockered, and they just fit very well. As you ran along the rocks on the inside, they just fit that pocket so well. And then other guys had more traditional surfboard, professional surf style shapes, sort of slightly longer and less rockered, and it was interesting to see in some heats, though the smaller ones that with the more rocker and more width seemed to fit the pocket of the wave better, and then other heats, the more surfboard style boards. Sort of Benoit's type of flatter, longer board seemed to work. So it's kind of fascinating that even among the pro, when you look at the Surfing Pro Tour, there's not a lot of difference in the boards in just pure surfing. So to see the variety of boards that we had in the surfing competition here was pretty exceptional. We're even seeing a variety here. Look, Taka's holding a tri-fin. I think he's holding Benoit's board, and Matt's board, and Matt might be holding Taka's board with a single fin. We're seeing that FCS single fin. That's a pretty big fin for Taka to be pushing around. 11-inch. Did you see that?
Yeah, you know those longboards, those longboards with a lot of tail rocker, they like a bigger central fin, but you see he has no problem turning it. It's really narrow, like you were mentioning. So, this is one of the things that's going to be debated over the next few months as we lead into next year. Next year we will have 3 events on the tour and 3 longboard events on the tour, so it's going to become increasingly a legitimate part of, the whole schedule for the tour and the sport as a whole.
But at my size, At my size, I would rarely ride a fin larger than 10 inches, and I am probably twice Taka's size, and Taka was riding a fin larger than I would ride. So it's just extraordinary to me that Taka was riding an 11-inch fin. I would never ride a 10-inch fin, but obviously it's working for him,
No, I think longboards are just very different. You tend to use those fins have a lot of flex in it. You can see it's got a lot of flex in the tip. So it helps with a lot of this kind of style focus maneuvers he's doing as well. As we've got Ayo Santana on this one.
This is that Wasp board, I believe. Got a nice line on this one. Let's see if he hits the lip a bit here. And then you don't want to go too far down that line.
So this is the opening round of competition for the APP's Longboard SUP division. It's great to get the guys back in the water. We're back at La Cicère, which is just around the corner from the wave we've been at the last few days at El Lloret. It's a great venue, really consistent, and fun for surfers of all levels and all different types. So it's a really cool place, and it marks kind of the end of the huge Las Canteras beach here in the beautiful Las Palmas, capital city of Gran Canaria. So it's a really cool venue. It's a public holiday here in the Canaries today, so you'll see a lot of people milling around, coming to watch the action, and appreciate the spectacle we got going on here with.
So this point is called Las Canteras. Now, my Spanish isn't good enough to know what Las Canteras means. Do you know what it means?
I do have a rough idea, but I'm not going to even say it in case I'm wrong. So, but Las Canteras is actually the beach. It's all the way. It kind of marks the whole waterfront of the city as we see a replay of Ayo Santana. So we just got it from a reliable source that it's Los Mollitos is this little zone here. La Cicère is within that Los Mollitos zone, which is, of course, kind of marks the end of Las Canteras Beach. So it's a really beautiful area, and there's not many capital cities that sit right in front of surf breaks. So
and this is Vince up, I believe Vince is also another junior, possibly.
He's a junior. He's German by nationality, but he lives here in Gran Canaria, a resident here in Gran Canaria.
Yes, I met him in the board zone yesterday. Sort of an international, like you said, German, but living in Fuerte, and so and Burak is paddling for this one here. Another junior. Cross-stepping to the nose, getting a nice nose ride in. Let's see if we see another little nose ride, then a hard carve back to the whitewater. That was an excellent turn back into the whitewater for Burak, and this is turning out to be a great wave here. This wave's just setting up, and he's just sitting right in the pocket, banking it back and forth after multiple nose rides. So this is going to be one of the top waves of this heat so far, actually. And he's still going on this one, and he's still right in the pocket of it here. Could get another little, there it is, little hang five, and then finishes off with a float right on the sand. I think Burak just may have delivered the top scoring wave of this heat so far. And here we have Vince again, a local boy, German from here in the Canaries, and stylish surfing here. And Vince carving this one back. Wave kind of fizzled out on Vince, but it was fascinating. Vince did exactly what you want to do out here. And one of the cool things from Vince is that, like a lot of the surfers here in the Canary Islands, you do what conditions offer up. And so Vince is probably not afraid of a windsurf sail or a kite or a wing foil or anything. It sounded like he was up for whatever's available. Well, now we're going back to what I think may have been the best wave of this heat so far. 2 very fast nose rides, and then this wave just set up excellent turn right there. And then this wave just set up a little bowl in this corner that he was just able to work the bowl back and forth and back and forth. So we got 2 solid nose rides and then performance rail surfing off of that little bowl. And then the wave didn't give up on him. He got a nice front side run down the line here. A little step towards the nose and a little float on the beach, I believe. So he kind of got it all in here. So a nice wave for Burak. That's got to be the best wave of the heat so far. We'll see what the judges score that one.
Absolutely. Steve, I have to jump out for 2 seconds, so I'll leave you alone, but I'll be back in literally a couple of minutes. But keep enjoying the heat. I've just got to go check in with the judges, and I'll be right back.
Sounds great. Thanks, Tristan. Okay, we have an interview down with Tatiana and the last heat winner.
Welcome back, everybody. I'm here with Taka Inui, who just scored the highest scoring wave of the competition, a 9.5. Not only the highest scoring wave, but also the highest scoring heat total with a 9.5 and an 8.67. Congratulations, Taka. Tell me, how was it in the water?
Thank you. So my user board is very heavy, about 9 kilo. So very difficult to try to make a turn. Then I focused more my signature super hungry. Then I get the highest scores. I'm so happy.
It was incredible. Taka actually took home the world title for the SUP Surf division yesterday, so he is on an incredible roll. Tell me, how did you find the best waves in this heat?
Yesterday I'm so happy, and today I'm very tired. Yeah, then I changed my then so I enjoy the longboard surfing.
That's really important. It's really just relaxing and enjoying it, right? But also I think the Red Bulls are helping.
Gracias.
Thank you. Back to you guys in the studio.
Thank you, Tatiana. I'm curious to find out, I wonder if Taka borrowed a board, so if he scored an excellent heat on a borrowed board, because I'm not sure if they traveled from Japan with his longboard. So we'll have to get to the bottom of that to see if the Inoue family is actually borrowing longboards for the sea, or if they've rented them or whatnot. But, I mean, how incredible is that Taka could show up, get off an airplane, borrow a board, and score an excellent heat. Just incredible. So let's take a look. Yes, Burak on that wave scored a 5.5 to put him into the lead. The wave just really set up extremely well for Burak early on. Here it is again. Or this may not be the same wave, I don't know, but he had a wave, 2 sort of nose rides on the same wave. Let's see if this is it. Here he goes, stepping towards the nose. Yep, gets to the nose. He may get 2 nose rides on this. There's the second one, working his way to the nose, backing up. And then this wave just set up beautifully. And then this is the strongest top turn of the heat right here, hitting the section perfectly, unweighting. And then the wave just continued to deliver a little bowl section right off of the corner. And then he finished it off on the beach with the nose ride and a little floater. So he kind of delivered everything that the judges are seeking. So puts him up in a nice position if he can just find a backup score. And he has a 2.67, but he'll be in a good position to advance on through and miss the repecharge heat. Meanwhile, Pierre Carpentier, the third Carpentier brother, is also in this heat, and he has the second highest wave score in this heat. Pierre in the blue jersey.
actual está patrocinado por Red Bull, tu bebida energética en el archipiélago canario, la única que te da alas. Esta bebida se llama Red Bull.
There's a competitors area. Sebastian Gomez getting his jersey on. Sebastian decided last night that he wanted to be in the longboard division. Sebastian is actually borrowing a board. He did not bring a longboard here. Here, Barak looking for that backup score to that excellent wave. He's got another nice nose ride, very long nose ride. Comes out of it, completes it, manages to complete that maneuver, and he could take this wave all the way through. These things have been, some of them have been setting up for a quick nose ride, and he's setting himself up deeper in the wave, which is good positioning to get that nose ride all the way through, but it just didn't pay off for him.
Yellow, your third wave, 2.7.
So peeking ahead in the next heat, we have some excellent surfers coming. Here we have again Barak's wave. He's looking for a backup score to that very good wave of his. He gets a nice nose ride in, and he completes this off the top here. So I think this could improve on his second score and continue to keep him in the lead. Peeking ahead at the next heat, Tristan, who's just joining me back in the booth again, said that Leo Jimenez in the next heat. Did you say he had a 10 in this, or he won the event, the longboard, last year?
He got a 10 last year. I think he was in the final, certainly the semifinals. So there's a couple of Brazilians that are really, really exceptional. One of whom sadly couldn't make it this year, Leco Salazar. Quite a legend in the sport.
Absolute
he was 2012 legend. World champion. He was as well a professional longboarder before the stand-up thing started blowing up. But he was exceptional and won the event in its first year.
Here's the local surfer, Vince. With a nice-looking wave, nice-looking line, carves it back to the power section. Still an open face. Again, he's kind of getting that bowl as well that just allows you to hit it and carve back to the power section. So this is Vince's best wave. Sometimes when the left is doing that, it's just setting up just a little bowl where you can just continue to hit it and then bank to the power and hit it. And then from right here, you run it through to the inside. They've been getting a little nose ride, a little bit of a lip hit right onto the sand. That seems to be the optimal way to ride this wave, at least in this heat. And so I think that could potentially push Vince up into second place against one of the three Carpentier brothers.
Absolutely, yeah, absolutely. I was going to say on Vince's note, I remember him from last year. Definitely great to see the improvement in his surfing coming into this year. He was already great last year, but really connecting the wave really well this year, and it's great to see him still so passionate about it and pushing forward and really progressing. So it looks like we have this is Pierre Carpentier. So nice smooth style. Just getting a little caught up there, but he manages to save it.
They're also athletic, the Carpentier brothers.
And sporting what is known as a sunga in Brazil. The unique costume he's wearing. It's good to see it getting repped here in Gran Canaria in this event.
I love the phrase costume. It's an English, it's swimming costume is a perfectly acceptable British phrase, right?
100%. The Americans butchered the language.
Well, yeah, that's right. So, of course, in America, the phrase costume refers to something ridiculous that you would wear at Halloween. So when you say that, he's got quite an interesting costume, we think it's, it is an interesting costume for Halloween, right?
Well, I think in this sense it probably works both ways. So
yeah, I agree with you, Tristan. Oh boy. No,
it's funny. The sunga thing in Brazil is quite entertaining. I remember our partner in Brazil was wearing board shorts all week, and then on the last day I came down and he was in his sunga, and I came up and I was like, I knew you were wearing it, and he's like, I've been uncomfortable all week in my board shorts. So it's quite funny. As we got Ayo Santana on a wave, getting up to the nose there. Unfortunately, the wave petered out completely there. So he still somehow got some glide on it, even though the wave almost completely disappeared. This is Burak Kilian again, getting up to the nose nicely. Yeah, getting through that section really well.
He's been leading this heat, and he's been just working this in section, starting with the nose ride, and then this little bowl he manages just to sit in this very small space and work it well. It's kind of been his go-to. And then he sets it up he keeps himself right behind the whitewater, right here, and sets up a nose ride if he can. I mean, it's textbook, and then he gets a little off the top. I mean, it's like I've seen this movie before, right? I mean, but it's really the way to do it. He's leading this heat by following that formula. Vince, by the way, was rewarded with a 2.5 for his last wave, so that does not improve Vince's situation. So Pierre remains in second. In fact, Pierre improved on his situation with a 3.8. Here's Barak again following the formula.
Yeah, and that was a tricky section to come through. He did well not to get caught up there. It kind of it sort of broke and then pushed up from underneath him. Really easy to get kind of knocked off in that kind of situation. But Burak Kilian able to kind of cruise through that section quite well. Yeah, I think Pierre, you can tell, has got a very natural surf style. I think that flow that he has is definitely helping with his scores. But Burak definitely linking together the best waves of the heat so far. So we're the heat leader as we stand. We've only got 4 minutes left, so still all to play for. But at the moment, Burak in the lead, Pierre in second. He'll be hoping to get another good score. Vince got priority.
So Barak, like we say, has unlocked the formula here. He's getting the long nose ride. He's staying right in that bowl on the left and then setting it up for a long run on the right.
Here we see Pierre taking off on this one. You can see just, really in tune with his board, edging up towards the nose. Unfortunately, just burying the nose a little bit there as he was trying to hang 5.
So I bring up that formula to you, Tristan, because I wanted to ask you how much the tides affect this particular spot. Like, that formula is working right now in this heat at this moment. But even in the next heat, could that formula be over? Or how do the tides affect where we are here in the Canaries?
They're big tides, and they have a huge impact. I think the formula remains the same, but how you play your cards change. So the sections you need to watch out for. And you got to watch this wave all day just to see how it's evolving, because it does evolve considerably as the tide changes.
Now, what is the tide change here? I know in Brittany, for example, it can be as much as 10 meters in some areas, and we're not that far away from that type of...
No, I think it's less, but it's significant, but it's nothing, that Brittany and kind of west coast of Cornwall and in the UK, that is a radical area. The Bristol Channel and stuff, I can't remember what it is. I think it's 16 meters, if I remember, and that's where you get that 7 bore, because the tides are so extreme. It creates that really long wave down the river.
I did some work in Guernsey and Jersey. Are you familiar? Have you ever been to Guernsey or Jersey?
I've never been. Embarrassingly so.
But the tides, so they're off the sort of southwest coast of England, and the tides, like you said, could be 12 plus meters. The entire bay empties out as far as the eye can see. It's almost as if there is no ocean. And then by the time the tide comes fully in, you're walking along the Corso, along the street, and there's a seawall, and you feel like the water's going to come over the seawall at the high tide. It's just, I don't know how you even plan to surf, because your window is 30 minutes at this spot, get in the car, 30 minutes at that spot. I haven't lived in a place like that.
Yeah, it's crazy. I went to university in Wales and Llanganeth Beach, which is on the west coast of the Gower Peninsula. It would be a 20-minute walk at low tide, and it would be right at the car park at high tide. So it's because it's a really shallow shelving beach. It's just absolutely nuts.
Well, in order for you to surf more than an hour, you need a shallow shelving beach, right?
You could surf all states of the tide. You just had a long walk to do it. But actually, in Brittany, when we used to hold the event in La Torche, where Benoit and his family are from, we used to have to move the judging tower every 2 hours.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, so we had it intense, because anything else was impossible, because it was just such a big difference.
So we have Vince here, and Vince is just the time is running out on him. But nice cut back to the power section of the wave. Local boy here. Vince is a big kid too. I met him in the Well, a lot of times in stand-up, we've seen a lot of the competitors be relatively small. Being smaller on the pro division seems to be a bit of an advantage. They can ride such low-volume boards. But being small doesn't necessarily have to be an advantage on these bigger boards. It's almost like the longboard division evens things out because a bigger guy has more leverage over the board to meet that performance criteria.
Yeah, I think it's interesting. Every discipline is different, and every conditions, all conditions are different. I think back to the early days of the tour and when we used to have the events in Tahiti and big surf and sunset as well. Big surf, the bigger kind of stature guys.
Yeah, the Big Wave Dave and such, yeah.
Yeah, I'm thinking specifically of the ex-Aussie Rules football player, Big Wave Dave. Really old friend of mine, great friend of mine. He is a huge guy. I feel like a midget when I stand next to him. So, and he showed that he could throw buckets of spray on these giant boards in really powerful surf. So, I think it just depends on the day. But when we're looking at small conditions and short boards, yes, it's difficult for a bigger guy to be competitive. But this longboard division definitely balances it out, as you said, and sometimes weight can be an advantage. As we've got, Burak, beautiful style there, but unfortunately just couldn't quite pull it back.
I mean, it was his heat, I mean, he unlocked the key. He unlocked the secret to scoring, and he advances for that. He and Pierre skip around here, and now we move into Heat 3, and here we go. Some highlights from the previous heat from Burak, and you'll see only the last wave here.
He went for the style points, looks sick, and actually just almost pulls it, just gets a little caught there.
Yep, just walked on the inside rail a little bit too much.
You could see the frustration. He was kind of crying as he went down, but I don't think he's got anything to worry about. He won that heat quite comfortably. Pierre Carpentier stays in the mix as well, both of them advancing directly through to round 3.
Well, I think Burak, with he already had plenty of good scores under his belt. You might as well go for it a little more on that last one and potentially increase your advantage. So you were telling me Leo Jimenez is a super solid longboarder and one of the guys to look out for.
Yeah, here's our highlights from this last heat.
Ayo Santana, and then Burak. This is one where he had, I think, 2 nose rides, and then this is where we saw him unlock this is where he figured it out. This corner just kept giving back to him, right back to the power section, right back to the power section. Very small little corner, but he had it nailed, and then he figured out he could go front side. So he repeated the formula.
Yeah, and you can see nice smooth surfing. He's using the full length of the board. He's remaining in the critical section of the wave, and he's combining maneuvers. So he's fitting his surfing to the criteria perfectly. Definitely the most active athlete in that last heat as well. Caught a lot of waves.
He did, yeah.
Looks like his board's a little bigger too. I must admit, I love riding a 10-foot at home when it's small waves, and I'm heavier, so I like riding a bigger board. But here's our lineup for this next heat: Leonardo Jimenez, Paco Gil Alonso, a local favorite here. Great to have him back in the event. Sebastian Gomez from Peru. I think it's his first time riding a stand-up longboard. He took his sponsor Dave Bainey's board out. But it'd be interesting to see how he surfs on that. Leonard Nica from Italy, now resident in Peniche. So great lineup in this heat. Be interesting to see what happens.
You say he took his sponsor's board out, and when you say he took can imply a few things. He literally did take Dave's board out. Like, Dave and I showed up at the beach, and Dave said, he looked out of the lineup and he said, "Oh, that looks like my board. Someone's surfing on." I mean, he did not know that Sebastian had taken his board. But the thing is that Sebastian has never ridden that board until this morning before the event. And I would say it's a pretty high volume board for Sebastian because...
Sorry, quickly, we got eyes on a very happy champion there. That's Luchi Cozoletto, the Argentinian who won her first world title yesterday here on the APP World Tour. She's been so close for the last years. It was great to see her finally achieve it yesterday, and she did it in style.
Deservedly so, too. I mentioned over and over on the webcast, her technique was impeccable. She just kept herself perfectly in the pocket of the wave. And, it was like she was not going to perform poorly because her technique was so good. So you see, like, a lot of here we have Yellow Leonard from Italy via Peniche, or vice versa. getting his nose right in. He's trying to work. Maybe he saw the formula Barak worked as well. May get a second nose right in and then hopefully get that corner. He saw the formula, I bet you.
Yeah, talented athlete, Leonard, great all-rounder, really, really strong racer back in the day. He's taken a bit of a step back from racing these days, really passionate about stand-up surfing. Runs a surf school in Peniche as he works this one through to the inside. You can see his paddle stroke is more active and efficient than a lot of guys because he's so used to racing.
Yeah, for sure. Race style, cadence, and technique as well. So, but again, he was following somewhat the blueprint that Barak had laid out in the previous heat. So we'll see if the rest of the guys carry on with that.
Yeah, so great to have the local crew in the event here. This event is, open to everyone to come in and join, so it's great to have these local athletes join. Paco, that was a close-up of Paco. Really great guy, great ambassador for the sport over here. As I think that is Sebastian Gomez trying to get into that one out the back here. See if he's got Bainey's magic sauce on his new deal.
Remember, this is Dave's board, and Dave probably weighs a good, 25 pounds. 10 kilos more than Sebastian. So it's a big board for Sebastian.
Yeah, I think, like I was saying earlier, I personally like to ride a much bigger board. I ride an old 10-foot. There you see Pierre rocking his bodyboard outfit or costume.
His costume, yes.
Yeah. But he rocks it proudly. A great character, funny guy, great sense of humor. The Carpentier family, all of them. It's a great family unit. Benoit's been on tour for the last 12 years. He was 14 years old when he first started on the tour in La Torche in his hometown.
I would give him so far that is the most striking swimming costume of the event.
He's definitely the best dressed.
Best dressed, that's correct.
But yeah, no, going back to boards, I ride an old 2008 somewhat beat up Surf Tech kind of longboard style SUP board, a single fin, but I absolutely love it.
Is it the Takayama model, or what? Do you know who made it?
I don't even think it's that developed. It's like one of the stock. It was the original ones that they kind of transformed it from being a big longboard to a stand-up board, made it a little wider. It's 28 wide by 10 foot long.
Right. No, those were. Is it called an Ali'i? Do you remember?
Don't think so.
Those were the very first ones.
Could be. I don't know, but I know it actually rides super well, it's you're able. It turns really smoothly. You can ride the nose really easily.
Here's Sebastian again, a little bit out on the open face on this one. I'm sure he's still just getting Dave's board figured out because it's literally Dave's board. So not a bad ride from Sebastian, but probably not a keeper knowing his surfing ability.
Yeah, you'll probably see him improving through the day as he gets used to riding a bigger board. Quite a few of these athletes are actually borrowing boards. Leonard Nika as well. I think he either rented a board or borrowed a board from someone.
Now, hang on a second. You were telling me that Sebastian is not familiar with riding a bigger board. Now, tell me about what he was up to in Peru.
Yeah, he is a great all-rounder, and one thing Sebastian is, and he really is the leading force in the stand-up paddle world as far as chasing big surf. He rides some of the craziest barrels in Puerto Escondido, all over the place, and at home in Peru, obviously. But he was invited to a prestigious regular big wave contest, so regular prone paddling big wave at the El Bue, it's called, up in Pico Alto in the north of Peru. And he went over there and he was winning. He got all the way through the finals and he was winning the heat until his uncle claimed seniority, managed to get a better wave and just took him out of the top spot. But super impressive because he hadn't paddled a gun for several years, I think. He's been purely stand-up paddling.
Here he goes again. So he's going to be getting better with each individual wave here, I bet you.
Yeah, slightly different from El Bue right now.
Slightly different, exactly. Just a little bit. Sebastian with his Black Project paddle. He's making it through, and he's hitting that corner that we've seen work on the first couple heats here. And then guys have been taking that and then hooking it right. Sebastian bails on that one, though. And then, Tristan, you and Sebastian last night were talking about, I don't know much about these. I wasn't in on the conversation, but...
We've got an interview, Steve, so we're going to throw it down to Tatiana on the beach with the winner of the last heat.
Welcome back, everybody. I'm here with Burak Kilian, who is our second male to pass through to round 2 in the SUP Longboard division. Congratulations, first of all. But I wanted to ask you, in the water, what do you think gave you the upper hand over the other athletes today?
Yeah, thank you. In the water, it was difficult because the waves are small. But I tried to do some nose rides at the beginning of the wave because after it's more difficult. So yeah, my strategy was to do a nose ride after some turn and maybe a last nose ride at the end. But yeah, I'm super happy.
Yeah, well, that strategy definitely worked for you. Now, Burak is actually competing in the SUP Surf Finals today as well. How are you balancing the two divisions?
Yeah, I think it will be hard because I have a lot of hit today. And yeah, I'm excited to do the final because we are 3 French in the final. But yeah, I will try to... reposer, comment dire reposer? To rest a little bit for the final, and yeah, it will be fun.
Well, I know you've got 3 French teammates alongside you. How are you going to put your friendship aside and concentrate on the competition in those times?
Yeah, it's difficult because they are my friends. But yeah, in the water there is no friends, and yeah, we will try to fight and yeah.
Cool. Well, you heard it here first. There are no friends in the water. Well, congratulations. We look forward to seeing more of you today. Back to you guys in the studio.
Told us he had the strategy that we saw he was having. He said, I let it off with a nose ride. I got a few turns in, and then I tried to do a nose ride again on the inside. So he unlocked the key. Here's Sebastian trying to follow that same technique, finishing it off right on the sand.
Yeah, so going back to Sebastian and actually his roots in Peru, I know his dad really well. He used to compete in the early days of the tour, so it's a family affair for the Gomez's. But yeah, he's really passionate about the origins of Peruvian surfing. As we've got another rider on the wave now. This is Leonardo Jimenez. You can see him driving off the bottom, really critical turn there. So using the progressive side of the longboarding criteria there. And you'll see the wave kind of peter off and then start to reform. So he's waiting for the reform, little nose to get through the flat section and cutting back into the white water again. And now he's making the most of the left. This goes all the way to the beach, so he tries to get a little bit, another section on the inside for something. So smooth walking up and down the nose there, and some nice critical turns.
Well, you called it there. I mean, you said he was either a finalist or had a 10 last year, and Taka had an incredible heat with an 18-plus heat score, so an excellent heat score earlier. And I think that Leo's first hit, this vertical, it may have been the most powerful hit of the longboard event right there. So. I mean, Taka's waves may have been a bit more complete top to bottom, so the wave itself may not go excellent, but it's very excellent longboarding here. And he's completing all of the criteria of both nose riding and radical surfing.
But I think there's 2 things at play here. You'll see the difference in the board. That is a dedicated stand-up paddle board. It's not just a longboard. So it allows him to get more drive off the bottom, to get a bit of more snap through the lip. So just what we were talking about earlier, and how a board may be advantageous in some ways and then not in other ways. That he gives him a little bit more drive and snap through the lip. But then you'll see the fluidity of Taka with that kind of more longboard style, single fin, really flex fin.
So this is interesting. I mean, We've been talking fins. This is looks like a prototype possibly from Benoit. And we've got some carbon 4.5s on the side, and that's about a 9 in the middle there. I can't read it, but it's a sort of a
No, it's an 8. It looks like so smaller. Oh no, maybe not. Maybe not.
What do we see? We're zooming in 7.2.
Oh, 7.2, even smaller.
7.2, yep. So, I mean, it's a good blend of progression and nose riding. I mean, and I think that's kind of what you're driving for, Tristan, today. And so Benoit is basically playing into that criteria. So we saw Leo on his wave smack that wave with more power than we saw Taka hit the waves with. But Taka was riding a single fin, 11-inch single fin. It's really hard. It's hard for me at my size to get an 11-inch single fin to go vertical. And at Taka at half my size, it would be very difficult to go straight up and down.
Well, I think he's capable of going straight up and down, but the it doesn't have the same traction, that flex and that flow of the way the board rails are in the tail and that fin make it just like a smoother transition rather than being a driving radical turn. As we got Leonika getting up to the nose, a little bit of a flatter wave there, kind of bottom, really going flat there and almost not breaking, but looks like he'll be able to stay with it.
He's got a nice line in front of him. It's funny, different camera angles. You know, you see the drone angle and you see a nice line, and see the straight-on angle, we don't see that line. And but ultimately, you're right. It did fizzle out on him. So let's kind of see where we stand here. And Leo got a 7.17 on his last wave there. So getting rewarded for the vertical lip hit and the nose rides. And then we're looking at 3.5 range across the board for Sebastian and Leonard Nika, and then we're still waiting on some scores for Paco.
Yeah, I think Leo Jimenez from Brazil, he also kind of features that trademark Leco Salazar and all the Brazilian style actually of being really vertical in their approach. They go to 12 o'clock really easily. So I think it's a combination of technique but also board design. You know, Leco kind of started that when he first joined the tour in 2010. His
boards were bigger and longer too, but he still ripped them.
Exactly. He was a longboard surfer. He knew how to ride a big board, and that trademark just coming off the bottom, real, almost like a flick right up 12 o'clock and floating over the lip. That was such a smooth Leco kind of approach, as opposed to potentially like a Mo Freitas that you saw a couple of years later that was just full rail grunt drive, a different approach. The end result was the same in the sense they got up in the lip, just one more kind of rail engaged. And
I never really saw it penalize Leco on the entire tour, by the way. And I remember watching a final in BVI, and here we go. Sebastian, again, on Dave Bainey's borrowed Infinity SUP. And Sebastian getting better and better with each wave he rides on that board. Nice turn right there, paddle transition.
Yeah, looks like we got Leo Jimenez just behind him. We'll get a look at that wave in a second here. And there's that final turn.
But just going back to talking about the BVI final, and Sean Pointer was having a great event through that final. Up until the final or the semifinal. I can't remember exactly where Leco and Sean met. But Sean decided to take out a slightly smaller board that would be more like a Mo Freitas sized board, and what you saw was Leco's flow was just all there, so smooth through each wave, and Sean was kind of chasing from behind, didn't have the power, didn't have the glide that the bigger boards that these, like you're seeing Sebastian have, the glide it has, and the glide that Leo Jimenez's board has. And so what I'm saying is I think that, here we go,
this is the full replay of that wave that Leo got behind Sebastian. Nice opening turn, slashing top turn, so super aggressive and performance stand-up paddle surfing there. Unfortunately, got a little caught up in the whitewater, but that first turn on longboard really almost busting out the tail, which is showing the progression side of the criteria.
You can see in the scores here that he's getting rewarded for those hits. You don't need to take it all the way to the beach if you're delivering that kind of performance. But just hopefully I was clear on that. But Leco's surfing in BVI was so clean. Sean moved to a smaller board, and it seemed like he was getting stuck behind sections and paddling and working so hard. Ended up ultimately losing that heat and ultimately losing the world title that year. And it may potentially, I mean, it comes down to a lot of things, but it could potentially have come down to board choice, where Leka was just so smooth in all conditions, and Sean's board was just not as smooth at that event, at that wave.
Here's that turn again from Leo. You can see full commitment, laying the inside rail in and throwing a lot of spray. So nice opening turn. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to complete it well, but that was a beautiful opening turn from Leo.
Great example of what you were talking about, a board designed for stand-up paddle surfing. There's no way you could have done that turn with a longboard without your paddle.
No, it's a lot crisper turn. You know, it's got like that grab that really enables him to get that traction and spray. As Sebastian Gomez on another wave, little kind of cheetah 5, not quite up to the top, to the nose, but managing to keep his weight forward to get through that flak section.
And again, I mean, Sebastian's learning this board with every wave. And right now he's still in an advancing position, even though he's unfamiliar with the equipment. He's just such a talented surfer. And, he made the decision late to even enter. And he's in an advancing position with Leo.
So Leo getting another wave here. Looks a little bit flat this way, but the conditions are small and challenging, so you kind of want to make sure you're maximizing every opportunity. And again, another hit. You saw how he was able to carve into that lip pretty aggressively. Again, thanks to the board design. But it's been interesting actually, Steve, since we started, the early days of what was initially called the Stand Up World Tour. Back in 2010, we had an athlete meeting before sunset. And there was a couple of really interesting things that came out in the meeting, which people might find quite funny now. But we'll wait for that as we see Leo Nica up on the nose. A little bit of style there, a little bit of Italian style and swagger as he carves back into the power source there. But unfortunately, the wave peters away. But yes, a couple of funny stories from that meeting. One, I proposed that we should give a wild card to a young up-and-coming talent. And everybody screamed at me saying it was unfair that all the kind of traditional uncles of the older Hawaiians were just like, man, he needs to earn his place. And I said, we have the option for a wild card. We want to embrace the future. This is a young kid coming up. I pushed it through. The guy went on to win Sunset and win the first world title. His name was Kai Lenny. Some people might know him. That was the first controversial contest. Was
that the event that like Jamie O'Brien and Makua Rothman and all those guys were in? Or was
everybody was in there. All the uncles in Hawaii. We had a 48-man trials to get into the main event. It was an exciting time for the evolution of stand-up paddling.
Yeah, these guys are the legends of Hawaiian surfing that we're talking about. And I think at first, I mean, just from the outside, I think they were taking it as a bit of a joke, like Makua. And I don't know this, but what I'm saying is that, hey, this is a chance to surf Sunset with 4 other people in the water. So looking back, replay of Leo, little Italian style, getting that toe. Is that toe going to make it up to the nose? Let me get that toe all the way up there. No paddle involved on the wave face. Hands behind his back. And then he steps out of it. A nice nose ride, but then the wave just ultimately, Mother Nature, it petered out on him. But what I'm getting at is I think that some of those Hawaiians thought, oh, the stand-up thing, I can do this and I can go win this event. I can take some prize money and have a bit of a laugh. And then they realized that there's actually a lot more talent involved in this thing than they expect. I could be wrong. I'm just a Floridian sitting here.
No, actually, I can give you the backstory on it. It was taken seriously because in those days, the guys that were kind of being pulled towards stand-up paddling was definitely the traditional waterman crew. It was the Makaha guys, Brian Kialana, Achika Lepa, Mel Pu'u.
And that's natural because at Makaha, they ride
they were already doing it.
Every craft and craft that you haven't even thought of before.
Exactly. Yeah. Another stylish nose ride from Leonard Nica. So showing a little bit of Italian flair there. It's nice to see.
So I think we're ending up in a little bit of a battle between Leo and Leonardo Nica and Sebastian Gomez here. So we'll see. That score may matter. We're down to 3.5 minutes left in the heat, and the two scores between these two surfers are very, very close.
Well, yeah, I think just to wrap up that topic, I was saying, the other interesting thing coming back to it kind of relates back to board design was that the other topic that got brought up was, you got to think back to a time where your average stand-up board was in the 9-foot range.
Bigger than that even, potentially.
Yeah, that was like the thing.
Sunset.
That was the short one. But, Kai was riding an 8-something, I think. It might have been a 9, but I think it was an 8-something. And there was a few other guys riding smaller boards. And actually, Kainoa Beaupré, you might not remember, he was he was riding a 6'8", or at least in the second year of the tour. It was really wide and trippy board, but you had the likes of Bonga Perkins, in the meeting saying, look, I think we should have a 9-foot minimum. So it was quite an interesting time for the sport. We felt that it was too early to kind of define the parameters of the sport, and the evolution we saw in 2 years was mind-boggling, just in terms of board design and everybody jumping on it and the growth of the sport. And we got Leonard Nika making the claim for a direct pass to round 3. Yeah, he's got these nose rides down. Unfortunately, just gets a little caught up in the lip there, but definitely going for style points along with that ride.
So 2 comments. I mean, it's Bonga Perkins, the one looking for the 9-foot minimum. But to know the backstory there, Bonga Perkins is multiple-time world longboard champion.
Exactly.
The guy knows how to ride a board over 9 feet. Now, 2 points. One is that a 9-foot minimum seems ridiculous on the pro tour right now because everyone's riding boards in the 7-foot range. But now today, in today's competition, it's come all full circle for Bonga Perkins, the former longboard world champion, that here we are with a 9-foot minimum in the longboard competition. So just kind of funny how all that all works out, right? Comes back around. Here we see Leo again with that long-nosed ride, but just gets kicked out the back. But, that's what you've got to do if you're going to hold that position on a nose ride. You really need to have this balancing act where that tail of the board is practically out the back of the wave, particularly on small waves like this. And it's almost more difficult to nose ride in really small waves, more technical, maybe not difficult, but more technical because you almost have to have part of the tail hanging out the back.
This wave particularly is quite challenging, as we see. This is Paco coming in for his wave. Here especially is tricky because it goes from quite steep and where you're going to poke the nose. He's doing the old school riding backwards. Style points there for Paco. Loving it. That's awesome. But yeah, here is particularly difficult because you go for these little sandbars that pop up in the middle of the wave where it gets a bit critical when you think it's going to be really flat, and vice versa as well. Nice little drop knee turn from Leo, showing the merging of tradition and innovation. So a nice dominant performance here from Leonardo Jimenez, definitely showing these.
That was the patented Leco kind of flick right there.
Exactly.
Because it's kind of a tail slide flick, and then it slides back. I mean, I really feel like Leco patented that one, and the rest of the Brazilians, oh my goodness, look at that right there. I mean, there's no way a traditional longboarder could do that.
No,
and then to follow it up with 2 of those, 3.
You could argue on that wave that was more of a straight performance SUP surfing wave. But he's putting it together. He kind of saw what the wave had to offer, and honestly, that was probably the best choice of maneuvers.
And so here's Sebastian. I don't know if these are highlights or if this is live action here.
Yeah, this is, I think, looking back at the heat.
Right. Yeah, we were saying as he was just getting it figured out, like, the nose is actually 6 inches further up there.
Yeah.
But Sebastian does enough to advance, it appears. And so, Leo clearly, there he is, happy. Leo clearly took this. This must be some highlights of Leo from the heat. So then, Tristan, you're the boss man. You have the last say in these things, I think. And so how do we take a wave like this, a maneuver like that, which is just exceptional, top drawer, as good as it gets, and then you have Taka with his nose rides, top drawers, as good as it gets. Where are the judges? How do you judge that? How do you? And I'm genuinely asking. I don't have the answer.
Well, look, Steve, I'll tell you that I'm not a judge, so I leave that to the professionals. That's why I employ the top judges that we have that really love the sport and are passionate about the sport and want to see it evolve.
And importantly, they did very specifically lay out the criteria.
They did.
To the guys this morning.
Well, we've been involved in kind of molding what the kind of structure for the sport is from the very beginning. We sort of created the format. We were the first surf events. We were the first surf tour. We're the only surf tour. We've been building this from the beginning. We did the same thing with the performance SUP surfing and have evolved it over the years. Now we're really, focused on trying to get this longboarding right. I think the most important thing, and for me, with the waterman background of what we wanted to create, is to look at a wave and is how can we maximize the use of this wave. What is the wave giving? Not forcing anything. Everything links. And in my eyes, the surfing that I saw from Taka this morning was pretty impressive, because I felt like every single maneuver he performed was exactly what that wave called for. He nose rode through the right sections. He cut back into the lip at the right sections. He hit the lip at the right sections. Leo's definitely going to have a bit of flair on his, with those critical crisp turns. But the overall perspective, and I think it's showed in the scores as well. You saw Leo with about a 12.67 score total and Taka at 18. And I think that's reflective of the combination of flow and maneuvers that Taka was able to put together in that first shooting.
You did not see much nose riding out of Leo, and you did not see a whole lot of cross stepping in the kind of traditional portion of it as well. So I see what you're saying there.
Yeah, we're looking back at this kind of satellite site. So we have a central event site with the APP pool in the middle, and then we had the two options of La Cicer, which is what you're looking at right now, Los Mollitos, as we were told earlier. And that's looking back at the metropolis of Las Palmas. And here's our lineup for the next heat. Benoit Carpentier from France, Dave Bainey from California, legend, founder of, boss of Infinity SUP boards, Saverio Di Mauro, and Gilbert Antonio Ponce, I think it is. So another interesting heat. It's going to be great to see Dave in action. Dave's been a big driving force in the longboard movement as well. He's a passionate multi-sport guy too. Loves to longboard, loves to shortboard, loves to foil, loves to regular stand-up surf. He tells me most of the time he's on his stand-up longboard these days, so which is great to hear.
But he's been injured a bit. He just put his first day on the water a day or two ago. He doesn't have much time in, is my point, and but it sure looked like he was surfing on point the other night when I took a couple photos. And out there this morning, he did lay out a monster carve as well. So Dave at 47 years old, 48 years old, he not the youngest man in the competition. But,
spring chicken, Steve, spring chicken.
But his surfing doesn't look old like that for sure. I mean, he is the style master. He's been in the sport since the beginning. Infinity has been making competitive boards in all classes: racing, surfing, longboard SUP, recreational SUPs, hardcore performing SUPs. So Infinity's been very busy, and I appreciate that. I actually early on in the sport, I went to Tavarua. I went to Namotu, and okay, here we have the live action here. Someone's paddling in.
This looks like it could be, who is this here?
This is Saviero?
Yep, Saverio Di Mauro. So, yeah, not a great wave there. He had to paddle all the way because it didn't really form up very well for him, unfortunately, there. But good effort to stay in it. Nice little slashing turn there from Saverio. It's a very Italian name. I'm thinking he must be Italian.
Right, for sure. So just to finish up on that story, so I'm about to go to Fiji, and there's swell in the forecast.
That's a rough life, Steve.
And I know, right? And I didn't, I can't take a production board to a real wave like this, and so I reach out to Infinity because Patrice Chanzé I don't know my French, but Patrice from Tahiti was riding Infinities, and he was on the cover of all the magazines. So I called Infinity out of the blue, and I said, I see Patrice rides a board that works in real waves. Can you make me a board at my size? And he says, oh, sure. Yeah, no, I talked to Steve Bainey, Dave's dad. And Steve Bainey says, Patrice's Rockers Magic. Here we go, live action here. Benoit Carpentier. style master along with Dave here. Longboard champion, makes it look so easy, almost makes it look too easy. Beautiful footwork from Benoit, but also paddle work to stay with it. And
I was going to say what I think you'll see from Benoit is that perfect combination of critical and traditional, being a kind of connoisseur in both and very much focused on the development of SUP longboard. As we see our competitor in yellow, Gilbert, making his way all the way to the inside.
Getting a little toe on the nose there. So I call up Steve Bainey. Steve says, "Oh yeah, no, Patrice has the magic rocker, and I'll make you aboard with them." Here's Dave Bainey himself. Here's the Infinity Man himself. My co-commentator, Dave, kicking it out on this one here. But Steve says, "Oh, Steve, yeah, of course. I'll just make you aboard with Patrice's rocker." And I'm thinking, I'm a Floridian, Tristan. I'm not a Maui boy like you. I'm not riding Jaws every day. I'm not a big wave surfer, if I'm honest with you, right? And Dave says, "Oh, sure. You just need Patrice's magic rocker." And I thought, no, if it's a wave that's the right wave for Patrice, it's not the right wave for me. Here we have another.
This is Gilbert, yellow. This is a replay of his last wave. Little slashing turn, stays in the power source. Not the most scoring potential on this wave. The conditions are definitely challenging. But what's great about this longboard division is you can still have fun regardless of the conditions, and that's showing here. Everybody, plenty of opportunity. On a shortboard SUP, this would be absolutely horrible. So, great to show the diversity in the sport and the ability to attack everything. As we've got Benoit Carpentier looking to take on this wave, really flowing style. Just there's no kinks in the way Benoit rides on any kind of board, actually.
Yeah, just perfect surfing there. And again, he just makes it look so easy. And I assume he'll take this one all the way through because that's what Benoit does.
And you can see the real kind of smooth walking up and down the board that he does. There's no Benoit is literally one of the smoothest servers, and I think on the tour at the moment. Really, really a pleasure to watch.
So to finish it up, this is me on the Patrice Chanze rocker. I'm showing Tristan a photo, and I needed the rocker. This is my custom Infinity.
That's awesome.
And this is a very old photo. This is swimming pools on the inside. Yep. People were towing at Tavarua that day. So here's a replay of Benoit's wave. Nice cross step. So easy looking. I wonder, when he makes it look so easy. It's not easy to punch through that. When all the water's flowing over the deck of the board like that, to just have the self-confidence to stay with it and know that it's going to bust through to the open face. And then a little progression here.
Yep.
Sets it up to the right and works it all the way through so easily. Beautiful footwork, and then finishes off with a little floater right on the sand ultimately. It looks so easy, but the judges may score that one very well. And it all comes down to Benoit's surfing. So, what do you think? Did I need Patrice's nose rocker on this board?
You definitely needed Patrice's nose rocker. But we've got Dave Bainey making the use of his
Dave,
rocker here.
That's it.
Little style kick out there, head dip into the white water. But yeah, no, rocker is key. And Benoit, speaking of rocker, Benoit's been so involved in board design over the years. But let's look at this. This is Saverio, I think. Di Mauro. Connecting this one through, unfortunately just petering out on him there. But yeah, Benoit's been really involved in the board design with Starboard, developing the kind of this new generation of stand-up paddle longboards. And you can see the work paying off. The boards look super smooth, really fun to ride. What I also noticed on that last ride is Ben has got quite a close-together stance when he's riding his longboard.
Right.
As we see Dave getting up to the nose.
A little toes on the nose. A smooth little cutback, the style master, Dave Bainey. 48's not too late. He's getting a nice turn in. Dave is more than on the board. That may bring him into top 2 in this heat. And the nice thing for Dave being not the youngest competitor is that if you can finish top 2, you get to skip around. Get to skip a heat, and look at this, finishes out with that nose ride right on the sand. Love it, seeing my co-commentator.
So we have Tatiana on the beach with the winner of our last heat, Leonardo Jimenez.
Welcome back, everybody. I'm here with Leo Jimenez, who just passed through to round 2 of the event. Now, Leo is one of our stronger competitors in the SUP Longboard division. Definitely one to watch out for. Last year, he actually scored a 10-point ride in his heat. So, with that experience, how did you feel coming into this year's event?
I'm really happy to be here again and compete in the SUP Longboard with strong scores, like she said, 10 points in the last year. And I'm here with a new board. The last year I bought a board like the school board, and now I have my own board of SUP Longboard. That's a new advance by Neck Carboni. And I feel like very good on this heat and do some big returns, and yeah, that's it. Let's go to the next round.
Well, if you can score a 10-point ride on a borrowed board from town, I can only imagine what you can do with this. Now, how did you adapt to the conditions in the water, because they're a little bit tricky there today?
Yeah, it's not many waves there, so I have to find like the best wave there. And that's difficult to find this wave here, but yeah, luckily I just found two waves, and yeah, that's it.
Well, congratulations, Leo. Look forward to seeing you in the upcoming heats.
Thank you.
Back to you guys in the studio.
Thank you, Tatiana. Great interview. Good to hear from Leo there. As you can see, he took the success of last year to get him into kind of getting his own boards going in Brazil. So good to see that. And I think something else I noticed from that, he's a Black Project rider.
I was just going to ask you about, but basically I also wanted to give Leo credit for his sponsors, because he had his Black Project paddle an inch from his face and the new Advanced logo an inch from his face. So
just quickly, here's Saverio again. Oh no, this is not Saverio, sorry, this is Gilbert from Spain. So coming through to the inside, just checking out that action. Unfortunately, just comes unstuck. And here's Bainey on his second wave on his backhand. Always so smooth, Bainey. There's never a kink in his surfing. Everything looks quite smooth and easy.
Style master. Is this one fizzling out on him, or is he going to make the connection?
Looks like that's a little bit of a fizzler, and he's laughing about it. We got Gilbert on another wave, so staying very active, banking into the white water. It just comes a little unstuck. It's tough. Those inside ones don't have a lot of power, so you really want to make sure you get on the outside sets and kind of link them through, which you've been seeing Benoit do, and Dave now in the lead.
Dave in the lead. His first wave that we saw with the nose ride in multiple turns, he got a 4.27 on his first ride. And then his second ride that we just saw right there, he had a 2.77. So that sneaks him into the lead. Benoit, I mean, the longboard champion, has a 5.17 in second place, but that 5.17 is just a one-wave score. So Benoit has still plenty of upside in this heat. But let's go back to, you were starting to mention Black Project. I wanted to ask you about both Black Project and New Advance. I realize they're probably not sponsors of the tour or the events, but you see a lot of New Advance boards in the history of the sport. And then Black Project, you see a lot of paddlers from around the world on these. So I don't know if you care to share about either of those. But let's watch Benoit's wave first here.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, Benoit looking really smooth here, up to the nose, banking off the top there. So already, creating both sides of the criteria, or delivering on both sides of the criteria.
Yeah, those two maneuvers themselves might be the best wave in this heat.
Nice cross step, showing tradition, innovation, switch stance. He's kind of linking all the different ideas and ideology around longboarding and putting it into one ride, which is definitely going to be appreciated. A little switch stance as he went off the top there. Having some fun with it. I think he's trying some stuff out. This is the first heat of the day, an easier heat, comparatively to what he'll face later in the day. So
I think that was the best wave of this heat too.
I think so. He linked it all the way to the beach. A lot of variety.
The top turn was progressive, but there was a lot of tradition as well. I agree with you. That board's looking, and sometimes it's like, is the board looking great under the rider's feet, or is the rider looking great because the board is the right board for the rider?
I think someone like Benoit is so analytical and technical when it comes to boards he rides, so it's an extension of his surfing. Somebody like me, I can tell people what I think, but I'm not as technical as some guys. You know, and that was the same when I was windsurfing too. I kind of let the experts do the planning, but fortunately I was able to link up with people who understood the way I rode and how I ride, and now I ride Rawson boards. Actually use a famous shaper on the North Shore, but Benoit on the nose.
Look at that, yeah.
Yeah, beautiful surfing there from Benoit, casually going back and driving off the bottom. You can see his back foot step back onto the tail so that he can go right up and hit the lip.
Yep.
Yeah, great turn there. And crouching down, just getting the full rail of the board in the water. So, you know, the judges will really like that. That was a really smooth hang 5 to progressive turn. And then he kind of spiced it up with a couple of like cross-step turns. You know, switch stance maneuvers, a bunch of variety in his wave. So it was definitely a cool wave.
And it does come in at a 6.5. It was the best wave of the heat, as we guessed it may be. And it may have been the best wave of the heat even up to this point, and the rest of this was just icing on the cake, you know?
Yeah, I love that traditional turn there. You know, you could see him put his foot right on the inside rail behind, you know, and kind of cross-step.
It's harder than it looks.
It's really a lot harder than it looks, and he does it with style. So, you know, and then now playing around with it, a little bit of fun. But, you know, really showcasing the full extent of the criteria, which I think is great to see. But, yeah, going back to, you know, the paddles, I think...
Black Project and
Black Project especially, because they've really, you know, embraced and really invested in kind of the performance end of stand-up paddling, and you'll see a lot of the top riders using Black Project paddles because Chris Freeman, the founder and director of the brand, is really focused on innovating in that realm, and people don't realize actually. Look at that cool turn actually just quickly.
I know, right halfway through the floater, switching feet.
Yeah, I think it's really cool, and he's wanting us to really explore the full extent of the criteria, which is great. As we got someone else paddling in here, I'll get back to what I was saying.
It's Benoit again.
Staying active. Now on his backhand now, great up into the lip, really smooth, easy up into the lip there, carving back into the power source. Ben's wave lecture is second to none, really, but unfortunately coming unstuck. I don't think that would have changed his position anyway. But yeah, I think people underestimate the importance of the paddle in stand-up paddling. In the early days, it was, you know, a modified canoe paddle, and then it gradually over the years it evolved and evolved and evolved. And Chris Freeman of Black Project SUP has really focused on developing the ultimate in performance paddles, whether it be for racing or surfing.
Now it seems like we've seen Brazilians, we've seen international paddlers. I mean, where is Black Project based?
They're based in Hawaii. So, you know, they support a lot of the Brazilian surfers, but they also support a lot of the top races. So you'll see Arthur Rutkin and all those guys.
Gilbert with a nice nose ride. Bainey, little progression off the top.
Little float, float over the top there.
Ollie back down to the bottom, and it's going to see where this one goes. These rights have been running a little bit. He may be a little wide on it. He's going to take it through to the inside. Little nose ride, little toe tap. And kick out.
But yeah, never have I felt the importance of paddle so much as having broken my paddle a little while ago. I had to revert back to an old, like, really heavy paddle from the early days. It was just one that was sitting in like my storage kind of thing, because I just needed something to be able to surf. And my elbow started to hurt. Everything just felt terrible, and and off balance even, because you're so used to the Black Project paddles are so. They're so light and such a positive feel that it just only helps your surfing, and suddenly you're holding
so how is
heavy.
it different? I mean, is it an asymmetric shaft? Is it a smaller head? Well, here we go. Let's watch Dave again here.
This is a nice carving turn, switching the paddle
style. Yeah, exactly. Nice paddle transition there.
Yeah, and this is a nice little float. He sees the section. He's not going to do a snap, but he kind of just floats over it, Bainey style.
Ollie's back down.
Yeah. So really reading that wave perfectly. Coming through to the inside.
So that's I think this is going to be his second keeper at minimum. So, I think a goal for Dave, Benoit is going to be tough to get out ahead, but I think a goal for Dave would just be to skip around here and at least lock in second place if he could. And I think that was a solid wave for Dave.
Absolutely. I mean, these two are the clear standouts of the heat as Benoit's on another wave here. This looks like a nice set wave, actually, as he starts to get into the wave here. Nice carving, opening turns, and up to the nose. Then driving off, another critical turn. Just so comfortable on his board. Just looks like it's just child's play what he's doing, but you know, super technical surfing.
Yeah, it was technical because landing that maneuver, a lot of people, when the board is going down the hill and the wave is splashing upwards, it's a very easy moment to get kicked out the back. And Benoit's still going, and still with speed, which is critical. I think that was the best floater on the inside that we've seen, kind of the final exclamation point that we've seen so far this morning as well. So he may up his overall score with that one.
Yeah, definitely. That was, I think he definitely will improve his overall position. I don't know whether it's better than his best wave. And there's the young Julieta, just 15 years old. She's coming up in the women's repechage, which is next. She'll be in the under-21s, I believe, as well.
Yeah, she was super impressive in her first heat. Clearly lots of longboard experience. I mean, excellent footwork. Really, remember here we go with Benoit again. That's a powerful turn off the top.
It's a beautiful surfing as he's kind of like, it's like those are just setup carves, you know, but really smooth and you know, easy on the eyes kind of setup turns as he goes to set up his nose ride.
Toes all the way over, and then what comes after this is that maneuver that I was describing, where it's far harder to land this maneuver than it looks. He makes it look so easy, but he throws it up there. Right here is the moment where most people would blow it, and Benoit just comes down like it's nothing.
Yeah, that was some great surfing there. Really reactive. You know, he was on the nose and he saw that section coming, quickly went back, got right onto the tail, and was able to get up into the lip there. So great surfing from Benoit.
So going back to Julieta there, we saw warming up on the beach. So on the shortboard side of things, her backside bottom turn, her technique was just excellent, you know, with the paddle on the inside rail. I mean, that just seems like a more advanced thing that people don't develop until a little bit later than 15 years old in your stand-up paddling. Up here, and then we saw her first heat, and her longboard, her footwork was as good as anyone that we've seen on a longboard. So she clearly has a lot of experience on a longboard.
Yeah, already at such a young age, and you know, she's got a great mentor in Ibaya Moreno. Actually, we were able to watch her movie. Oh, hang on one second.
Gilbert.
Yeah, this is Gilbert coming to the inside, connecting through, getting his foot to the nose there, and coming into the section here. So nice surfing from Gilbert. And here's Saverio. Not giving too much, but hoping for a reform here on the inside. As he'll look to kind of bank into this. You can see the inside there, it hits the bank and starts to give you a little bit more speed and an opportunity there.
Yeah. As the tides changed a bit, that inside, we saw Benoit hit the inside section, and it's already a bigger inside section than it was earlier this morning. So I assume, does that mean the tide's filling in just a hair?
The tide's filling in, and you know, it's funny. It's the polar opposite to El Lloret. El Lloret loves a low tide, and La Cicer, which is like 500 meters away, loves a high tide. Just the way the bottom shape is and everything else just works a lot better at a higher tide. So we're going to see conditions improving through these rounds. We're actually holding the under-21 finals for boys and girls right at the kind of peak moment of the tide, which is kind of mid coming up to high tide. So that's the plan today. We wanted to give the kids the best conditions, especially because they'll be on smaller boards. So it'd be great to see them back in action.
So just peeking ahead, since we're approaching the end of this heat, from this men's round 4, heat 4, we're actually going to go into the... Oh, here, take a peek.
Yeah, we got Dave flowing through that opening section. Nice little slashing turn there. Back up into the critical section. And a cross bow turn again. And another turn back into the power source. You know, Dave just flowing all the time.
Style master. I think that seals his ticket into skipping the next round. So we've got a little bit of time on the clock, but Dave's got 2 solid scores under his belt now with that one.
Yeah, those two definitely dominating this heat. Benoit with some exceptional surfing. I'm looking forward to seeing that last wave of his that was going behind Dave's there, as we got Saverio on this wave, coming to the inside, edging up to the nose.
So here's something kind of entertaining for you, Tristan.
How's that backhand
look at
turn
that,
from Benoit? Just so smooth. Does a radical turn and then just looks super comfortable. But
so yesterday morning, do you remember who our first heat of the day was?
Ibaya and Julieta.
Okay, now today,
Yeah.
do you remember who the first heat of the day was?
I think I heard you say it. Actually, it was the same, right?
Ibaya and Julieta. And so now here we are in the repechage round for the ladies. I'll give you one guess who's in this team. Ibaya and Julieta.
They're stuck together like glue.
So it's Ibaya, Julieta, and Sakura Inouye. So this is a repechage heat that could potentially be. It could have been a final last year.
Yeah. It's great.
I mean, all three of these girls surf extremely well.
Absolutely.
And this is a repechage.
Yeah.
You know?
No, it's great to see to see the level of talent increasing every year, and B, to see the level of youth talent coming in. And this is Dave on that last wave. This is a lovely wave for Dave. I love this little slashing turn, little exclamation mark on that, on his, like pushing on the tail.
Good wave selection, too, because it had that open face to work with as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Dave has spent a lot of time in the water. That's where the 48 years young gives you a bit of an advantage. Your understanding and anticipation becomes a little more advanced because you've just ridden. Your reps in terms of number of waves has become so large.
Yep, right. And so when Dave and I were talking in the first round, it's like it was Kaede. Oh,
Dave and another.
One more. Look at this.
Nice little stylish hang five there from Dave. Banking back into the white water, really smooth transition.
Stepping over the leash there.
Yeah, it's interesting. He's wearing his leash around his ankle, and Benoit definitely the more traditional longboard around his top of his calf. I probably go more for the ankle too. Actually, I find the calf almost more gets in the way more. But Benoit,
I'm with you.
Yeah, Benoit's rocking the traditional longboard style.
So I was just going to say, Dave and I were sitting here commentating, and it was Sakura's sister in the last heat, Kaede. And we were wondering if it was, could you ever consider Ibaya in the Canaries an underdog in a heat? But when you see the longboard ability of the Inouye sisters and of Julieta, it's a rare condition when it's potential that Ibaya, the legend, isn't necessarily potentially the favorite. I mean, it's going to be a great heat.
It will be, certainly longboarding isn't Ibaya's focus, but she loves the opportunity to do it each time it comes around.
And look, she's also a competitor. Yeah. And when I say she's a competitor, she's a winner.
Yeah.
And winners win. You see guys like Tom Brady or whatnot, or Patrick Mahomes in America. I'm talking American football here. These guys, winners win. They just somehow manage to pull things out. And Ibaya is who knows how many times she's won.
Well, I think I was lucky enough to watch her movie last night. We had a screening of it down at the event site, and I think her sister and her share 28 world titles in windsurfing, which is quite outstanding, and she's got 2 titles in SUP surfing. So she's just an incredible athlete, and to still be at the level she is at 47 years old is just mind-boggling. I can't quite get my head around it.
It is. I mean, she seems super fit, and there aren't really any holes in her surfing. It's just amazing that she can compete, like we said. When was her last world title? Was it last year?
Last year. She's reigning world champion. Or she's not anymore because she just lost it this week.
Yesterday,
yeah.
But so at 46 or whatnot, she was a world champion.
And here, there's your heat lineup, like Steve was saying. Julieta Rodriguez in red, Sakura Inouye in white, and Ibaya Moreno in blue. But 46 years old was her last title, and I think she's still got more in her. But she has another little secret that her sister is a physiotherapist, so she has great at-home care. Daida still an incredible windsurfer and ambassador for the sport. As we see Julieta on her first wave here. Nice cross-step turn there. Really, really stylish surfing here from Julieta.
Just as I was describing, her footwork is impeccable.
Yeah, and riding the SMIC brand as well. It's great to see Scotty McKercher.
For sure. SMIC had a great showing at this event. I think no small part to Ibaya.
yeah, she's sort of become a pillar for his brand over here. They've always been close over the years, traveling the world.
People might not know it as so. People might not know it, but the SMIC brand actually. Scotty McKercher, who made Ibaya's boards, Scotty made Starboard's stand-up paddle boards for many years, and Ibaya was sponsored by Starboard. So Ibaya's been riding Scotty's boards for a long time. So here we have Sakura with a nice nose ride and a nice-looking wave, cutting it back to the power section. Great footwork, as all of her sisters of all of the family seems to have. I mean, just really, really stylish longboarding here from Sakura. Just fading it, letting it set up, and it's setting up nicely on the inside here. Hanging 5, beautiful form. I mean, this is going to be a great score for Sakura. So this heat's off to a good heat and off to a good start. And as we were saying, Ibaya, the infinite, who knows how many world titles she has. Here's Benoit walking up the beach, Benoit Carpentier. But Sebastian smiles on the beach there. Dave Bainey, my co-commentator. Congrats, Dave, for advancing. Lots of smiles. But Ibaya, the legend, the world champion, multiple-time world champion, 2023 world champion. She's actually currently in third place. She doesn't have a wave yet in this heat. The two younger girls. She's up against 16-year-old Sakura and 15-year-old Julieta. Look at that style from Sakura. Just patience, letting the wave set up, fancy footwork, just relaxed, eyeballing the section down the line, waiting for the right moment. Beautiful footwork. Back foot goes to the inside rail to make that bottom turn. Now back foot goes back to kick it back to the power section. I think this is going to be a really good score for Sakura. I mean, we're off to a great heat already in this start. So Julieta actually kicks things off with a 4.83, very solid score. She's up again, nose riding, beautiful nose ride, nice recovery. These waves are so long you can recover and still get plenty out of it. It's just beautiful style from Julieta. The wave's sort of backing off a bit here, see if she can make it through. And she's going to pull out of that one. But she now has 2 scores on the board, and including the highest score of the heat so far with a 4.83. Sakura with a 3.83 for her wave. Super stylish surfing from both girls, though. Ibaya, legendary competitor. She knows how to compete. She may be just waiting on the better waves in the heat. These younger teenagers may stay busy and catch some smaller waves, and Ibaya may wait on the larger set waves. Once again, these, it used to be that this kind of footwork from both of these teenagers took years to develop. But both Julieta and Sakura, I mean, it's really perfect form with their footwork. So Julieta was rewarded with almost a 5, a 4.83 on that first wave with all of that fancy footwork. And that's the top score of the heat so far. Sakura had similarly good footwork. She took off right, and the wave just didn't quite offer as much. And that's pretty much where we are. Julieta has another wave, but I would bet it's going to turn out to be a backup score for Julieta. And what I'm guessing now is that Ibaya knows both of these girls can surf. So my guess is that Ibaya is going to wait on the set waves. And being the competitor that she is, and knowing that the judges like to see solid set waves, Ibaya...
You can see the smooth footwork. All the family of Inoue's used to riding bigger boards. They're all longboarders. And here's some beautiful riding here. Beautiful hang 5 there from Sakura. excellently executed, straight back into a turn and a cross-step turn there as she banks back into the power source.
But as you can see, it was just a bit of a smaller wave than Julieta's. So.
Yeah, definitely, and equally good footwork here from Julieta, and a much better wave, as you said, much better shape on the wave.
This may be her second wave where she had a bobble and it fizzled. Yeah, she had a bobble here.
Ooh.
And she pulled it out, which is nice athleticism, but the wave itself just didn't deliver more.
Yeah, then it went completely flat. So, yeah, the update is that Ibarra Moreno is not feeling that great, so she decided to sit out the repechage heat. Leave it to the kids to battle it out. So,
okay.
We won't see Ibarra in this heat. But, yeah, as I said, we were lucky enough to watch her movie last night, and it was some really moving stuff. It was spectacular. Anybody who hasn't seen it, I highly recommend them to watch it. Kind of gives a little insight, not only into her competitive achievements, which, as we've said, are pretty phenomenal. The only person I can think who's got more world titles is Bjorn Dunkerbeck, who's got 43, but there's another freak in this world.
Right.
But yeah, it was a beautiful movie, really well made, and yeah, really emotional, actually. You know, just giving insight into who she is, and yeah, really beautiful movie.
I'd like to see it. I mean, I don't know. Would you know if it's available anywhere else, YouTube TV or something?
It is now, I believe, on YouTube. I'll make sure you get the link. So, yeah, maybe try Google on, for those viewers out there who want to watch it, Google Ibaya, the movie.
Iballa, the movie, yes.
Yeah.
And Ibaya, I tell you, I mean, you know, she's close to similar age to you and me. Actually, I don't know how old you are, but...
well, I've known, actually, I met Ibaya and Daida when they were 15 and a half or 16, and I was 17.
Okay, so, yeah. So similar age to them, yes.
Yeah, so we kind of grew up together somewhat, competing on the tour and all that kind of stuff through our 20s, which was interesting.
There was equal parts, like, envy and, like, oh, my goodness, I should just give up now. I mean, if these girls can do these kinds of maneuvers that I will never be able to do, I mean, they were just a hair behind the men, like kind of like a year behind the men every year, and what I mean is you go to Pozo, which is here in the Gran Canaria, and this is the jumping capital of the world, you know. Is that fair to say?
Very fair to say, yeah.
I mean, I remember the first videos I saw of people jumping here in Gran Canaria, and somehow any other place you jump on a windsurfer in the world, you jump and you come down. And Pozo here in windsurf, you jump and you see the board, you see the surfer get higher and higher and higher in the air. And I didn't understand what was happening, and now I know that the wind's blowing 40, 50 knots, and so it is literally pushing you higher and higher in the air. But what would happen is, one year, you know, a group of men, I don't know, Ricardo Campello or someone who's crazy would be coming out, and they would start nailing things like double forward loops, which sounds like you've got a 15-foot mast and a 9-foot board, and it just seems mathematically impossible to do a double forward loop on a windsurfer. And then a year later, just right on their heels, it seemed like Daida or Ibaya and her twin sister, right on their heels 1 year later, were doing the same incredibly strong maneuvers that the boys were doing. Is that correct?
Yeah, they were, you know, one thing that Daida and Ibaya were always famous for, especially when they were young, was just like a no-fear approach. And they were so far above the rest of the pack in the women's division that it was they could make all the mistakes they kind of wanted in a heat, because even just a single maneuver or something that they would do was so amazing that they would get the win.
Tell me the truth here. I mean, and the answer can be either way, but in the first years of the tour coming to Pozo and having the jumping competitions, could they have made a heat on the men's side?
Difficult to say, but I wouldn't say it was impossible for sure. Right. You know, 100%. I mean, no. But yeah, I think that they're phenomenal athletes.
And I say that because, like, Venus Williams was once asked, could you beat Andy Murray? And she said, I would lose 6-0, 6-0 in minutes.
Right.
Like, and Serena Williams, greatest women's tennis player of all time. And someone said to her, well, but why don't they call you the greatest tennis player of all time? And they said, well, how would you do against, like, Andy Murray? And she said, "Oh, I would lose 6-0, 6-0 in no time." So
but I don't believe that actually.
but for you to even question if Ubaya could maybe make a heat on the men's side when there is that difference, with Serena Williams in tennis or whatnot,
No, I think there's a very good chance. I mean, obviously, depending on the heat, you never know. But I mean, if she's up against the top guys, it would be tough. But I would certainly not put it past them. I think they could definitely win a heat.
Yeah.
I think there's no doubt, and I think they could get through rounds even.
Yeah, because Pozo's a very specific conditions.
It is.
And if you come from somewhere else, if you come from not Pozo or you haven't put the time in there, and when I say Pozo, I mean here in the Canaries. If you haven't put the time in there, you can get slapped down, I'm sure.
No, I mean, Pozo was like, having been an athlete who didn't live in Pozo and competed every year in Pozo in the World Cup here, you had to put your time in or you didn't do well. The 1 year that I came and put 5 weeks in here before the event, I finished in 5th place. Every other year, I didn't get better than 17th. Because I would come in a few days before and then...
I mean, it's almost like a Hokipa or a pipeline where
100%.
You have to know the spot.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I think, it's an amazing thing. And actually, funny, you mentioned the double loop thing. I don't know whether you knew this, but Ricardo Campello and Philip Coster have both got incredibly close to triple loops.
So right.
The idea of, I was lucky that by the time I retired from windsurfing competition, it was my friend Peter Volwater and Vidar Jensen and those guys that were doing double loops. Fairly consistently.
Oh, here we go again. Julieta, nose riding. Oh, beautiful. Got 10 over the nose. 10 toes over the nose.
Yeah, some great surfing and really traditional longboard surfing here from Julieta. Impressive stuff.
Unreal footwork. I mean, the wave may peter out on her, but, Dave Bainey was finding that left on the inside. Looks like Julieta found the left on the inside, too. Going to get a little finish.
She's standing in the Goofy's rule camp with Dave Bainey.
Yep, that's right. Yeah, I mean, Dave was the first one to go left on the inside section, and she followed his lead there. So
he's a pioneer. He's a pioneer.
Julieta's got now 2 scoring waves in this heat. Here it is. Here's a replay of the heat. Her footwork is just impeccable at 15. Look at that. Got 10 over the nose. We haven't seen that much from the men today. And then the cross-step bottom turn. And then she does the work to get all the way through to the inside. I mean, look, it's really gone flat there. And then she's finding like Dave Bainey's little left here, right here, just to finish it off and kick out. Julieta's here to win. And it's great, 15 years old.
Well, Steve, I'm going to once again leave you in the capable hands of Mr. Dave Bainey, who absolutely killed it in the last heat, by the way. Did a great job with Benoit Carpentier, going straight through to round 3.
That was the important thing, right, Dave? Kicking. Yeah. One quick last thing. I know you need to run, but you're talking about the triple loop from Ricardo and Philip Coster. I remember one of my favorite comments. I think it was Francisco Goya, and someone asked Francisco. He may have been trying the double loop. Okay, and the question was, well, what's the double loop like? And he said, oh, the double loop is no problem at all. It's the 1 3/4 or the 2 1/4 that hurt.
Yeah.
And when he said that, it was so simple but so black and white. I mean, windsurfing gear hurts to fall on. And yeah, if you land the double, that's fine. But the 1 3/4 or the 2 1/4, that sounds awful.
But it's funny because technique changed so much over like a 5-year period, where for years we'd been doing stalled big forward loops in a certain way, and then suddenly people realized that there was a way to do them and kind of keep out of almost depower the sail mid rotation, so you could stall the rotation, you could actually land
a little
softer. So then that enabled to be able to speed up the rotation by sheeting in more or stalling it by sheeting out. So it was kind of interesting, and I'm quite thankful I wasn't in that era of needing to do all that stuff, because honestly, my passion is in riding waves, and hurting yourself doing something radical in the air is...
I mean, just watching the Aloha Classic this year that stand-up paddler Ben Rodiger actually won, it just reminded me of the punishment that windsurfing can do to your body. I mean, it is a violent sport, and I think windsurfers are some of the toughest guys out there, with what they put themselves through.
Yeah, it's hard on the body for sure.
And here, we say this, and then Ibaya, at 46, 47 years old, still competing at the top of her game.
Keeps you young. Bjorn was going 100 kilometers an hour down a narrow channel in Namibia last week.
103 kilometers at 52 years old.
Yeah.
So yeah, congrats to Bjorn, and thanks to Bjorn for all his contribution to this event here.
Absolutely. He's the driving force behind this. Over to you, Mr. Dave Bainey. Thank you, Steve. I'll see you guys
Tristan,
in a little while.
So Julieta backing up her first wave. Now she's sitting at a 9.16. Dave, I believe that I could be wrong. I can check on this, but this is supposed to be the repechage. But Ibaya was not feeling well, and so she's not in the heat. So my guess is that both competitors advanced to the final. So
wow.
So I could be wrong in that. I'm making up the rules as I go along, if I'm honest with you here. But let's see, semifinal upcoming. So what this determines is who competes against who. So as you had said earlier yesterday, Dave, the competitors can kind of make a little plan. If you come in first in this heat, then you compete against Camille, and if I'm in second, you compete against Kaede. So this is Kaede's sister Sakura up, and Sakura's been surfing fantastic. Look at this footwork.
Yeah, Sakura, just love her style. It's so clean and just so, it's just elegant is the word that comes to mind. And, matched up with that long flowing hair, it's just pretty surfing to watch. Here we go, Julieta, goofy footer from France.
Just the footwork.
Yeah, cross-stepping up in there, nice and patient. Screams across the face, straight into a drop knee cutback. Julieta's looking a bit more comfortable. Actually, way more comfortable than the first round. She's in form right now, just flowing so nice. Up again, and I can tell you that inside section is not easy to navigate.
She's going after that Dave Bainey final section. You were the one that pioneered that final corner there, Dave.
Well, I didn't do it justice. I kept eating it in there, but I was trying to get those extra points to inch away or chip away at Ben Wasley. He was smoking all of us.
Well, congrats on advancing there, and mostly. Here we go. Let's watch this close footwork.
Yeah, I love that setup. Just a nice fade straight into the cross step, and she planes out the board, makes it nice and flat, waits again, and goes straight to the nose, and that's just perfect timing.
Yeah, right in the top third of the wave there, right in the section.
Yep, and she's deep in the pocket. That's a great shot. You just see the tail sucking down into the face, enabling the nose to rise, and just straight into this drop knee cutback, which is just beautiful.
I mean, isn't this talent beyond her age? I mean, at 15, you just don't see that kind of style. That drop knee cutback after that nose ride at 15 on a stand-up paddleboard.
Yeah, she definitely loves that drop knee. I believe she does like 2 or 3 more on this wave. So, loving the fade. Here goes a drop knee cutback into the section.
Style.
Yep, and essentially a drop knee cutback is going switch stance for a second. If you get to think about that, but it looks cool, of course, but it's also very functional on these single fins. It enables you to just kind of lean into the rail in a different way that if both your feet were, in the proper toe side stance, it doesn't do it the same. It's pretty cool.
And look at all this technical work right on the sand. I mean, right on the sand.
Yeah, that section's so tempting to run up to the nose, but I know every time I did, I just fell right in. So got to rethink my approach. So we're going to go into the Junior Pro. I believe this is the final.
It is, yes.
Junior Pro final. So whoever wins the heat will be the World Junior Champion.
Which is pretty cool.
We see Julieta staying busy, fading left, cross-stepping across the face of this wave. Sets it up. So she's coming from behind the peak where the wave face kind of gets steeper. Not quite to the tip on that one, but here she goes again, and I think Julieta knew that.
Yeah, she was having to manufacture that score there, so. Yep. I mean, I'm just really. I know I've said it all contest, but I've been. She's been maybe the biggest surprise of the contest for me. Here we go, Sakura kicking out. A little bit of texture showing out the back there that I don't think was there in your heat, Dave.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, the tide's filling in pretty quickly here. I felt like our heat was really slow. I missed a couple waves just because it wasn't breaking where it was, in the beginning of our heat, really. And yeah, it was tricky out there. It was definitely tricky. It's hard to know which kind of peak to sit on. And admittedly, I kind of got caught in no man's land in between the both of them. And it's funny when you're doing a heat and you kind of know, you're like, why am I doing this? Why am I sitting in no man's land? And it's so easy to say from here, like, oh, why? He should just go sit over there. But when you're in your heat and you got priority, it's just messing with my head. Should I go to the top peak or go to the bowl in here? And hence you're in between them.
Dave, I think you played it right, though. I mean, you had 2 scores in the bag, and you went and sat out at the top of the key. And I think that the wave that you got was a proper wave. I mean, you played your cards well on that hand.
Yeah, as far as my game plan going into it, I definitely executed it. If I had to nitpick it, maybe the wave selection on 1 or 2 of them could have been better. I let priority go away when I missed that one left, which Benoit got, and of course he got the biggest wave of the heat moments later after I've been waiting out there. So frustrating. But
I'll tell you, though, from here, like, you probably can't see the faces that people are getting, and the faces that you actually ended up on were definitely some of the best faces in the entire heat. So
cool. Yeah, I'd like to see it.
Like other things would fizzle or just warble out, and you had sections to hit multiple times. So don't change it up. I mean,
I know I didn't.
Don't second guess it.
Well, I know I didn't get to the nose that much, and I'm assuming Benoit did because he's a really good nose rider. That's probably what separated.
I mean, I think the waves. I think you did what you could on the waves that you had.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, you're making me feel good about myself, Steve.
Man.
I appreciate that.
No, you're.
And if you guys are wondering out there, I am paying Steve to say these things. So
you successfully didn't win the heat, Dave. Sakura, excellent nose ride, one of the longer nose rides, and very clean work too, very classy. And as it gets bumpier out, it gets harder to do.
Absolutely. This is a nice little reform, though. Check this out.
Oh, she's in a good spot too.
That's a perfect angle of the wave, really, because when it's cropped in, it kind of looks like it's lining up more. But this right now, it truly is this foily peak.
Right. And Julieta doing some work on her backhand here.
Yeah, and she chose to go right this time, which I'm learning from her because she just got a nice little nose ride.
Well, Dave, what we saw, and of course Tristan tells me that that the wave changes the whole time, but this stays kind of true. Is we saw Barack in one of the earlier heats, and he had this on lockdown, carbon copy. I would say he did it 4 times. He had almost 2 nose rides going left, and then there was a pocket in the left. Oh, here's Sakura's excellent nose ride. It's getting bumpy, though. Patience, right? I mean, this is a wave you have to have some patience at to let things set up, right?
Yeah, totally. And she's just surfing nice and clean.
At 16, to have that self-confidence, too, to have the patience, because coming from Florida, we don't have any patience. This was right behind her.
Yeah, Julieta. So she just taps the nose right there and finishes the wave off clean.
So Barack's trick, and he did it over and over again, and it was perfect, was that he nose rode going left, and I mean he did long nose rides going in left, and then it would hit this corner, and he would be in this pocket of the bowl, and it was enough of a bowl to bank off of, and then bank off the pocket, and bank off of, and bank off the pocket, and then he would run it right for a long way.
Right.
Did that 5 waves in a row. I think we might still be waiting on some scores here, but regardless, both of these girls advanced to the longboard final. So we're hearing just from the beach announcers that Sakura's wave was not enough to get to the, if I'm correct in hearing that. So there's Julieta on the beach, all happy. She's having a great event, and here's a replay of some of her best waves.
Yeah, so She looked really informed this heat. I love that one wave. Look at that. Without that paddle, she falls in. But that was cool. Getting right to the nose. And here's a sweet little sequence where she does that drop knee, cross step cut back. She obviously has on lock. And look at the camera work right here. I mean, right in the action. Not quite to the tip there, but there's that dreaded inside that is claiming lives, including my own. All right, so this is the Pro Junior Boys Final. Enrique Perez Serra in red, Tituan Pajot in white, Barak Killian, who you mentioned in the longboard earlier, in blue, and Lucas Vinder Drew in yellow. So this is for a world title.
It'll be interesting here because a lot of these guys were riding very shortboard style boards in their like World Tour shortboard style boards in their heats over at the other wave,
right?
Which was a shortboard style wave, and like Barak had a very narrow pulled in board. Lucas had that colorful super shortboard style board, and I'm just asking you, Dave, as the shaper. I mean, can you succeed in a very shortboard style board in these conditions?
I mean, like riding a shortboard in these conditions today.
Yeah, I mean, would you opt for a fuller board than a full-on shortboard shape?
Yeah, well, I mean, a wave like today, definitely. I mean, these longboards. We'll see how these guys are going to rip these waves, right?
Yeah. But Enrique was on that SMIC, which was flatter, wider, and Enrique's up first, and I think he's going to do well on his board here. This board is not as narrow as the others, and he is ripping right out of the gate, maintaining his speed, coming over these chunks. And again, I would say that this board is less extreme in its performance design, but he's been surfing it so well the whole event, and that's a high-performance wave right there.
Yeah, he definitely did a lot with what he's getting. You know, the wave was pretty mushy, and he stayed busy, nice and loose, and he's making it look fun.
I mean, he took that one from the outside all the way through and was busy the whole time. So I think that's going to set the standard for the heat right there.
I mean, he did. That is a great wave to open up with for sure.
I'm just wondering, I don't think some of the other boards they're on will be able to make those connections. That's what I'm getting at.
Well, that one definitely looked like floaty, you know, and fast still, which I think, as we see the winner of the last heat, Julieta, she's stoked, Shaka. I think, you know, the really narrow, thin shortboard ones will definitely not float through those sections as easy as his board appeared to do.
But if these guys can find some technical areas of the wave, you see this, there's just not any technical area of this wave, right?
I mean, he's definitely, you know, surfing animated, which you have to do when on a flatter wave just to keep the energy up and the speed.
Would you like to stop here? You want to chat a little bit?
First priority, blue, second, yellow.
Oh, yes.
Estamos en esta capital Gran Canaria, centro mundial en el día de hoy, en vivo y en directo a cualquier rincón del mundo, vía streaming.
Okay, yeah, so out the back, we see riders just waiting for the set, the high tide. The tide seems to be filling in, so the heats are a little slower at the moment, but Enrique Perez Serra, you can see 6.5 out of the gate, so it's dropping a great score. Everybody else still kind of waiting for their first ones. A couple little scores in there, but they're not going to be really mean anything. So there's a good setup you see in this bay where the left just kind of peels off an outer reef or shelf kind of situation. And it's obviously a little bumpy right now, but what you can't see, there's a lot of swirling in the water, a lot of reverb off those rocks. It's actually super difficult and challenging to stand on your board. So I can imagine these small boards must be pretty tough just to do that.
Sorry for the slight conversation off to the side there, but we have Bjorn Dunkerbeck popping his head in here. And Bjorn Dunkerbeck is possibly the most famous person in Gran Canaria. And he is the Kelly Slater of windsurfing. And Bjorn says he'd like to pop in and have a little conversation here, Dave, in a few minutes.
Yeah, of course. Anytime Bjorn wants to hop in here.
Which would be fantastic. And, Dave, Bjorn is a large-sized unit like myself. And
you guys could be cousins.
I had to say, I'm actually embarrassed to say, Bjorn, if there's any stuff that you want to get rid of, just let me know. And he actually came through, and
I'm looking right now. You got a big pile of swag from Bjorn.
The thing is every pile of swag I get in my life, Dave, I can't wear any of it.
Yep, so what do you got now?
So my wife ends up sleeping in all of the swag that I get.
Yep.
And now Bjorn brings these 3XL, Dave. This is legendary to me.
You guys are bonding right now, and I'm
bonding,
a little jealous.
Yeah, see,
I'm a little jealous.
Yeah, I got to say I have a man crush here, No, growing up, I mean, Bjorn is a large man. It's challenging to win in windsurfing being a large man. I am a large man, and I looked up to Bjorn for sure. So I hope you don't mind if I take the interview, Dave.
No, please do. Please do. I want to make your childhood dreams come true.
That's it. Yep. So look, we're looking at this heat coming back to the action in front of us here. Was Enrique awarded a 6.5 just for the one ride?
I believe so.
I mean, so now what we're seeing is the judges want to see complete rides as well, not just a one-turn maneuver. And it might be because a one-turn maneuver is challenging. A one-turn wave. The conditions just aren't offering up that section to get a big score on a one-turn wave. So you actually have to put together a complete resume of your work, so to speak.
Right. Yeah, so you can see the juniors sitting and waiting as the tide fills in. Puts a little pressure on these heats as there's not as many waves coming through. So you got to really play your priority right, I feel, is a big part. And also choose that right wave.
I mean, we're already sitting at a point. I know we have still plenty of time, but these guys are going to have to get to work pretty soon, to get some scores on the board. You can't be too picky, if you want to advance here. This is the final. The winner of this heat is the 2024 Junior Stand-Up Paddle Champion for the APP World Tour. So all of these surfers were surfing well. All of them competed in the pro event. They all surfed well. We all know what they're capable of, but now they need to give themselves a chance.
Yeah, what's cool is that the juniors were given the opportunity to surf El Loret all week, so they scored some great waves. I know in the past the juniors event has always been held here, and obviously they're surfing the final here, but that's only because on the other side it's not even really breaking today.
Right, yeah, driving up this morning.
They were forced to do that today, and what an opportunity for them.
1 yellow, 2 white, then red. Red up.
Once again, that SMIC board, the bigger board. This was my theory, Dave.
Yeah, and I think you're right. I mean, that board looks a little more stubby, I guess would be the word, and it's flowing through these flat sections real nice. I mean, look at it's just carrying some speed without trying so hard, and it's looking. I mean, it's looking really, really good.
I mean, the other guys were tearing it up on their shortboard style equipment yesterday at the more high performance wave, and here we go. It just becomes a little more challenging.
Yep, so Burak in blue, he's got priority, and looks like he's yet to scratch a wave yet. So
he had a great longboard heat too.
Yeah, he's got a good warm up in the longboard.
So he knows the wave. He knows what it's doing.
Oh, yeah.
And here he goes.
So Burak, this is his first wave of the final. Let's see what he could do. Nice off the top on his backhand. Gets a nice cut back to get back in this reform. So now it's about reading the reform correct. It's going to go right, of course.
And this is his patented thing. Yeah, I mean, he took off left. He got a couple in, and then he finished off on this section. And so he finished it up. This is his patented way of riding.
Yeah, and you see him slap the water right there, and I can only guess is because he didn't complete that final maneuver. He knew he had a lot of good work ahead of him, or before that. In yellow, Lucas Vinderdrew making it all the way to the sand as well.
That's also in contention for one of the best spray jobs as well. Lucas's board.
Oh yeah. All right, so I'm gonna jump out of here real quick, maybe eat a little food, and we're gonna invite Bjorn into the booth. So I'll send him in. Thanks, Steve. I'll see you in just a few.
Sounds great, Dave. Congrats again, Dave, on advancing as well. So we have a good backup wave here. Enrique looking in solid position. I think Lucas should score well. He got a number of maneuvers off. So, but Enrique taking the lead here with 2 solid scores. Here's a replay of Lucas's wave. Got 2 powerful maneuvers in, and then the wave softens up on him. But he surfed in the longboard heat earlier and managed to figure the system out of going left at first and then going right down the line, getting a little carve in. I think he wanted to finish off with a little floater, but I don't think it's going to penalize him too bad. And then this board looked so good yesterday. So we just had Bjorn Dunkerbeck join us here in the booth. Bjorn, it's an honor to have you in the booth here. Let's take a quick look at Tituan's wave here on the starboard. Gets his first cut back in, gets a second cut back in. It becomes challenging, I think, in these waves, Bjorn, with these high-performance boards and sort of a softer wave condition. But did Liam compete out here ever, by the way? Did your son Liam compete in these conditions?
In multiple occasions, yes.
Fantastic.
Yeah, first of all, of course, a bit more size would have been better. That's for sure. But these guys are making it look really good when they get the set waves anyways. And always these high-performance boards, they're really fast. Once you get a wave that's like a little sizey, they can really move those boards around.
It's a challenge, though, because his board right here, Enrique, it's slightly less super high performance, and it's actually been the better performing board. And you might be fascinated that it was actually made by Scott McKercher.
Amazing, yeah, Scotty.
So Scotty has 3 boards that have been in the finals here, with Julieta from Spain, and then Enrique in this final, and then of course Ibaya's boards. So.
Well, first of all, you know, in the heat, you got to catch the good waves, and sometimes a little bit more flotation helps you get out to the peak and actually catch the better ones. And with a better wave, you can also perform better. So not always the smallest board is the winner.
Right. And I think that's been Enrique's secret here, is that he is. So that's been Enrique's secret here, and we have a paddler going for this wave right here. So I can't see this paddler at the moment right now, but it's an honor to have Bjorn. Here we go. Very nice off the top. This is Lucas, and I'm loving the look of this board. He was just ripping. Very, very high performance shortboard. And so, like you said, Bjorn, it's a challenge to push this thing through these flatter sections. But then when you do get the section, you rip the board. And now, being a bigger guy like myself, and you windsurfing on the World Tour, everyone else is riding smaller boards than you. Like, what was your secret to be able to succeed with, what was it, 40-something world titles?
In all disciplines, yes, 42. But also 7 in wave sailing, yes, and there, of course, you got to get the better waves as well. And especially in the lighter winds, it's good to have a floaty board to be able to get out quickly, get the good waves.
I mean, would you go as high as like 90 liters or something? I mean, how big a board would you go at light wind Hokipa, for example?
These days, probably 110.
Yeah, right. No, it's crazy. I mean, it seems crazy, right?
In those times when I was still competing at high-level wave sailing, I was obviously 20 kilos lighter than now. Around 90, now 110 kilos. So boards grow as you get heavier.
The boards grow, yeah, no.
But also the performance on bigger boards has improved in all kinds of discipline. Doesn't matter if it's surfing, if it's windsurfing, or if it's stand-up paddling. You don't need to go so small. I mean, you can really turn a board with volume as well. And you need to choose your board wisely for the right conditions.
And then for you, not coming from Hawaii to win wave conditions, like in the windsurfing world, what size sail would you use? I mean, would you go up to a 5.8 or a 6.0 even?
I tell you, I was second many times in Hokipa before I actually managed to win the first Aloha Classic.
And everybody else would be on a 4.2 or something, but what would you sail at your size?
Well, my main sail size for Hawaii was definitely 4.7, 4, 5.3.
Yeah, right.
And
I mean,
nowadays,
nobody else on a 5.3, right?
Yeah, not at that. The wave sailors were usually a bit lighter, but there was also big guys doing pretty good.
Yeah.
And they were using the same size. And the sails improved tremendously. And you don't have to be worried about using a 5.7 or even a 6.2 in the waves these days, because they have become really light, really friendly. Same as the paddle boards. I mean, using a 9.5 or a 9.0 or an 8.5 for a bigger guy, it's not a problem because they're so easy to handle.
Right.
And you just catch more waves. And that's what it's all about, being out there, catching waves. And obviously, if you want to beat one of these young guys, then you got to be on a high-performance board. And those guys are really doing well on these small boards, which don't even float you unless you're moving around.
Right. Now, I talked to Tristan, and he said you were instrumental in having this event here now. So, can you tell me what is it about having an event here in your home that's so important to you?
Well, the stand-up paddling is pretty much the easiest water sports to get out there and do any kind of sport on the water. Windsurfing is more complicated because you need wind as well. But stand-up paddling is definitely a step onto water sports. And then you could either choose doing other water sports like windsurfing, kitesurfing, wing foiling. But I think it's a good combination also for a windsurfer training. I mean, when it's windy, you go windsurfing. When it's no wind, you go paddleboarding in the waves or without the waves. So I think a compromise is really good.
Well, I think I find that with a lot of the competitors, they're competing. Like, I don't know if you know Julieta from Spain here, but she's a fantastic longboarder. She's wing foiling. She's fantastic stand-up paddle, longboard, shortboard, sort of everything, and 15 years old. And Liam, your son, is a great example of this as well, I mean, he's world-class in a number of disciplines, and it's something that we didn't really have growing up. You kind of picked a discipline and went down that road. We didn't have the mentor of like a Kai Lenny doing everything at the highest level to say, yeah, I can do that myself.
That's true, yes.
So
also, during the Windsurfing World Cup, we had the 35th edition this summer in July. And I took over that World Cup competition as well for the third time now. And we always try to organize something in the capital, Las Palmas de Gran Canaria, with my parents when they run it in the 90s.
Oh, wow.
But always the wind is so inconsistent up here that was very, very difficult. And then when I saw the stand-up paddling tour coming along with Tristan Boxford, with my old friend, and windsurfer as well, I thought it would be a perfect combination to have a stand-up paddle event at this great location with great waves in the capital of the island, and then having the windsurfing in the eastern part of the island, where there's a relatively small village. So bringing the sport to the people, and it's actually paid off because you have 15 different centers on the island these days that actually teach stand-up paddling. And it came from 0 centers to 15 these days. So it's grown tremendously. And I would say it's probably what you see the most on the water at any edge of the island.
Oh, wow. So we have Barak up. We have two surfers up here quickly. It looks like we got a close out, though, on this wave. We're still here in this junior final. And Barak trying to work his way through. He's in second place in this heat behind Enrique. Needs to finish with a strong maneuver here. And this board, this really thin, knifey board, was looking great over at Lorette. And he finishes it off strongly. I'm not sure if the judges will give him the completion for that. But he's had a good heat. He's got to be tired. He just got off the water from his longboard heat, going straight into the shortboard heat as well. But
it was a long wave.
It was a long wave, yes. Let's see what kind of work he got done on the outside. Switch the paddle transition, beautiful. You can see how nice this little board works in the good section of the wave, and then he just has to do the hard work to make the connection, and it's up to the judges as to whether he gets the completion out of this here at the end.
Well, the completion is not possible because he didn't quite finish it off, but it was still a very long wave.
Right.
Now thinking about the conditions, I must say it was a good scoring wave for sure.
I think he liked it, so we'll see what the judges say on that one. So, Bjorn, two things I want to ask you about. Pozo and 100 kilometers, your speed sailing, okay? So I think people have no idea the intensity of windsurfing at Pozo. Like the danger, the thrill, the excitement, the air that's possible. I mean, I'll tell you, I was fooled into windsurfing by watching you and everyone jumping at Pozo, because I thought that's what everyone did. And then in Florida, I would start jumping, and I didn't keep getting higher and higher like people do at Pozo. I didn't know that it had to blow 40 miles an hour, 40 knots. But there's nowhere else. Is this the jumping capital of the earth for windsurfing?
Well, it's definitely where most people come to really get really high, because you got a side onshore wind, which has a lot of density, a lot of strength. So I would say that yes, in Pozo you fly, you don't jump, and let's go back to the heat.
So this is the best wave of the heat so far, Enrique, and he rode this Scott McKercher board from the outside bar all the way through to the inside, and there were really no hiccups in the surfing. The wave gave it to him, and Enrique's board just flowed through. Scott McKercher's board just flowed, even the completion here. So that's well deserving of the top wave of the heat for Enrique. And Enrique actually has 2 6.5, so he's kind of cracked the code of how to succeed out here. And we're actually down to 3 minutes in the heat. If you're watching the screen, it shows 1.5 minutes, but that time on the screen is not correct. It's actually about 3 minutes remaining here. But so going back to Pozo, you fly. I think, is it something like Hokipo where if you don't put your time in at Pozo, you don't know how that works?
No, if you don't put your time in Pozo, you're going to fly away, because it's just so much power in the wind, especially in the time of the summer when we have the World Cup competitions, that you got to spend many days and years on the spot to learn it. I mean, we had a perfect example of Brasinho. He's competed 20 years last year here at Pozo, and it was the first time he ever won the event. So,
and meanwhile, he can win at Hokipo, which is the famous windsurfing wave, but he can't win at Pozo, right? I mean, he just did, as you said.
Well, I don't think he has won too many at Hokipo either.
Right.
I think he was second this year.
Right.
Bernd Rodinger was first, and Liam was actually third. So he's the first real Canarian that's actually on the podium in Hokipo. The last one was me, but I'm a kind of sort of imported Canarian.
Right, imported Canarian, right.
Yeah, there's been none in between. So it is not easy to get on the podium in Pozo, and it's not easy to win Pozo. And the same thing with Hokipo. It's the two most iconic events on the tour, and everybody wants to win them, but only one can.
So something that people don't understand is, tell me how long can you be in the air in Pozo? I mean, I think that people would think as soon as you jump in a windsurfer, you're going to be down in a second or something. Here's Red, our heat leader, wrapping things up. Very nice lip glide there, just kind of an exclamation point. And I think we may be looking at our junior champion right there, Enrique Perez Serra.
Yeah, nice.
And again, this board is just flowing through these flat sections of the wave. So once again, the most high performance shape as far as narrow and knifey isn't necessarily the board that's going to win in the conditions that are in front of us today.
No one is going to catch him in this heat, that's for sure.
No one's going to catch him, so Enrique's looking like... Now, Barak has had a good heat, and again, you see how easily this more high-performance board works, but it has to be in the powerful section of the wave.
I think they got caught off the set waves a couple of times by surprise, and actually some of the better waves that have been in this heat have not been caught because they got caught every time on the inside.
Oh, he took this one through?
Yes.
Yeah, a nice section on the inside.
That could save him the second spot, that's for sure.
Yep. I think that locks him in for the second spot, as we're going to be running out of time. We've about 20 seconds left in this heat. But so how long can someone stay in the air on a windsurfer at Pozo?
I would say in the good days 4 or 5 seconds, and you can fly up to 15 meters, which is probably about 35 to 40 feet over the water. And that takes a lot of practice. And if you just YouTube or Google a couple
look,
of...
his legs are tired from pumping.
Yeah, good one. Congratulations to Enrique.
The time is still winding down, and Lucas is a high-performance surfer. Oh, and it just goes down. Congratulations, Enrique. Congratulations, Enrique. Our 2024 Gran Canaria Junior Men's Champion. Look at this sportsmanship here from Burak, giving him a hug. Look, Ibaya's happy. Ibaya's a mentor. The Scotty McKercher board wins the boys. And the Scotty McKercher board could win the girls. Julieta's still in that. I mean, it's quite impressive. So congrats to Enrique. And so, Bjorn, I have one more question for you here as we watch our champion come up. So you're what? Are you 52, 53 years old now?
55. I'm a 69er.
55.
Summer 69.
So summer 69. Oh well, let's. I know I keep interrupting you here, but let's. We have a couple sixes from Enrique. Just powerful surfing. The SMIC board just easily keeping its speed through the sections. And I don't remember. I think it was a quad as he came in, and it's just really keeping the speed. The board's a little flatter, but it's perfect for the wave conditions, meaning that he's not riding it necessarily top to bottom, but he's doing what the wave is allowing and completing that last section. And then this must be his other 6.5. Beautiful off the top there from Enrique, just right in the perfect corner of this wave to score, and just been teeing off on that corner. And congrats to Scotty McKercher, right, as well, for having competitive boards in this. They've just been looking so good in the whole event. Look at this, he finishes this off on the front side.
That shows that really a lot of windsurfers actually use stand-up paddling as a crossover training when there's no wind, and Scott is no exception, and he knows exactly what it takes to make a winning board. You want to be out there, you want to ride well, but you want to catch a lot of waves, and that's the factor of being a champion.
Did you ever compete against Scotty? Was he after your era? Or
20 years. He actually managed to win one world title as well.
He won a world title.
And I was second that year, so yes.
Oh, yeah. So, and was that the year where Ireland was like crazy? I guess every year Ireland's crazy, but I think Ireland was like added to the tour or something, and it was like a mobile event. And
he was always mobile, yeah. Congratulations, Enrique. Right on.
Like Ibaya's really been a mentor to Enrique, getting him hooked up with Scotty, and there's all the Spanish crew, and there's Lucci, the women's champion. Congratulations, Enrique. Stoked.
The smiley boy.
Stoked.
Not the first time he's here. I think it must be his third or fourth times in this competition, actually.
Wow.
It's the 5th edition for the ones that don't know, and we're already working on getting it back next year. So if you are interested in competing in pros or in juniors, here's your chance to come to Gran Canaria, enjoy our great temperature and great waves.
Here we are straight in. It looks like to the women's final here, the junior girls final, and I think this is one of the Inoyes. Let's see. These girls are surfing amazing too, by the way. This is the girls' final, and that's Kaede Inoue. She's 19 years old, and she likes to do some cooking in her spare time when she's traveling the world surfing. She likes to learn about the local foods and then bring them home and try and make them at home. And then here's her younger sister. Oh, no, here's Julieta, also on the SMIC board. Julieta from Spain. Oh, just gets a little hung up, hits that one a little bit late. But so Bjorn, tell me about the ditch. Tell me about the speed sailing. What is that like? I mean, are you using? equipment that you would never even consider using anywhere else other than the ditch. And maybe tell people who are not windsurfers what I'm talking about.
We're using very narrow boards. I use a 40 centimeter narrow board.
Oh my God.
Ideally on a 5.5 square meter, 5.2 when it gets real windy. On a 19 centimeter asymmetrical fins. And that's what gets me to 100 k's an hour. And my fastest speed is actually 103.68, which is 55.98 knots. Top speed.
So I think that translates, it's complicated math, but that might be 65 miles an hour in American terms, so to speak, which is outrageous. I mean, that is the speed limit to drive in America, and you're sailing that on a windsurfing board.
Yeah, but only a short time, obviously, but still it's powered by wind. And the ditch, the channel in Lures is the fastest speed sailing channel at the moment. It's been that for the last 10 years.
And this was cut out specifically just to set records in windsurfing. Is that correct?
Yes, of course it is correct. First of all, you want a correct straight line to follow. And you need a really strong, dense wind to be able to use the wind strength to sail that fast.
Sakura pumping through to the inside.
Yes,
here.
he's doing great. He's going to make it all the way to the inside.
And then hit the lip. Yes, all right, Sakura. That was an excellent. I think that was the best closing maneuver we've seen. She's holding her knee now. I don't know if she hit a rock or hit. But Bjorn, a funny thing about this board, two funny things about that board. Do you see the green rails? This board was snapped in half here in the Canaries. They fixed it for the event. So here is Julieta. She has some beautiful form. That my favorite maneuver from Julieta is her backside bottom turn, actually. She just has, see this paddle transition, and then right there, it's just so classic style. And you may see it again here. Just swaps it to the other side and just beautifully.
See if you can make it through a flat
section. She's going to make
there.
it easily, yep. And then hit the lip. And just 15 years old. 15 years old.
That's a nice thing about it. You get a lot of young talent as well. And that's so important for our sport that we have in girls and in boys. All the time you have more young people joining, and that's definitely the key factor.
So here's Kaede. She's on a 7'4", and she's not a big girl, and ripping it, throwing it around so easily, right? And so she's 19 years old. She's the older sister of Sakura. And so Sakura is on a 7-foot board by 22 inches wide. That's a shortboard for you and me, right?
Absolutely.
On surfing. And but that's the one that she just had that completion on, and it is her board, the 7.0. It's a funny one. So first I told you that the rails, that it was buckled, and her brother won the competition on the buckled board, I believe. The family's been sharing the two boards. The three family members have been sharing the two boards the whole competition. So the colorful board, it also is a 4+1. And so it has 4 fins, a quad, and the +1 is the size of a guitar pick. Okay, let's throw it down now to Tatiana and our new 2024 junior champion. Tatiana, take it away.
I am on the beach with the official under-21 APP world champion, Enrique Perez. Tell me how you're feeling.
Yeah, I feel very happy to win this championship, and this is incredible. It's like a dream.
Well, last year you came in second place, so you were so close, but this year you managed to score the win. How does it feel?
Yeah, I say that I feel very happy. Next year I stay in the second position, but now I win, and the next year I come again.
And how old are you?
I am the 17th.
17. Okay, so a few years before you can compete with the older boys, but you're on the right track, that's for sure. Now, what boards are you surfing with?
Yeah, I'm surfing with mixed boards. I have around 7.0 with 17 liters.
Yep.
I'm very happy. That is a magic board.
Amazing. Well, you were absolutely ripping out there, so the board is definitely working for you. Now, is there any words to, I know you're from Spain, but are there any words to friends and family watching from all around the world?
Yeah, thank you. So show me my family and all the people. And yeah, this championship is for all of them.
Oh, how nice. Well, congratulations. Back to you guys in the studio.
So sweet, and what a great classy winner. Only 17 years old. He has many more years. And here we have Pruna getting a wave all the way through to the inside and completing it, almost completing it. I think she's up there for the best spray job as well, best spray paint job. So Bjorn, I started to tell you, though, about the board that Sakura is riding. It's 4 fins plus what I've been calling a guitar pick, okay? In the fin box, okay, she has a fin that is this size. So there's 4 fins and then a guitar pick size fin. Now I'm not sure how you decide that, okay, the board is too loose. I need a fin the size of a guitar pick.
Gotta ask them.
But that's what they're riding. And that obviously it's been working very well for her. In fact, Sakura, the 16-year-old, made the final of the women's event. So obviously it's working for her. Here's Pruna's last wave. This is her best wave. Again, in contention for the best spray paint job on her equipment, in my opinion. And she works this wave through the inside, fades it, and then sets up for completion here off the front side, and just almost completes it, just loses it at the very end. Sakura here, again with the broken rails and the guitar pick, ripping, solid first turn. But you saw her looking back at her tail. Earlier she was looking at her knee as well. So I'm not sure if her knee went through a fin or her knee went through the tail.
Or the rail, maybe even the rail, you know.
Maybe a rail, yeah. So here's that last finishing maneuver. Fantastic off the top. I don't know if there's a rock through there.
There's no rocks in that area normally, but
I mean, that might have been the best finishing maneuver on the inside we've seen from anyone, male or female, today, and it's a 16-year-old girl in the girls' final. And so we have the 2 sisters leading at this point with the scores that are in. The older sister, Kaede, 19 years old, just ahead of her younger sister. But they both have 2 solid waves, and Julieta and Pruna do not yet have 2 solid scoring waves in plenty of time. So let's go back to the ditch, okay? So I'm a windsurfer myself. I can't imagine. Once you start going over a certain speed, it seems like all of the science stops to work. Like your fins can't go any faster, so weird things start to happen. Your sail can't hold any more wind, so you start to get backwinded, and things start going wrong. And I don't even know what goes wrong with your board, because at top speed for me, between being backwinded on the sail and the fin trying to do weird things, basically also wiping out at those speeds is completely awful.
Well, first of all, you don't want to wipe out. Second of all, obviously you're using very small boards to maximize the speed. Those are very hard to start on, very hard to complicated to get going. But once you're going, then you don't have all this problem with the backwinding and all that. You need a certain speed to actually be able to perform, and that is what makes it so interesting.
So Kaede with a nice wave there,
beautiful wave.
Just fizzled out a bit. So you talk about that. The equipment is so specialized. I mean, do you water start with a bit of a downwind? I mean, like, is the pond set up? Is the ditch set up where you have a bit of downwind to start?
It's a bit of crosswind, actually. It's like starting on a water ski, but you gotta get your water ski out of the water with wind power.
Let's watch this wave again.
Nice
Look,
one.
Super powerful bottom turn, and sets up oh my goodness, a super powerful top turn. Again, these are the juniors. She's on a 7-4. That might be the strongest maneuver of this juniors final here. Kaede is already in the lead, and the only downside of this wave is that it fizzles out a little bit on her. And the judges had kind of yesterday been limiting one maneuver waves to scores in the 5+ range. But a score in the 5+ range would actually increase her lead over her sister. But that was an absolutely excellent start to that wave. So the wave just gave up on her. But these Japanese teenagers, and they all have a very similar style. It's like they're learning from each other, watching from each other. I know we've had this disjointed conversation here, but I appreciate you stopping into the booth with us.
It's nice to watch them here, actually, on the screen as well. I mean, the live stream is made so that everyone in the world, even in Japan, can follow this. And I'm very happy about the improvements. The combination with the 3 cameras on the beach and the drone makes it very interesting, together with the point system. So this is definitely improving our promotion of the sport.
Yeah. So, getting back to the ditch. Oh, here we have more.
That's full action, you know. That's good. Action on the water.
Here, I'll let you call this one Julieta.
Julieta, yes, it's going left. And it's always a left-right wave, so it's good to start left and then kind of combine it with the right. And that will make the wave the longest. And actually you get that inside section. So it's definitely working it. See if you can get the flat spot there and then use the right. No, it's just not doing it.
But she does a great job of reading this wave. You know, again, 15 years old. It might be her longboard background where she knows where to find the pockets to continue in the...
Some of these riders have been here for a couple of weeks already.
Yeah.
And obviously this is one of the nice and easy long waves for both beginners and longboarders and also stand-up paddlers. And it's really good because you have a left and a right on the outside. But if you know how to play this wave well, then you can ride quite a bit on the left and then combine it with the rights on the inside. So it makes it pretty interesting, but also if you do it right, you have a very long wave.
So I'm still stuck on your speed records here, going over 100 kilometers an hour on what we're calling the ditch. I mean, I remember if I'm wiping out windsurfing at, I don't know, 25 knots, I mean, the wind gets knocked out of me. And what happens if you don't windsurf and you don't know this is the wipeout happens so fast, you don't even know what hit you. Like, did the boom hit you? Did the mast hit you? What? It just all happens so fast. You come home and your wife is like, oh, you have bruises on you. What happened? You don't even have an answer because it just went by so fast you don't even know what happened. And you're going far faster than anything that I've ever experienced.
But you don't want to wipe out that speed, I tell you.
Yeah.
That will be the last thing you do that day.
Right. So we have more live action here.
Yes, more sets coming through, which is nice.
We have Pruna. And so you're at speed. You are feeling it. Do you try to sheet in more, or I mean, what do you do to set your own speed record to go faster than your last run? I mean, you've been doing this so long. How do you squeeze out that bit more? What is it?
Once you go at 90 k's an hour on a 5.5, it's like pretty much every time you go down, you go 90.
Yeah, right.
Then you gotta have a little bit of luck that the angle of the wind is correct. The faster you go, the steeper you want it, the more beaming you want the wind, so more from behind. And then you need to have it strong enough to be able to actually increase your speed. So you just got to go through the channel as often as possible, and every time you got to go through it, you commit 100% to be able to go at the level that the equipment will let you. And the wind, obviously, and the water quality.
And so then is there a peak, is there a maximum wind? Like, if the wind is blowing 60, is that too fast?
Normally, the section of the water is too nervous and gets too choppy, and then you cannot even control it anymore.
Okay.
So there's a fine line in between enough, too much.
So what wind speed do you need to go? What does the wind speed need to be for you to go 100 kilometers?
It needs to be around 40 to 45 knots, and if it's the perfect direction, I think 50 knot gusts will make it go even quicker.
And do you have any idea? Are you wearing a watch? Like, do you know where you are? Because if you know, like, okay, I'm at 95, I can do this. Or do you just kind of feel it and just...
I have 3 different GPS devices on me, and we have also video timing for the average speed on the 500 meter course, but you don't really see it while you're going down because you're just focusing on performing at 100%, and then once you get through the finishing lines when you actually can check out your GPS watches because you have no time to actually watch any screen at
and then
at speed.
What are your safety protocols at that speed? Because as we said, I mean, it is awful. So I'm sure you're wearing a helmet. A 6 and a 7 from the 2 sisters. I mean, look at that. That was really perfect form off the top there from the younger sister, Sakura. And I thought we were going to see another one. We may see another... Okay. So what are your safety protocols? I mean, you have...
impact vest, wetsuit, long wetsuit, and obviously a helmet as well, yes.
And then...
and no crashing.
No crashing. And then is there... you have a doctor on the beach at all? Someone capable with...
Mandatory to have an ambulance and a doctor, we want to call it, yes, the doctor.
And then how far away would actual medical help be? I mean, would you need a helicopter? Or
there's medical... ambulance and medical right at the channel. That's obligatory for the record attempt.
Right.
Then we have, of course, the speed marshal, and then the closest hospital is in Lüderitz, which is only a 15-minute drive in the ambulance. And a few guys have done the route before with broken ribs and broken noses and stuff like that. But good to say, no one has been seriously injured, which is also very positive. But big crashes happened, and a few guys have gone that route already.
And so, I know this is a stand-up paddle competition, so most people are probably not familiar with windsurfing. So if people wanted to see what we're talking about, I mean, would they just type up Bjorn Dunkerbeck speed on YouTube? I mean,
go on Instagram, on YouTube as well. Yes, there's plenty of videos from the last week. I just came back last Friday from there actually, and so then you can feel it. You can really feel like you're riding. I got my GoPro on the helmet. I got a GoPro on the boom. You can see the speed, even with the speedometer in the window. So
it looks.
If you haven't seen it yet, it's quite nice to see it and feel it.
It looks crazy. It looks sped up. You know, it looks unbelievable. And a lot of times, a lot of sports, you don't get the feeling of what it's actually. You know, you watch wing foiling, it looks so smooth and easy. You don't feel the speed. But when I see you in the ditch, as I'm calling it, I mean, it looks just crazy fast. So it must be.
It is fast for a sailing craft. I'm telling you, it's very fast.
So, one last thing here is that your big passion right now? Is that here? We have live action here. I'll let you call this one.
Yeah. Nice ride, and obviously he's very fast off the bottom, and that helps you getting off the top as well, as quickly as possible as well with the cutback. Too bad he didn't make the flat spot, because it could have been a really high scoring waves otherwise.
And she's our heat leader right there. That's Kaede. So what is your passion right now? I mean, look, there's nothing else on this earth that you need to prove to anybody, which has to be a nice feeling. So all that's left is for you to prove to yourself what is interesting, what is entertaining, what gets you excited in the morning. And I'll ask you, because I asked that to Laird Hamilton, and he's still passionate about riding a bigger wave, and he really transitioned to the foil because he said, the surfboard itself is not fast enough to make it to the bottom at Nazaré. I need to foil if I'm going to ride a 100-foot wave. So he actually changed his equipment with the idea of maintaining his life passion to ride a big wave. So there's not anything left that Bjorn Dunkerbeck needs to accomplish on this earth. But what gets you up in the morning? What are you excited about?
Well, I like any aspect of windsurfing. Doesn't matter if it's free riding in front of my house here in Gran Canaria, going wave sailing up the coast at Pozo. Always not jumping like I did in the 90s because I got 2 artificial hips. Was placed my last one, the right one, just in March of this year. The first one, the left one, 6 or 7 years ago. So those are pretty much worn out from all the windsurfing and water sports I've been doing. And everything I can still do at a high level is definitely speed sailing. Right. I enjoy every aspect, but at a high level, the only thing I can still do is definitely going fast.
Now, do you? I know it seems windy here all the time. At least that's the perception from not living here. But it seems windy here all the time. But when it's not windy, do you stand up paddle? Here's that beautiful off the top again from Sakura. That's got to be her top scoring wave. Just such a clean off the top.
It's very nice, yes.
And then she had that finish as well that was exceptional.
It's so important to make through that flat spot to make the wave a bit longer. And it's definitely all about wave selections today, because you get the good wave, you can really do other things.
That was her 7-point ride.
You see?
If that's the 7-point ride, then she just needs a backup. And
it looks so easy from here.
Right.
But when you're out there, you really got to select the right wave, because it makes you be able to perform better and score higher, obviously.
Pruna's good wave here. Oh, we hear some hooting going on out there in the crowd. So maybe there's a set coming. I was just going to ask you, what do you do when the wave is down? I mean, do you take care of some Bjorn business? Do you do some? There's another clean frontside carve from Sakura, and the wave. The sun comes out for her as well, which makes it look even prettier with that colorful board.
We kind of have trade winds here. We got lots of waves everywhere on the island, and I do go stand-up paddling when the wind is light, or even if we have normal weather, I go stand-up paddling in the morning and then windsurfing in the afternoon.
Right, another strong close for Sakura.
I have a feeling we're going to have a Japanese win here as well.
I have a feeling we're going to have. There's a good chance. It's a good chance of it. I mean, if she was sitting on a 7, you know, that was another great wave. She may take advantage. She may pass her sister here. I mean, look, that's the only thing the judges have been knocking a bit is that the degree of difficulty that in that section of the wave wasn't high. But the reality is the waves are a little flatter at this spot than they were at Lorette.
Yeah, they're definitely flatter.
So she's having these strong closing sections, kind of putting the exclamation point on the wave right there, making it look easy.
Well, you have a combination of a rocky plateau on the beginning of the wave out here, and then you have a sandy beach break finish. So it's a bit of both. And in Lorette, you have basically a really long rock shelf where the wave is breaking along. And the ideal direction was not what we had, which was north with a little bit of east into it, which is not the perfect direction. It's northwest. Then it really, really gets a lot bigger and a lot faster than what we had. But this is a combination wave, which is definitely nice, and it's a bit softer than the Lorette wave. So it's definitely favoring the lighter guys.
Yeah.
And girls, obviously.
Yeah. Now, I think has Liam competed, your son Liam, has he competed in wing foiling events too as well?
As well, yes. But also he has competed here on a couple of occasions. This year he just made it back from Maui yesterday, so it was a bit late to sign up.
So we have Julieta trying to make her way. She's been surfing so great in this competition. Another rider on a Scotty McKercher board, thanks to Ibaya. The wave's not trying to deliver for her, but she's staying with it. And now it's setting up. Julieta found a nice left out of this. Clean carve on the open face. Doing all the work she can get out of it, just trying to optimize here at the end of the heat. And 15-year-old Julieta, she's had a great performance in this event. Minute and a half left. So Liam's doing some wing foiling, and I think he's doing well in wing foiling as well, right? And
he did a couple of wing foil events, even the World Tour, both in
I think I saw him in Morocco.
Morocco, Lecat. He did Lecat 2 years ago, and last year we had a combination event in Pozo Izquierdo with windsurfing, wave sailing and slalom sailing first week, and wing foiling the second week with both freestyle wave and the racing part. And he took part in both the racing and the waves. And he did reasonably well, combining the two events. But this year, I think he's been focusing more on windsurfing. Well, I know it. I know he's been doing that. And won his third world titles in the under 21 category, and was actually 9th in the Open.
You know, to be honest with you, like, my father was an exceptional athlete in a couple different categories, and yeah, he was a football player. I mean, American, football player, like big guy like me, but his resume, like you, his resume was so big that I didn't want to compete with it. So thinking of Liam, like seeing my dad with his incredible, unmatched resume, it must be hugely tall shoes to fill. That I'm kind of impressed that he's willing to say, yeah, I'm going to give this a go too. And then
lucky enough,
and then we're having the countdown on this heat. Sakura taking a victory lap right here. To be honest, 16-year-old Sakura beats her older sister Kaede, and comes in second in the pro division, wins the junior division. Exclamation point at the end here. Congratulations to Sakura. This family seems so sweet. They're just smiling all the time, supporting each other. She's got to be worn out. Oh,
I'm sure she is. She's been having a couple of long wave days here in the last week.
Sure, yeah, non-stop. She's got to be exhausted. Oh, boy.
It paid off in the end.
It paid off in the end. Well, one last question for you, and then I'll let you go, and I thank you so much. Oh, you can see that they had the board flipped over. I was going to show you the guitar pick.
Yes.
Look at this.
And the funny fins, actually.
They flipped it over.
The samurai fins, I would say.
Yeah, there's some S-shaped fins on their boards as well. So the last thing I was going to ask, well, we're seeing the highlights of Sakura here. Excellent turns.
Wonder if this Finns gives a little bit of lift, because it seems like she's very light on her feet, you know, and this kind of Finns they kind of like lift your board out a little bit more, and it seems like
that's what the concept is of these Finns, is to give a little bit of lift, and
sort of like a foil, you know, you kind of lift the board a bit out of the water, and you get a bit more free action.
And then there's that excellent completion that she had. So that was going to be my last question. Liam's doing some foiling. Have you done any foiling either on the windsurf side?
I'm doing windsurfing foiling all the time.
Are you?
The light air is fantastic. I mean, I use a 10-0, a 9-0, an 8-0 depending on the wind, and you can go so fast in such light wind. So it's actually
it's also easier on your body too, right? I mean, you don't have the pounding effect. And
no pounding, but if you crash at high speeds, I tell you fly.
Right. But it's so nice to go those high speeds in the very light winds too, right? Just no drag, no friction.
That's a great feeling.
Well, look at this. We have the Japanese boys. So our men's champion is Taka Inoue, and now we have the women's champion Sakura Inoue. Is this a Canarian event or a Japanese event? I mean, it's like Sakura doesn't even seem to realize that she has won the whole thing yet, you know. But the family seems so kind and so nice, all supportive of each other.
She will know very soon.
Yep, she will know very soon. Well, Bjorn, it's been an absolute honor having you commentate with me and sit in the booth. It's honestly been a dream come true for me as a lifetime windsurfer and a fellow big guy. You've been an inspiration to me to make me believe that a big guy can actually have fun windsurfing. So thanks again for taking the time with us in here in the booth. And thank you for bringing the Stand-Up World Tour here to your home in the Canary Islands.
Yeah, you're welcome. It's a pleasure. And we're already working, as I said, on next year's event. So maybe it's only the 5th, but not the last.
Yeah, maybe we'll see you again next year. Maybe I'll get on the water with you and okay. Okay. Well, yes, Bjorn. So maybe we'll be here next year. Maybe I'll be on the water with you. Maybe I'll see you from behind windsurf foiling or something. You know.
I got plenty of big wave boards in stand-up category.
And one's in my size as well.
Actually, the 9.5 starboard, the 10.0 starboard, the 10.5 starboard, the 11 starboard. So
all right.
Plenty of volume and plenty of.
So whenever I travel anywhere in the world, no one has a board that's my size. No one has a sail that's my size. And now, Bjorn Dunkerbeck, that would be an honor. So
yes. So plan it in your travel schedule for next year, and I'm sure there's going to be a couple of big boards here.
Awesome.
No need to take them. There's plenty of boards here.
No need to take them. Well, yes. Well, thank you, Bjorn. And what a great juniors event, huh? I mean, the boys were ripping on the Scotty McKercher board, and then the girls.
Girls as well. I mean,
as well.
That's one thing. This is so nice to see the young ripping. And I think it's a great opportunity for young people to be able to really show what they can do.
So now we're into the...
okay, I'll see you later.
See you later, Bjorn. Thank you, my friend.
You're welcome.
See you. Thank you so much. If you can send a picture to Tristan or Dave Bainey, or you can send it to me. Here we have Sakura coming up the beach. Julieta giving hugs, such joy.
Estamos aquí en categoría masculina en Longboard paddling desde Gran Canaria. Esos 4 concursantes que naturalmente ya cruzaron sus mangas.
So this is so exciting. Look at the big smiles from the entire family. Taka smiling. The Japanese flag. I mean, and look, the Japanese have earned it. So look at this. All 3 Japanese. Congratulations, Inoue family. Really unbelievable performance from all 3 of you. So, and here we are in the repechage heat of the men's longboard. Vince coming through on the inside, hitting the lip, coming through the lip, completing the maneuver.
Blue first right 0.70 and yellow 2.1
So we have a start here. Vince has 2 waves under his belt, including a 3.83. That may have been a replay of Vince's with that nice, strong completion of that maneuver.
Second place, try flat, yellow, amarillo. We need 3.27. Third place, red, 1.57. We need now 0.54. 20 minutes, 20 minutes to go.
All right, Guillermo with his first wave on the riding the F1, banking it back. Tristan tells me Guillermo's the local ripper here, taking it all the way through to the inside, setting it up, looking like he's going to have a little section in front of him, little float, and he kicks out. So we're off to a good start here in the longboard repechage.
Repechage.
I'm not sure how you say that. Again, Dave and I are not French. To be honest and to be safe. Here's Carlos Fidalgo with his powerful style. Here he goes. Oh, there it is. Oh. Carlos just ripping that powerful style this whole event. And then here's Vince being a little loose. This might be the one, Dave, where he punches it. A little toe tap, comes back around to the section. And then this inside section starting to work. And Vince comes up, completes it. Solid completion for Vince. So he now has 2 keepers close to the 4 range, which brings Vince close to an 8. And man, today, what do you say? 8s or 8s? I guess we're not. Right. You're talking about individual 8s, but in these conditions, Vince is in a commanding position in this heat to make his way into the longboard final. Or is it the longboard semis that we're going to? We have so many players.
It's not even the semis. It's the round 3, the round before the quarters. There's actually a lot of
because there's double elimination. You're correct.
Yeah. So this is just to stay alive.
Here we
and
go.
Get back in the main.
Little nose riding for Carlos. Well, I'll tell you, Dave, that was a real honor for me, to be honest, to have Bjorn Dunker back. It would be like having Kelly Slater sit in with you and commentate a heat with you.
That's just cool.
Like, I can't tell you. So thanks for making room for me and taking a little break there and letting the big man. Bjorn invited me to come windsurf and stand up paddle with him at his place.
You guys are besties all of a sudden.
We're besties all of a sudden. Yep. I told him we could go out windsurfing together and I could see him from the back.
Well, I am a little jealous because you got some bitchin' swag from Bjorn.
I got some. Yeah. Well, the thing is, Dave, I never get swag. Size 3XL. Who has that? Bjorn has that, right? That's who has 3XL.
That's pretty cool,
right? We were talking about that, and I was like, man, I can't even go into a surf shop. Infinity is an awesome surf shop, and I can't buy anything in the shop, Dave.
What about stance socks or something like that?
Stance socks, thanks, man. Yep.
Too funny. All right.
Yeah. It's a solid looking wave from Guillermo here.
Yeah, Guillermo, the local, obviously knows his way around this reef, picking a nice wave. Going to go all the way in, and you can see that board's rocker's nice and flat, just gliding through.
So that was an F1.
Section.
Do you remember the brand F1 when Sean would compete against that guy from Tahiti?
Yep.
What was his name?
Poenaiki.
Poenaiki Rioja. There. We don't speak French, but I think we got that one. Poenaiki Rioja.
Yeah.
And man, Poenaiki looks so good on those F1 boards, didn't he?
And I was actually talking to Tristan. I'm like, where has Poenaiki been? And he told me that Poenaiki's a fireman actually out in Tahiti. So just a little busy, but he said he wouldn't be surprised if he sees Poenaiki possibly even this year. I was like, what?
Poenaiki was an outstanding surfer. Very few holes in his surfing game.
Yes.
So I think Poenaiki won a world title, at least one on this stand-up world tour here. And so he rode the same brand of board that Guillermo has been riding here, that red one with the balsa deck. Dave, do you ever do like on your production boards? Do you ever do a balsa deck? What's the secret to strength of a production board, Dave?
Yeah, you could use several different materials, right? Balsa.
And when I say balsa, I'm not talking about a balsa board. It's just a veneer. It's just
There's guys using balsa, bamboo, of course. You can see some redwood ones.
I'm sorry, I had that incorrect. I said balsa. You're right. I meant a bamboo veneer deck.
Yeah. No, the guys are using balsa though. You're correct. Like I think maybe even Sonova uses a parabolic balsa, like kind of rail construction.
Here's Vince, our heat leader, by the way, picking off that left, and he faded right. I'm not sure if that was the right decision, unless he's setting up the inside here, because he's had a few good hits off the inside, so maybe that was the right decision. We'll see.
Yeah, and that's what's cool about as the tide fills in here. The inside actually gets really fun.
So that's what he was setting up. Little walk of the nose, and then the punctuation mark at the end. So yeah, Vince knew what he was doing. What am I? I can keep my mouth shut and let him surf. Sorry. So we saw that F1 here, and Ponaiki was riding F1s to a world title, and they had a bamboo veneer deck. And on your production boards, like, what's the secret to a light and strong production board, Dave?
Yeah, I mean, just depends on how you want the flex compared to durability, what you want out of the board. Obviously, there's some materials that are more expensive and premium than other ones. Wood, in my opinion, it's cool because it gives a cool aesthetic, for one. Number two, it's really good for pressure dinging.
Because it really doesn't. I mean,
resist that kind of pressure. The one thing, obviously, it doesn't really have in my opinion, like a performance flex pattern to it.
Mm-hmm.
It's pretty rigid. Bamboo doesn't.
By the way,
soak up
for
water.
me at my size, I want rigid. Like, I don't want a PU shortboard.
You want it for a certain amount, though.
Right.
I mean, even yourself would want. To get a proper flex, you would love that, right? You can't just have a really stiff board.
Gotcha.
And bamboo it doesn't soak up water, which is nice. If you ever get a ding, you don't have to worry about it as much. So myself, we just choose to use carbon fiber. And,
even on your production. So do you make some boards overseas? You have because every board can't be custom coming out of Infinity. I mean, you guys produce so many boards, right? So you have a production line that's good for everyone, and then you have specific ones for team riders or special needs surfers like myself or something.
yeah, exactly. Yeah, no, I mean, the only way to do any business overseas is obviously to manufacture overseas, right? So we're still a full custom shop in California. We work every day on custom boards, but to expand our reach as a brand, we have to produce boards overseas. And what's cool is I'm so used to riding a custom board, as we see a couple replays here.
This is Vincent. This is where I was questioning his judgment, but I shouldn't have, because he was setting up that inside.
Yeah, but he's actually riding a local brand called Wasp, and they're if I'm correct, they're a completely custom.
I've seen a few of these with they're stealing your black and white, Dave. But is it a GC board, or is it a Spanish board?
I think it's Portugal, if I'm not mistaken, and we're going to send it down for an interview with Tatiana. Take it away, Tatiana.
Congratulations, Sakura Nui. She just won the under-21 APP World title. Tell me, how does it feel to win this at 16 years old?
Thank you. 最初の1本で7点出して、その次あまり乗れなかったんですけど、もう1本揃えられて、ワールドチャンピオン取れてすごく嬉しいです。
Now, I bet it feels incredible, but how did it feel to compete alongside your sister as well?
APP ワールドツアーに出て3回目になるんですけど、2回とも姉に負けてしまってワールドチャンピオン取れなかったんですけど、今回は勝ててよかったです。
Well, you are a family full of athletes. We want to bring everyone in to say our final goodbyes. Come on in. Congratulations to Kaina as well, who got second place in the event. Taka, who is our SUP surf champion from yesterday, and their mother here as well, who is always such a support. Thank you.
congratulations. I mean, does the Inoue family have the best smiles on earth too? I mean,
it's good to be a part of the Inoue family. I want to see if I could get adopted because they look like they have the most fun, and I need a little bit of that talent.
There's Carlos charging and completing it. All right, Carlos.
He's stoked.
He is stoked. I mean, Carlos just muscling it through. I mean, that's kind of his trademark, is the muscle off the bottom, muscle off the top. But I think that was his best muscle maneuver yet, was muscling the completion of that maneuver. So we have Carlos coming through. Once again, we're seeing these guys make it through this inside section, fading it right, where I had gotten it wrong, but they know how it goes. And then here it is. Here's the muscle move. Oh, we're setting it up. Last chunk, off the lip. And then that's a tough one to complete right there, especially when you bury the nose. Right, and you know the sand is right below that, too.
He loved it. He loved it. He was stoked.
He was stoked. And so Carlos is currently in second place now behind Vince. So that puts him in a position to advance into the next round. I'm kind of confused on I know the top two advance. I'm just not exactly sure what they advance to. So
it's just round 3 back in the main event.
Right.
So,
but does third go into one heat and fourth goes into another heat?
Yeah, I don't know how the sequencing works, but yes.
And then do we have another round 2 heat? It looks like we do. Yep. And then we move into round 3. Gotcha. Sorry, I'm a little slow here. So we're talking board design, and we're talking production boards. And are you saying that you actually use carbon in your production boards, Dave?
Yeah. So one thing.
So that's got to set you apart from the competition, right? I mean,
there's some of the top brands are using carbon for sure. We're not the only ones, definitely. I will say that I spent a lot of time on our, just the.
I mean, wasn't
the
there
matrix of
something
our glass
called?
jobs.
Was it AST or there was it wasn't a carbon wrap. It was just it was an EPS foam and then some sort of rigid exterior, like a surf techy material that was strong, but it wasn't carbon.
Yeah, I mean
PVC.
No, PVC is quite commonly used in production boards. It's a good way to get boards really light. And just like using carbon, there's a lot of ways you could manipulate the carbon to influence the flex. So that's something like that I worked on for a long time, especially when we're first getting into production boards. I'm coming off custom boards, right? So the very first one we got was as nice as it gets comparatively to boards I've seen out there, but it just didn't feel as good on the water compared as we see heat leader Vincent Duchesne catch another wave. He's staying busy, but it just didn't feel as good as my custom board still. And what I always ask myself is would I compete on this board? Would I be stoked to ride it? Because if I'm making it, I want to ride one. And took me about 5 samples, I'd say, to get a nice little nose ride for Vince, and he just pulls a ripcord. And what I learned just through the process and through making custom boards is the different weaves of carbon. How big are the weaves? How small the weaves are? How you lay them
carbon.
up.
We think of carbon as one word, but there's an infinite supply of weaves and densities and I mean it's truly, when I say infinite, it's truly practically infinite possibility. So anyway,
just a little replay. Vince in command of this heat at the moment, and
it seems like that inside section just kind of all of a sudden comes up on you out of nowhere. Like you're like, I'm good, I'm going to make this, and then all of a sudden it rolls over quicker than you expected. And that's what happened to Vince there.
Yeah, absolutely.
So it has to, but by your choice to use carbon, you said you went through multiple iterations before you said, this is the mix of carbon that I want. But your decision to use carbon in itself has to, there's no way around it pushing up the retail price of your production board. You can't, by you making the choice, well, here we have a couple riders up. Guillermo with a nice carve off the top, and Ayo Santana, I'm not sure who had a priority here, but Guillermo right in the pocket. So this could push his score. It's a nice turn in and setting up for the inside. Kicks out. So if people are wondering and they're sizing up between, say, I'm just going to say randomly an NSP or a Surf Tech or a board that's very much an off-the-shelf production board. Still a quality board, but an off-the-shelf production board. Price-wise, an Infinity production board, I mean, you are making the decision to go with higher priced materials, and so you're not competing with those things on a price point basis. I mean, you're competing on your shape, but you're also competing on your materials.
That's correct. We see Guillermo, or Carlos. Nice little reform.
He's able to do these turns from the middle of the board, too.
He's looking really smooth. That's
all
for
of
sure.
that body power, just so much power. You see the Japanese girls at 40 kilos stepping fully on the tail. Carlos can manhandle this from anywhere on the board.
Yes.
Again, here's that in section that just comes up on you, but he manhandles his way through it. I'd like to see Carlos in Sunset Beach or something,
Yeah, for sure. There's definitely some extra energy that's wanting to come out.
I mean, power versus power basically is what I'd like to see. I think he could shine if he was given that power versus power situation,
Sure.
So is that fair to say? I'm putting words in your mouth about like a Surf Tech construction versus a Dave Bainey production. But you're making a choice to use a more expensive material.
Yeah, we see Io Santana going. And, I mean, we've always been a brand that just sits in the premium price point by choice, We don't really make inflatables. We don't make yoga boards. We don't make an entry-level sub-surfboard. Just because I want to be proud of every product I made. I want to. If I make a product, I'm proud to ride it myself, right? And we've always just stayed in our lane that way. I've never really cared to rule the world, so to speak. Like I love just growing organically and being proud of my product. And I feel if you do that, people will notice it, in a different kind of way. But Vince Duchesne on his backhand.
This looks like the waves that you were taking, Dave, in your heat. It has that open shoulder on the left.
Yeah, and this board looks nice and loose, and that is that custom Wasp, and it's a Spaniard company.
This time he was early enough off the top, and he knew it, Kind of learned his lesson, I guess.
Yeah, definitely was in control in that ride and did a good job completing that ride.
So, Dave, I'm asking you about production boards. I know this isn't an Infinity ad in here. We're just generally talking about how production boards are made. But this morning I showed you a picture. One of my bros back home just received his Infinity. And can you tell me then, I mean, is this a carbon board? Is this a production board?
Mm-hmm.
And is this a carbon board? And this board in particular is called a Blur V2. And it's a 100-liter board, 8x28, that we're looking at. So tell me what the idea is behind something like this, and tell me about the production. Oh, here we go, Carlos again. Carlos,
look at him. I want to see a cockroach.
Yeah, let's see the cockroach.
He was. You could see it. He wanted it. He wanted it bad.
So this is a carbon board. It's an EPS foam. I mean, you don't have to give away all the secrets, but is it 1.5 pound EPS?
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
yeah. So here we go. The local getting another one. I mean, look, every single stand-up. I get that question a lot. People are like, "Hey, is it an EPS board?" And I will tell you right now, every single stand-up paddleboard on the planet is an EPS board. Believe it or not.
Right.
And that of course that's an EPS board. Then the
question is the foam density as well. Like, if you get a 1 pound? I mean, you might have so much spackle in there, it's not even 1 pound anymore, I mean, is it 2 pound? I mean, is there, anyway, it doesn't matter. I'm just generally, you can talk about, what it is. It looks like there's a bit of a step rail possibly going on this. I mean, so this is a high performance board for you, huh? Here we go. This is that left. This is the Bainey left, but he hooks it around this way. Vince has had good success taking this left and then switching it around to the right on the fatter section, and then closing it out. A little nose ride, and then he gets the floater in early enough for the completion. So he gets that was a 4.9. So Vince pushes his lead in this event. So like you said, you're operating in the premium side of the market. That looks like a step rail, right? By the way that he's.
Mhm.
We're looking at a photo of my buddy at home, excited to get his new Infinity here. So, but basically it's a carbon wrap EPS board, and it's a performance shape with a step rail. Is the short version of
Yeah,
it?
absolutely.
And who's the optimal customer for a board like this or a production Bainey board?
Yeah, I mean, that board in particular, you make it all the way down to 7.5 and all the way up to 8.11. So it's a pretty much a shortboard shape, you know, so we scale it properly to fit everybody in between.
Yeah. For me, I'm actually a fan of production boards. I found that I would order customs, and for whatever reason, the custom builder, he might say, well, I don't vacuum bag, or, you know, because the standing area is okay. Nope, Guillermo's final wave doesn't count here. So Vince surfs a smart heat going left and then cutting it back right with strong closing. And then Carlos powers his way into second. Here's Carlos on the inside powering his way through. And we're into the second repecharge heat of the men's longboard. We're going to see some of the highlights here. Vince with some of these strong closing maneuvers, and I think it's going to come down to that inside section, Dave, as the tide fills in, because this is a proper inside section, and Vince lands that one comfortably, but he does it multiple times here. I think doing the Dave Bainey trick of sticking with this left early on, but then possibly changing things up, and as it fattens out, finding which way to go to hit that section will be the way to go.
Yeah, so he battled his way back into the main event. Congratulations.
And then Carlos muscled his way through. So I started to say I actually like production boards. I know there's a strong case to be made for custom boards, and you as a custom board maker may say, Steve, why are you saying this? Why are you admitting this to the public? But the thing that I found was that as boards get bigger, it's hard to get a hand-laid-up board light enough and strong enough for my big butt.
Yeah, here we go.
This is Matthew Benoit.
That's actually
Leonika.
Yeah.
That's correct. Yes, Leonika. And he actually did not bring a board here. That is a rented, possibly regular longboard that he is surfing very well on. I could be wrong on that. I think Tristan said something to that effect. But very solid start for Leonard Nika. So what I found was that production boards actually could come out pretty darn light, and sometimes a custom board, the guy might lay it up so thickly, so it may be hand laid up so thickly and so heavily. And I understand that they're trying to look out for me and my deck dents and my paddle bashes on the rail. But once you build a really big board and then you build it really strong, you know, you start to exceed the weight. Here we go, rider in blue in this heat.
Yeah, that's Severio De Mauro. Nice guy. He was in my first round. We had a fun little heat together, and Severio, this is his replay.
Oh, Severio,
got a nice ride all the way to the inside, and there you go.
3.00.
There's Carlos. Carlos would have completed that last maneuver right there. So Carlos still has game face on. He advances, second place. He's still in this. Congratulations, Carlos. He's like, I did it. Yeah, bros.
Yellow Paco Gil Alonso.
Paco, local surfer. Nice cutback. He's setting himself up into the perfect position here. Local knowledge for the inside. Local knowledge counts for a lot at this spot because it's changing constantly with the tide. I mean, he has been in the perfect spot on this wave the entire wave. So, Dave, you've been awful quiet in me making the case for production boards, by the way.
I think you need to take a breath, and I'll help you with your custom board versus production.
Okay.
Take. But, yeah, I mean, look, when I first started making production boards, that was my quest to make it, where I'm proud to ride it, right? Like I would compete in a heat, as I did today, on a production board, right?
Well, there you go. So you're not anti-production?
Obviously not, no. So the trick is just building the catalog, wide enough for enough people. So there's always a argument, why would I get a production board over custom or vice versa, right? And this is what I would tell you, and this goes to what you're saying. At where our construction lies today in production boards, it's impossible for me to make this board in California that light and that strong.
See, that's my point. And isn't that amazing? Isn't that amazing?
Yeah. And I mean, it is possible, right? Don't get me wrong, but the board would be 3 times as much, right? So a custom board is awesome, and you can make it the highest quality surfboard construction.
Here's Gilbert, by the way.
That you can. He's on a custom board right there.
Right, the Wasp again.
Yep, and you can make a custom board lighter than my production boards, but barely. But it's nowhere near as strong.
Right.
And that's
the point I'm making. Yeah.
Yeah, and that goes the same with the race board. So we make custom race boards, and we can make them really light, right? Illegally light, because ICF puts a limit on it now.
Oh, well.
But they're nowhere near the fit and finish as nice as the production boards, and I'm admitting that, being like a long-time custom board builder, right?
Well, and another issue that I experienced, and I keep interrupting you, I apologize, but is that I can't lend Pointer a board that's a custom board because he's such a rail banger that I'm going to get it back destroyed.
Right. No, and that's what's cool is if your favorite brand has your board size, I will tell you right now, there's no reason not to just get that one.
Okay, that's great to hear.
Unless someone like you, you're a different case because you're a bigger guy, right? So I have plenty of customers that we need to make custom boards for because they're just not enough variety for someone like you. And on the other spectrum, Sebastian Gomez, we're getting a great replays right here. Sebastian Gomez
that's his best turn of the heat right there.
Yeah, that was a nice carve as well.
Gilberto.
Sebastian Gomez is really small, right? So all my boards in production are too big for him. So we got to make them custom boards. So, and if I did make it production, I would maybe sell 1 or 2.
Right. And you have to make a production decision as well. Each year, how many of these things do I make and in what sizes?
Yeah, and that's a good point because you commit to a mold. That's not cheap.
It's a business. Yeah, right.
Yeah, it's not cheap, especially when you're dealing in the nicer, higher end constructions. Yeah.
So, and you can say this is too much inside baseball, and you don't have to answer, but for you to commit to a mold, how many boards do you have to expect you want to come out of that mold? I mean, 50 boards?
It just depends what the size of the board is and whatnot. But I mean, just for easy math, let's just say
you don't have to say what a mold costs or anything.
Easy math, let's just say a mold costs $1,000, which is not correct. Or more than that.
Yeah.
You could do the math right there. How many you got at least break even, right?
Yeah.
And then times that by 8 boards in the lineup. That's $8,000. So. I wish they were $1,000. That'd be great. Now that I'm doing the math in my head.
Right. Gilbert moves into second place with that.
Got a nice cut back, and then made his way all the way inside and finished that wave off.
I think he just blew the finish on one of them there. So remember, he needed the Carlos energy to finish that.
We're going to see the replay right now. So
this is the local surfer.
Yeah, Paco Gil Alonso.
And just watch his positioning. He is in the power zone the entire time. Somehow he knows exactly where the power is. I say somehow, I mean he's the local guy. And now, would you have called this wave a left or a right? I mean, he went left, he went right, he went left, he went right.
That's the thing with this peak. It's like a big right and left, as we see.
Gilbert.
Yeah.
And this might be a solid frontside turn coming up.
It looks like he had to swap like me and Sebastian. He swapped with Vince Deschnate from the heat in front behind him.
Right.
So nice little snap on the end. I like that.
Sure.
I like that decision. Most guys have been choosing to nose ride that section, but he did a nice little snap.
Float, yeah.
Yeah, that's cool.
Maybe the higher tides allowing the snap off the inside as opposed to the float.
Yeah, and with that wave, he pops himself into first place at the moment. Got a 3.40. Leonard Necke is now in second with a 4.33.
Well, thanks for the insight on the production boards and
absolutely.
You were awful quiet. I was like, man, am I pissing Dave off here?
I knew I just had to let you flow and go.
Okay.
No worries. And I mean, dude, I could talk boards all day long, you know.
Yeah,
so I mean, apologies if we haven't been, you know, you're watching your family members, your best friends, or whatever. We're not calling the shots as well, getting distracted by geek talk.
Well, I think it matters. I mean, in this heat alone, we've seen we see a production board here. We saw a production board in the previous heat, the F1, and we even see some production starboard longboards here, and you know, so there's a mix of production boards and custom boards for sure in this event. So it is. If I were like you said, I think you said to me, Dave. You said I was like, Dave, how are we doing? What do you think we should do? And how should we approach this? And you said to me the perfect answer. You said, well, I just put myself in the position of if I was watching this myself at home, what would I want to hear from these announcers? And we look out there, we just see that surfer on a production board. We see other guys on custom boards, and it's a confusing thing. And I think it's worth hearing from you and me, more you than me in this case. But again, me being a big guy, I just feel like there's so much glass. Like my son weighs 140 pounds, you know?
Right.
And the surfboard that he's on, it doesn't matter. You know, it doesn't matter. I mean, the difference to him is, is it EPS or is it poly? You know, like he's worried about the flex characteristics, you know?
Right.
And he wants it to be 27.3 liters instead of 27.5 liters. You know what I mean? Like that's where he is, right? He's in a different mentality than I am, right? That for his shortboards.
All right, Leonard Necke in white. He's in second. He's going to try to get a good score up here. Gets up to the nose. The Italian driving down the line.
That was cool how he jumped that section, right?
Yeah, nice cutback, fades back in. And Leonard, a very accomplished SUP racer, and now dedicating his time to being the best SUP surfer he can.
Oh man, that was one of the better waves of the heat. I'm not sure it's going to get him all the way to the top, but that was
needs a 2.6.
So he just needs a 2.6 for the.
Yeah, I mean, I think he did
lead,
plenty
sure,
to get that.
I liked how he leaped over that one little bump in the wave and then carved it back to the power section. Like a lot of times you stay in the pocket, you know?
Mm-hmm.
But he had self-confidence to jump over that little chunk. This is a good wave for Leonard.
Your last wave, 1.37.
This allows you to see the chunks in the wave too. So here he goes. Watch this. He specifically leaps over that bowl, and then he carves his way back to the bowl and then uses his paddle to get himself into the critical section of the wave. So I thought that was pretty styling, you know. That was a unique choice, you know, kind of a creative surfing choice. That's one of the fun things about surfing, right? Is that
your last wave 3.73.
So he does get the score with a 3.73. That moves him into first place. So now Gilbert Ponce needs a 4.53. He's in second. And then Paco Alonso, who's on the bubble right now, needs a 5.2 as well to continue in the event.
So this is an example of where what looks fun for you and me, the judges have specifically said, we want maneuvers in the critical section. Okay? So Leonard's choice to hop over the bowl, which was very creative, crafty surfing, is not part of the judges' criteria. And so he was rewarded with, what did we say, a 3.7, something like that?
Yeah.
So I mean, look, it's good enough to put him in the lead. And he's been surfing great in this heat, but I just think it's entertaining to see the difference in what's entertaining for surfing and what the judges are looking for. which is usually similar.
Últimos 11 minutos, 11 minutes, 11 minuten.
There's an overview of the scene here. It's a very cool spot for a surf contest. I mean, you know, you just don't see spots like this very often, you know, like this natural amphitheater. So Dave, I'm just taking a peek in on the live chat on YouTube to see what people are saying here. Nice to have you change the spot is the first comment here. Spanish SUP Surfer is the person's name, and I agree. I mean, if you're going to hold a longboard contest, this is a better wave. And the reality is when Dave and I drove past the main surf spot this morning, it just didn't look that much fun, you know?
It wasn't even breaking.
Right. I mean, yep.
Yeah, and you can check it out right here. It's obviously a very popular beach. You know, it's almost like the Waikiki of Las Palmas, where you can see a lot of surf lessons going on, soft tops. It's very friendly down there. Beach break, and the water's warm.
Dave and I were walking right along that walkway that you see.
Were we holding hands?
We were holding hands. Yeah, we were really enjoying ourselves down there. But no, what we saw was, oh look, Dave, there's a surf rental shop. You know.
Yeah.
And then the next shop, oh look, there's a surf rental shop. Oh, look, there's a surf. Like, this is the surfing area. I mean, there's plenty. If you need to rent a surfboard in the Gran Canaria, in the Canary Islands, come to Las Palmas. There are boards available. So I don't know if there's an interference or a priority or anything going on down here.
Yeah, I will tell you, as a competitor, the priority markings are very hard to see from out there because we're actually pretty far out there. So we're all like asking each other,
so
who's got priority?
Orange had priority, and he's pointing at blue, but in my limited pea-brain understanding of priority, blue did not interfere in any way with orange's ability to ride that wave.
Yeah, he'd probably be okay, but he's got to be careful.
Just the fact that he was on that wave by itself might not have caused a priority.
Right.
So someone here on the chat is commenting. I've said, you know, people have been borrowing longboards. You know, maybe Leonard borrowed one, and maybe the Japanese people borrowed one. So someone on the live chat on YouTube has commented, said, the surfers could not bring the longboard on the airlines because of airline regulations or because of price. So that could be the case. You know, I mean, I don't know how you guys travel with race boards to these, you know, APP events around the world, with the 12.6 or 14.
Yeah, it's all 14-footers now. We got Leonard Necka up again, leader in this heat in white.
Powerful first turn. And there's still wave in front of him here.
Yeah, Leonard from Italy also has a brother, very talented SUP racer, Claudia Nica. And, yeah, Leonard is a coach. He does SUP surf retreats. Him and his brother out there are basically paddle legends in Italy. It's good to see Leonard out here. Seen him, you know, known him quite a long time, and you know, committed to the SUP surfing thing. He committed so many years of training and SUP racing, kind of semi-retired there, but you see right here the replay of Leonard.
I think this was a super nice carve off the top.
Just gets a nice fade and almost loses it, but able to gather up his positioning, and it's going to just do a nice little soft air drop right here. And does a nice swooping wrap, and then that single fin just slides out there. It has to get real low and compressed to pull it out.
He's pushing, though. The judges want to see you push. So we'll see how the judges score this one. This was a decent wave for him. I know you saw the fin sliding again, Dave.
Mm-hmm.
He's having trouble holding that fin in. And Leonard, he's not the biggest guy either, so for him to be throwing that huge fin around like that is something, right? So we have a couple of comments here. Josh Cannonball. I don't know if you know Josh Cannonball, but he's a fan of the Infinity suspension technology.
Nice, Josh. He knows what he's talking about too, because that's what we call our semi not patented, but it's our secret sauce in our construction.
And Josh is asking us, do they have plentiful SUP rentals in the Canaries? It's always hard to find airlines that will take your SUP.
That's a great question. From what I know, they're the SUP rentals that you would expect, right? The bigger, long ones that you probably would not enjoy riding for the most part, but if you wanted to get out here and catch a couple waves, they definitely have that. I haven't seen any, like a full quiver of really nice performance SUPs down here.
But to be fair, we haven't been looking,
Yeah, I mean, I've been here 3 times, and we've gone to the shops and stuff, and we actually had a few guys having to rent some boards, and they're always like the typical ones you see, like a 10.6, 32,
right.
whatnot. And
which makes sense.
Yeah, it's really hard to find a quality. I mean, someone like Josh, he sounds like he's experienced and probably an intermediate or better, and would like something that rips.
Josh is 205 pounds, he tells us, so
yep,
he can ride a bigger board if that's what they're renting, and still possibly rip it. But I think it sounds like he prefers the Infinity suspension system.
Well, I appreciate that, Josh. Thank you for the support. I'm just looking ahead a little bit. After this heat, we're going directly into round 3 SUP men's. So I got to get ready here pretty quick.
So if you and Sebastian are in the same heat, are you going tandem?
No, I'm in the heat before him.
So Gilberto driving through, frustrated that he didn't get that one. Now we have conversation going on without us. Daniela Costa has 2 WASP boards at home. Oh, they have WASP boards at home. They're not for rent. So I thought that. Oh, look at this nice frontside turn. The replay. Gilbert. Maybe these are some of the better waves of the heat, or maybe this is yet another wave from Gilbert. And this is a tough hit at the end here. Yeah, that's tough. Backside, and it just happens so quick. You've got to kind of ollie it up there before it's even going to happen. You can't wait on it to stop, before you get up there. You've got to believe that. You've got to believe. You've got a nice one out the back. It's kind of fading on him. Dave, you were right. The wind is sort of comes and goes, right? I mean,
yeah.
It's kind of like that trade wind type thing that we see in Tahiti or Hawaii, or this is the Hawaii of the Atlantic, and you kind of see in the background like a little sideshore ripple, side-on ripple, and here's Leo, our heat leader, stylish off the bottom. Is he going to make it through this one? You saw that race paddle. There he is, getting his feet close to the nose there, cruising through the inside section. Nice finish for Leo. Oh, he's got a little more. Look at this. A little bonus. And that's exactly what we were talking about. Not easy to do on a 10-foot plus board. He kind of just ollied it up for the little slide at the close.
Yeah, that one opened up quite nicely for him. He hit that rebound on the right. You thought the wave was over, and then it just reformed into a nice little left, so he got a little bonus.
I think that's going to push his score a bit, too. He's having me give him a hard time. He's frustrated. I'm giving him a hard time. He says, I'm 205, but still on a 711. So, Josh, look, I'm 240. So, no harm in being 205. I mean, we are what we are. And as we said yesterday, the best surfer on the water is the one having the most fun. But we appreciate you on the chat, Josh. Is there another chat? Is there a live heats chat as well, or is that?
No, that's the chat. So if you guys want to get involved and kind of watch the event and chat it up with the community, go to the YouTube chat box. It's just off to the side there, and comment. Let's hear from you guys. Throw a couple shout outs.
I promised a shout out to the old guys, my co-founders of Stand Up Journal, Glenn Dubach and Clay Feeder. We started that magazine at the very, very beginning of the sport.
Yep.
And man, we had a lot of fun doing that at the beginning. That was so much fun. Here's a replay of Leonard. I think this was going to extend his score. What a nice turn! Paddle gets stuck in the leash. He's got a pretty long leash going on. Very nice turn, and casual, relaxing, and cuts it back to the white water. I thought he might get stuck over this section, but with his race background, he's just had this speedy cadence. And
yeah, you just see him looking left, looking right, trying to make the right decision.
He does both, I think.
Yeah. So we watch this replay. We got 20 seconds left in this heat, and we're going to go straight into round 3. Severio De Moro going left.
You said he was in a previous heat of yours. You said he seemed like a fun guy?
Yeah. We're all kind of chatting it up. It was a really fun heat.
5, 4.
So this is where it gets challenging.
2, 1.
He navigates it nicely. Let's see what Leo got for that last wave. I like that last wave of his. I don't know if the score came in, or did they give him a 2.67, or did he do a little better than that? Here he is.
I'm not sure. Leo's just going to ride this one in.
Here's that race paddle again. It's got to be tough, so many guys on boards they're unfamiliar with possibly, and they're out there competing on it,
Yep.
Oh yes, he got a 4.9.
Nice, and
on that.
That's this wave.
This is the previous one, the one where he jumped it.
Yeah.
And I liked the jump, but it was not in the critical section of the wave, but it was creative surfing. So here's some highlights from Leonard.
Yeah, this was another one earlier where he kind of got a little unstuck, and then he did that kind of tail slide cutback to get it back, and he did a good job this entire heat, kind of navigating this flat section. So yeah, we're going directly into men's round 3. Heat number 1 is underway, and in red it's Taka Inui, in white Pierre Carpentier, and in blue Vince de Schneet. So straight into it.
So I'm peeking ahead, Dave, and the way it's looking is that in this round we have 3 surfers, and the top 2 surfers advance.
Yeah, I believe the top 2 advance into the quarterfinals.
And the last guy is out. This has been a double elimination. He's had multiple chances to stay in. And what happens then after that is the guy that's first in this heat takes on the guy who is second in the following heat, and vice versa.
Yeah, so what's cool after round 3, the quarters turn into man-on-man.
Right.
So from the quarters on, it's 1 versus 1, which is always fun to watch.
And so, I mean, it's starting to get down to the business end of things, and I'm sneaking ahead at your heat, and you've got Leo Jimenez, who has delivered a 10 at this event in the past, and you've got Carlos, who is going to muscle through anything as the 2 competitors in your heat. So it's going to be a fun heat to watch.
Yeah, absolutely. Leonardo was ripping in his first heat. He was basically shredding that thing like a shortboard.
But the interesting thing is that these are more longboard style waves, so it may be challenging. Of course, it's not going to be a challenge for Leo, right? But I mean, it may be challenging to find shortboard style sections in this particular fatter tide. But possibly, I'm just speculating here. But we look at this heat. We saw Taka. I don't know if were you sitting in here for his heat? He's on a single fin with an 11-inch single fin, Dave.
Yeah.
And I was saying, I don't think I've ridden an 11-inch single fin in my life.
Yeah.
Because it's too much fin.
Right.
It's like, or at least that was my perception. There's our heat winner, Leonard Nica from Italy, living in Portugal now, I believe. But is an 11-inch single fin a big fin to you?
I mean, if you want a nose ride, obviously that's one little trick is the bigger the fin, the more hold you get, and the more depth it has, right? Being longer, so the more depth creates more drag. And once you get on the nose,
so there's Leonard's fin.
You actually want drag.
Leonard Nika, and so that's a long fin as well, and it has a good sweep to it. And I think the sweep, you can tell me better than I would know, but I think the sweep allows it to stay a bit loose, even being long, right?
Yeah, you can see that fin has a wide base. So down there it's really stiff and really drivey, like on a bottom turn. And then the curvature of the fin and the rake, which is the sweep back that you're referring to, it tapers off. So what's that doing is it's creating flex as the water travels to the top of that fin. And so it's a good way to have some projection and some maneuverability.
I used to order fins from Chuck Ames, True Ames. Are you familiar with Chuck?
Oh, yeah. They're still around and making some of the best fins out there for sure.
Right, yeah. I mean, he had just, in a world where every fin was sort of the same, you just get a couple plastic 4.5s or just like a stock whatever. Chuck at True Ames could make anything with quality materials.
Absolutely. He's definitely one of the, I would say, the legends in the fin game, and makes a lot of custom fins. If you need something specific or you're looking for something different or in a certain construction, I think he kind of specializes in the really nice fiberglass fins. A lot of surfers prefer just old school fiberglass because the flex patterns, it's really unmatched.
And so he's up in Goleta, California, up in the middle of nowhere, sort of. I met him at Surf Expo early on in the foil days, looking for not on foil days, excuse me, early on in the SUP days, looking for SUP-specific type of fins, And man, there is not a more humble guy in the universe than Chuck Ames. I mean, he will not toot his own horn in any way. But so we're talking about True Ames fins. I don't know what it is about fin guys, but we were also talking about Tyler Calloway of FCS Fins at the time, and talking about humble, nice guys. Tyler Calloway, super knowledgeable, willing to share all of his fin knowledge with you. Doesn't even have to know who you are. You ask him a question about a fin, and he's going to give you a very caring, personalized answer.
Yeah, it's cool to talk to people who are passionate about the product they're selling, because they're giving the best info they could give. And Tyler definitely has spit some fin theory my way, and it's been fun to learn about all that stuff.
And so if you're sending out a production, like we saw that picture of that 8.8, or I don't even remember, was it an 8.8? I don't remember how big it was. If you a production performance infinity board, does it come with fins or no?
Yeah, it comes with very.
So not only are you doing a carbon construction, but they receive fins.
Yeah, for sure.
And so you're choosing these optimal fins for the likely customer of this board.
Yeah.
And I mean, is it kind of a 2+1? Like, do you do like 4.5s and a larger center, or what do you think is an optimal setup for most stand-up paddlers?
Yeah, well, it definitely depends on the model of the board, of what fins I'm going to send out with that board. Like anything under 8.5, let's just call it 125 liters, I'll send a smaller fin size than I would if it's like anything over 8.5. It could be the same shape, but just scaled up in a little more area. So we're specific.
How do you define small? Like, is a 4.5 a medium?
It's about that. Yeah, I mean, even in a SUP fin, SUP fins, for us at least, like a medium in general is kind of closer to a large, I would say, as far as like performance shortboarding goes. So it's a little bit in between. I would call it a medium large. Here we go. Back in action, Vince DeSnate. Doing a lot of work to get this wave going. So here we go. Works all the way inside to finally get that snap off, and throws it up for another one on that left. So Vince DeSnate committed to that wave.
He's been kind of nailing that in section. I think he missed one early and got it figured out that you need to hit it earlier than it looks. And he's been earning his points off of that final section. So even though he did a lot of work to get to that final section, he has been earning some points.
Yeah.
Someone out the back.
Yeah, I think that is Taka. It is Taka in red. Taka Inui. He's thrown down the biggest scores in this SUP division so far, and that's a good reason why. Is he's a master nose rider, as you can see right there. Just, couldn't hang on right there, but I mean, he's been hanging 10 multiple times all morning.
So I saw the leash yank on him there, but these are conditions where someone like Taka really doesn't need to be surfing in a leash. Is there a requirement from Stand Up World Tour to wear a leash, or is Taka making that choice?
Yeah, there's not a requirement, and you make a good point. If I wasn't competing today, I'd probably not be wearing a leash on my 9.0, but you don't want to risk it, right? You go for a big maneuver out the back, and there's a multiple wave set, and you happen to make a mistake, that board's going all the way to shore, and before you know it, 7 minutes are off the clock, and, you know, that's bad news. But Taka, you can see he just ran up there, collected the nose ride. You see him set this one up, and, you know, what's setting him apart is really his footwork. I mean, it's just so good. And then just look at those toes just curl over the nose, and he's just focused on the wave ahead of him. He doesn't even look down at his feet. Like, see that? Like, he didn't even really look. He's not even looking at at his feet on the nose. There he is. Gave a quick little look right there. But watch this. He's just going to stretch up and get a 10 right in the pocket of this wave. And, I mean, that's just insane. I feel like he maybe got
a little greedy.
Yeah, a little greedy on that one, because he definitely could have not pushed it that hard and still got a really good score. But nonetheless, he did it. He did all the work in before that. So
you've seen some of my photos of me shooting longboarders, and I live in Florida where we have a lot of longboarders, and so
yeah,
I end up doing sort of a little longboard coaching just because you get the photos, people can see the evidence of how they're surfing. You know what I mean?
Right.
And what I often find is that as guys are just learning to progress, well, we got a couple live action here.
Yeah, we got Pierre Carpentier in white out the back, while Vince just kind of pulls out already. So Pierre, obviously Carpentier, you guys recognize that last name. You might not recognize the first name, but Pierre, this is the first time I've met him. That is Benoit's brother, and obviously looks like a pretty darn good surfer himself.
Did you see his first heat, his swimming costume?
I did not. Here goes Taka, though. Taka in red, right up to that nose again. Hang 10, backside.
It's going to be a score right there. His swimming costume, as Tristan was in the booth with me, because, you know, Brits call it a swimming costume. Mm-hmm. But in his case, the phrase costume from the American version actually works as well. It was essentially a pair of neon camo Speedos.
He did his heat in Speedos?
That said,
how did I miss that?
That said bodyboard across the front. I have no idea where you even purchase a pair of neon camo
That sounds
Speedos.
custom. He put a little effort into that.
He put a little effort into that. I don't know if he lost a bet or won a bet, but
there has to be some sort of wager that he lost, because why would he choose to ride? I mean, he's a funny guy. So look at this is out the back. Taka Inui just locked in on the 10. And I mean,
it's so technical because basically 25% of the board there is hanging out the back of the wave. And so you're just balancing. You're trying to set it up where the board really wants to not be in the wave, but you're standing on the front of the diving board preventing it from doing what it wants to do.
Yep, and this is where it kind of picked up last on the replay. So I think he gets another hang 10 on his backhand right here. It was just insane.
Super stylish one, I think.
Let's see if this is the one I'm thinking of.
Yep, coming over the lump there, the double up. And then here we go. Shoop, shoop. Ooh, yeah, shout out to the cameraman for that outstanding work. And I would say with that nose ride right there, Taka is the man to beat in this longboard division. I mean, That is exceptional longboard surfing right there.
Rightfully so. Taka, as we've mentioned before, WSL longboard professional. Mixing it up here in the SUP. He moonlights as a SUP paddler every once in a while, and just fooled around this week and won the world title. So very talented human, as we see Pierre Carpentier replay of his wave. And I was just noticing, man, him and Benoit have a very similar style.
I think it's the same board. Different costume.
Different costume. I don't. That one does not say bodyboard on it. Here he is, live action. So Pierre straight back into another one. This one's setting up pretty nice. Looking for that nose ride. You can see he's setting up. Oh, and see, he's just kind of caught in between decisions, I think. So
right, exactly.
Taka, again, don't tell me he's going to navigate on the nose through this section.
He did. He is. Oh, he knew it, too. He knew that would have been entertaining to go left and right, then left and right.
Oh, he's
with
just
essentially
messing
10
around
over
with us now.
With 10 over the toe, 10 toes over the nose. Good times. This is fun.
So Taka still waiting on scores. I only see the 4.83 drop so far. He's had multiple waves since then. I mean, it's been a busy heat, so I'm sure the judges are just sorting through all the various rides. We saw Pierre on a couple. We saw Vince actually. So there's one score dropping for Taka. He's got a 6.0. I think he's got even another one, maybe two more.
I think we got to have some higher scores coming.
Here goes Vince Deschneit. He's got a couple higher twos, so at the moment he's in second place. Waiting on Pierre's two other scores.
Yeah, I mean, Vince is getting threes for those inside hits, so if he can get some work done on the outside and then pick up 3 points on the inside, you know, he can stay in the seat.
White, you are on third, you need 1.8.
Yeah, Vince kind of did what he's been doing, going left, fading right, and finishing his waves off right.
Yeah, that's his magic calculator there. He just he dials that up every time.
Yeah, so he got a 2.80 for that ride.
But it's taking him through the event. There's a Carpentier turn right there, right? A wrap.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, and this is the one where it was...
Yeah, so he kind of crossed up to the middle, and he's like, I want to get it. Oh, no, it's too steep, so... And then Taka just messing with us, trying to navigate nasal navigation, go right left on the nose, which is extremely hard to do.
It was like the shell game where he's going left, right. You're like, which shell? What's it hiding under? I'm going this way. I'm going that way. The judges are leaving some room for Taka, expecting a little more out of him, I think. I mean, the scoring.
Well, the one thing Taka hasn't really shown this heat, like he did in his previous heat, was the progressive side of it, right?
That's
he's nose riding out of his mind, but I really haven't seen him throw down a cut back or, a floater, through the lip or something like that. So, I think they're very, very highly aware to emphasize the variety of progression versus traditional longboarding. If I had to guess. So he's got two 4.83s and a 6, comfortably in the lead with 10.83. Still waiting for a score to drop for Pierre Carpentier, I believe. He's currently in third, only needs a 1.8. So I'd imagine he gets that once that score drops.
Yeah, they just showed Bjorn Dunkerbeck on the screen.
There he is again.
Yeah, Bjorn. And, Bjorn was telling me, I was asking him what it's like to go over 100 kilometers an hour on a windsurf board. And I said, Bjorn, I've probably gone 25 knots on a windsurfing board. And when you wipe out, the wind gets knocked out of you. And you come home with bruises, and you don't even know what happened because the wipeout happens so fast, you don't know what you hit. My wife's like, oh, do you know you have a bruise on your arm and your leg on your back? Like, no, because you got all the wind got knocked out of you. You don't know. You genuinely don't know what happened. And he's going over twice as fast as I was going.
Right.
And so I said, Bjorn, what do you do when you wipe out? And, he's got his sort of German kind of very, staid, stiff. He says, you don't wipe out, Steve. You know, like,
That's
okay,
good.
well, that's good
That's good advice.
Thank you, bro. Thanks for clearing that up. So, here we go. Pierre, very casual takeoff. Now the waves looks a little glassy. You know that.
Yep. So he's still sticking with this one. Man.
That indecisive section again.
Yeah. But look, it's lining up nice on the left. We'll see if it's going to pay off. Gets a little floater. A little bit of a turn right there. So a lot of work for that inside section. Pierre doing a good job getting in there. He's having fun with it. Look at him, like all his friends are screaming at him. He's just like, yeah.
I would say Pierre has been smiling in his heat more than anybody has smiled in a heat in this event. So I'm glad that he's having a good time. You know, if I was a trialist, Dave, or just someone out there having fun, for some reason I would be nervous. Like I would be like taking it so seriously and probably embarrassing myself out there, you know, because I'd be trying so hard. I'd be kooking out in sections that I know I'd be totally fine on my own.
That's funny. Here we go, Taco. Oh, big surprise. He's hanging 10 on the nose. There's that first carve
There's the
that we've
progression
seen.
that you were asking for.
So nice blend so far. Taka Inoue, he's going to look for his inside section. Got a little drop knee. Look at the footwork, though. Just so smooth. Back up into the nose. Another 10. Why not?
Look how pretty the waves look from that shot.
And up and over, and can't hang on there, but wow, what a great
again,
ride.
now we're looking at glass, you know. It's like that Caribbean, you know, Tahitian, Hawaiian thing where the wind just kind of moves in and out, shows up a little bit, backs off a bit. You know, Pierre's in third, and he's all smiles, but I think he's not far out of second.
He only needs a 1.8, so we're waiting on that score to drop. He's going to get it. I mean, he went all the way inside.
But it was a lot of paddling to get inside.
That's true.
I'm not sure how much work he actually got in on the outside. Maybe we'll see it. Nope, we're going to see. And is this his best wave of the heat because we had progression and nose riding?
I mean, I would like to say so. I mean, he clicked on that 10 right there, as you see, through that warbly section, which is super hard. Board looks nice and stable for him. Perfect cross step to the back and a big carve. And then after he lands this, watch his footwork when he redirects to the right. I think this, like, as far as like the nose riding traditional part of the criteria, this is where Taka kind of sets him apart. Is right there, that just how smooth he is with his feet. And that takes a lot of practice. I mean, you look at that board; it's not warbling at all. It just perfectly set up into the, you know, the turning part of the wave to get that nose up in the air, and then it's just effortless cross stepping, you know. Like and ballet. Here we go again. It's just so nice to watch. And I mean, getting to hang 10 is, I mean, obviously it's like drinking a cup of coffee for him. You know, I mean, like hand him a coffee right there. He could sit out there and have a cup of coffee. So then gets back perfectly. And just a little late. And I mean, that's hard to do on that single fin. So I don't know what to say about that. Taka just so smooth, so buttery. And Vince going with the progression with that big re-entry.
So another thing, Dave, that we saw on Taka's wave well, here we go. This could turn the heat if he can stick with it.
Yeah,
Pierre already did turn the heat.
Yeah.
So he has time to get out and get another one. Taka.
Oh, my gosh, Taka. Don't say it ain't so. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, my gosh. He was just going for it.
So what I was about to say was one of the critical things to understand is first you learn to nose ride. You learn how to just keep the nose of the board hanging over the front while the tail of the board is, you know, stuck in the white water or out the back. But then the next thing that you have to learn is how long you're able to stay in that position before you've got to pull out of it. And Taka went so far down with the board practically in the white water, but he pulled off of the nose at the perfect time. You know?
Yeah, and I think he's just feeling out that board, see how far he could push it, because he knows he's got another heat coming up, and he's feeling out how much he could push that board progressively on the nose. And Steve, with that, This heat's counting down. I'm coming up in a heat pretty soon, so I'm gonna bail out and get ready for that. Tristan Boxer's gonna hop in here in just a minute, so I'll see you soon.
See you soon. Good luck, Dave.
Best score is 7.33. 7.33. White. You are on second place. You need 9 points.
The guy having the most fun in the heat right there, Pierre.
Blue third. You need 3.01. 1 minute or 2 minutes to go.
If the best surfer on the water is the guy having the most fun, Pierre Carpentier is definitely the best surfer on the water. He changed his costume, by the way, Tristan.
He did?
He did. Pierre changed his costume. I think I was joking that either he won a bet or he lost a bet. You know.
So it's funny. I've seen the Carpentier shenanigans for a few years now. They definitely have good sense of humor, and they're always messing around. So no surprise to see him go out in the famous Brazilian sunga.
Yeah. Like I said, if the guy having the most fun is, if the best surfer on the water is the guy having the most fun, Pierre is the best surfer on the water today. Yeah.
Taka's normally pretty high energy though too,
Right.
huh? It looks like he's had another
yeah. I mean, he's the man to beat, you know, for sure. I mean, just the footwork is just off the charts, really. But Pierre's having fun. I mean, smiling big. He has not stopped smiling. I'm not sure what the joke is, but he is really enjoying himself.
Well, he's happy as well because he's going through to the quarterfinals. So he'll be
the quarterfinals.
He'll be back in action again tomorrow when we get underway. It looks like it's going to be 11:30 a.m. Call.
Is that basically tide based or
tide based? We're going to hit it right at low tide and have the whole incoming tide to wrap the competition. So it's going to be a smaller surf probably even. We're hoping for something. So we're just going to see how it pans out. It's been a difficult forecast to navigate this contest, but
I think you've done a fantastic job. I mean, like you've played the hands you've been dealt.
You have to make the most of every available minute of conditions that you get, and this is what we got. So
here we're going to get some highlights. I want you to commentate on these because I think you're going to be impressed.
Yeah, Taka is always impressive. You can see using the paddle to get that glide into the wave and then straight up to the nose. Toe right curled over the nose there, always great to see. And again, you can kind of see him almost steering the board with his toes, and hang 10 there. Great to get that slow-mo close-up. That was awesome.
Right, nice camera work.
Yeah, beautiful. And there we have, from another angle, a hang 5. He's just so great at nose riding, Taka. It's mind-boggling. There he is into the 10. Stepping back and looking at that section, anticipating an ability to be able to bank off the bottom and get off the top. So he's not just doing the traditional, he's mixing it up.
He's a little late on that one, but I mean, obviously, look, who am I to say this? You see this world-class, absolutely stand-up paddle longboarding clinic. This was one he might not have made, but it sure was an entertaining attempt,
It's never over until it's over with Taka. You always think he's absolutely gone, and then somehow he's still almost there. Even there, you think, he's gone right at the beginning, and he's still hanging in there.
It's a nose riding clinic, and one thing that I think people could take away from this as well is, I was just starting to tell Dave before he headed out that I've been taking a lot of pictures of longboarders, and it gives them a chance to see themselves in action and to review, the mistakes that they're making or areas for improvement. And one thing that I see that's different between the very best longboarders and the guys that are trying to make it to that next step is you rarely saw Taka look down at his feet, you know?
Right.
And it's kind of like when I'm teaching foiling, a lot of guys are looking right at the nose of their board, because they're afraid, they're wanting to see if it's going to touch down or come up. And as you know, basically where your head goes, your body will follow, right?
Right.
And Taka's never looking down.
Yeah, it's all feeling based for Taka for sure. He's a natural, and we've said it so many times, but he's so cat-like. He always seems to land on his feet.
But if you're an absolute beginner on the longboard and nose riding, of course you may look down a bit, but the sooner that you can just start doing it by feel, the quicker that you can progress, because you also need to learn the point of when to back off of that point as well.
Right.
And usually for people that are getting into longboarding, the point that you need to back off from your nose ride is earlier than you realize.
Well, it goes both ways too, right? I mean, it can be a way to extend a ride by when the wave goes flatter. Yeah, it's sometimes it gives you an extra length on your ride, or sometimes, like you said, you gotta, as soon as you see a steeper section coming or a way you've got to kind of navigate through, or an opportunity to hit the lip, you got to get straight back. And we've seen this with Taka and with Benoit especially, the ability to go from committed nose ride all the way back to banking a hard turn off the tail. That's the kind of versatility that we're looking for, and it's great to see those two athletes, probably for me the standouts of the day so far in terms of the complete package, and they're at opposite ends of the draw. So
yeah, for sure,
it's always a good thing to see. But I think like we said, Leo is certainly one to watch out for.
Hey,
happy
Taka, congratulations! Always smiling, always smiling. What I was getting at was if people are starting to get into SUP longboarding, the two aspects of it is you want to start as soon as you can, not looking down at, basically look where you're going.
Yeah.
And then the second aspect I was trying is a lot of times when people are nose riding, they're so excited to be on the nose that then they end up bearing the nose. They run out too far in the flats or something. Here we go. Matt Carpentier. Super outstanding surfing the other night, and there was an absolutely gorgeous carve right there, progressive carve on the longboard, the production starboard. It's been interesting to see the difference between production boards, custom boards, and then just straight up longboards. And then Matt climbing the lip and finishing clean. That's a nice thing about the tide coming in, is that these inside sections are becoming rippable. Now here we have local surfer on.
I think this is Gilbert, no?
Gilbert, yes, on the Wasp board. Gilbert's been getting some nice carves like that, and then we saw Burak out the back. Let's see if Gilbert finishes off strong, and yes, he does. Oh!
Unfortunate that was a nice couple of link turns. Unfortunately, just caught the nose there on the way out of that last one. So with these longboards and full of noses, you definitely see that more. You need to be so aware of where you are and how you're coming down, where your weight's positioned. If your weight's too far forward, that nose will bury and you'll go over the front like we saw there.
So yeah, another sort of secret from taking photos of guys longboarding and trying to get better at longboarding is that the better longboarders almost set themselves up sort of behind the peak, and they make sure they're sort of in the top third of the wave. And the guys that are sort of learning to nose ride, they say, okay, now I'm in a safe spot of the wave, and they kind of end up in the bottom third of the wave trying to nose ride, and they bury the nose,
Yeah, I think, always with the nose ride, here we got Burak Kilian.
Burak's been busy, between the juniors and the longboard heats, and he's looked good in all of them.
Yeah, great result for him, finishing second behind Enrique Perez Serra there. It was exciting to see the juniors really putting on a good showcase today. And a nice off the top there, so strong finish. Looks like he's looking in a good position to go through. And there's Mathieu again. Definitely the most polished surfing of this heat so far. So there's a Carpentier in 3 out of 4 of our round 3 heats here, which is quite interesting.
Great, yeah. It's like the Anoyes, right? I mean, it's fun.
So here's a replay of Burak. Yeah, nice anticipation, getting up to the top of the wave for that nose ride. It's really a means to keep up high and make more distance on the wave, and then you come back and get further back on the board to get down to the bottom of the wave.
I'll tell you, Burak had a magic system set up. I don't know if you were in here when he did it, but he was starting out with long nose rides to the left, and then he was just sitting in that little cup of the wave, getting 3 or 4 turns, and then running the beach on the right and finishing with this floater. It looks like he's going back to his successful formula.
He is for sure, but he's having to adapt it slightly. Obviously the wave breaking a little differently from earlier when it was a lower tide. It actually gives a little more scoring potential. We do have a dropping swell and that little bit more chop on the water, a bit of that light onshore wind that's creating a bit of havoc, but still plenty of waves and really surfable, so great to see these guys putting on show.
For sure. We're talking about, Matt's on a production board, and and then Gilbert's on a custom board, and so I was talking with Dave, going on and on about how, Dave, I mean, production boards can be, they can be lighter and stronger than custom boards. Dave's been quiet. I'm rambling on, and I'm thinking in my head, like, wait a minute, Dave makes all kinds of custom boards. Am I just, like, offending Dave? And I said, Dave, help me out here. What are you thinking? And he's like, no, you're exactly right. I was just going to let you finish, But I thought, like, I was offending him because he makes so many custom infinities. And he said, no, if a company, and it doesn't have to be infinity, but if a company that you like makes dimensions that are appropriate for you, he said, I can't make a lighter, stronger board at that price point than the production board.
Right.
So if it's someone like Steve, at my size, I'm not going to make a production board in your size that is a performance board. So maybe you get a custom, or someone small like Taka or Sebastian. But for most people, you can get an incredibly strong, incredibly light production board.
Yeah, and they're just, they're always progressing things so fast. I've used many production boards over the years, majority of production boards, until my recent relationship with an old friend, Pat Rawson, on the North Shore of Oahu.
Legend.
Legend, North Shore shaper. And I really got inspired by Mo Freitas' surfing. And,
for sure, right?
And so their partnership was a magical one. I mean,
is Rawson Haleiwa based, or is there?
Yeah, he was actually at Sunset Beach.
Yeah.
But then now he's moved to what do you call it? I'm spacing now. Just past Wailua. I don't know why I can't remember. My memory's gone. Mokuleia. I don't know why I didn't remember that. But he lives over there now. But still shaping a lot of different kinds of boards.
Do I have this right? So Mokes is like kind of the western North Shore.
Yeah, it's going towards the big mountains you see on the western side of the North Shore. Nice, quiet, mellow place. But for a long time there, he lived literally right in front of, north of Sunset at Backyard.
It's funny you say that because I remember the Rawson logo kind of with the big sweeping, I don't know, is it an arrow or something at the end of it? And, anybody competing at Sunset, half the guys were on Rawsons, and you think like Tom Carroll, like in Australian, what's he doing on a Rawson? But now it makes total sense. Like, the guy knows what works at Sunset, and Sunset is a different wave than every other wave. So
Pat is just, I think he's got a bit of a magic touch. I definitely, having had so many boards from him now, he really is my favorite shaper, I have to say. And he's a great guy. He's a character and an old friend. So always good going to see him when I'm back home in Hawaii. But also, I've used a lot of Dave's boards too, and they're fantastic. So I was lucky enough to have one that I was using when I was in California, when I used to travel a lot to California when I was still living in Hawaii. I love the boards. They're great.
I think I showed this photo to you last night, but this was the Patrice Chanze rocker board.
Yeah, that's awesome.
And I was like, I'm never going to be on a wave that Patrice I would never need Patrice's rocker.
But you did there.
But I did there. You can see I needed every bit of the rocker.
Absolutely, yeah. Yeah, Patrice is a classic. He's awesome. He was one of, he came onto the scene, obviously, when we were going to Tahiti. We went to Tahiti the first time, actually, in 2009, before we even launched the tour. We did a contenders exhibition to kind of really showcase what performance stand-up paddling could be. We had Dwayne DeSoto there. We had Kainoa McGee, Keali'i Mamala. We had Chuck Patterson, actually, was there. Jamie Mitchell.
Was Ekolu around, or is he already?
Ekolu was there. Ekolu was one of the early day guys with me. He actually came to our Ocean Games event back in 2007. So, a lot of kind of old friends and familiar faces. We were all kind of getting excited about the sport together.
Yeah.
And we had a partnership with the Moorings Yachts, and we explored around Tahiti. We scored Tiopo pretty good, and some of the barrels from that trip were fantastic, and it paved the way to the first year of the tour, which was started at Sunset Beach, but then went on to Sapinus, and we had sort of 4 or 5 glorious years of Sapinus absolutely pumping.
For sure, yeah.
The most memorable being Dwayne DeSoto's barrel for me, riding a stock board, a Costco board, Oxbow board, and he got one of the craziest barrels that I've still to this day.
That's the
entry
thing.
The barrel.
Those guys were riding Chopu on terrible equipment. I mean, it just shows what kind of watermen they were actually, to be able to navigate on that stuff.
Yeah, he was on a 9-8.
So here we go, Matt. Already nose riding, stylish Carpentier style, progression right through, staying in the pocket of the wave, exactly what the judges are asking for. And then he's staying in the white water, letting this set up. This is textbook what the judges have asked for. Is the wave going to deliver a final section for him? The shot's so tight it's hard to tell, and he knows how to hit this section. And that was beautiful use of the paddle to complete the maneuver too. You would have gone down on a longboard.
And there's Burak right behind him. Quick up to the nose for a quick 5.
And the challenging in section here, he nails it early, and it just comes up so quick on the inside bar there that you've got to kind of be up on it before you even see it start to throw over.
Exactly. Now I'm impressed by Burak's surfing. He's really improving heat by heat. He was already out here doing well last year, so it's great to see him back here and continuing the progression here on the main the main field of play, so to speak. That's that critical roundhouse turn of Mathieu on his forehand, kind of banking back into the white water. Really responsive and really quick surfing from Mathieu, and he rides it all the way through to this inside, gets a nice bank off the end section here, which is nice. So that'll be a nice wave for Mathieu, really securing his kind of first place position, and then Burak managing to navigate this complicated wave. He goes right first, and then it starts to break off to the left on the reform. But smart to stay in the power of the wave because he knows that it's going to reform on the inside.
That was a good read for sure. Just got a little surprised at how quick it popped up. We've seen that with a lot of the surfers actually. Well, Tristan, I got to tell you, I asked Bjorn if he wanted to pop in, and I never know. I don't know Bjorn very well. I don't know him at all. And I just got kind of a blank, stiff look, and he's like, okay, he pops in. He came in here. He stayed for like 45 minutes. And we just had an animated conversation. He's calling the heats. It was the girls' junior final. We had the men's junior final. He stayed for the whole thing.
Amazing.
And we're talking everything about Gran Canaria, about Liam, about big guys.
Talking to big guys, we got Gilbert on this wave. He's powering down the line. Nice driving bottom turn off the top.
Gets the completion. And couldn't have been more generous. He actually invited me. I said, Bjorn, one of the problems is anytime I go anywhere, there's no equipment I can use. He's like, come with me. We sail together. We stand up together. I have every board. I have all you need. Like, all right, this is great. This is living the dream right here. And then he brought me a bunch of swag, too. And the thing for me is that no swag ever fits. The first thing I look at, Bjorn delivers it's a 3XL.
Bjorn knows the need for a big size.
Right. So, it's an honor, and what a generous guy, he genuinely wants this event to be here.
Well, the biggest thing about Bjorn's a really old friend of mine. He's been such a big influence in my life and always somewhat of a mentor to me and always somebody helping and supporting the younger generation coming up. I was the slightly younger generation than him. So it's been a great journey. And then as we've grown older, our friendship has grown and then, developing business together, which is exciting. But one thing I will say about Bjorn as well is his passion for water sports is just like unsurpassed. As we've got Gilbert on this wave on his backhand.
Good looking wave, solid first turn, solid second turn, and then he's looking for the finish on the front side. And then we have Mathieu out the back. It's a bit of a smaller wave, but a ripping turn, just a bit of a flatter section so that, then he might have a strong finish. And he does have a nice finish, so nice work for Matt. Let's take a look at where we are in the heat here. I'm going to pull up the scores. And we have 10 minutes and 45 seconds remaining. Matt is in the lead. Burak is in second. And Gilbert is in third place here. Here it is on the screen. So neither Matt nor Burak have really, really big scores. So the first place position is wide open here.
Here's Mathieu going straight up to the nose there to kick off this wave.
What we were describing, just trying to maintain it sticking out the back of the wave. And in the smaller waves, it's even more technical.
It is. He navigates that well, gets into it, and generates speed coming off the white water to be able to bank up and do a nice roundhouse turn here again. Really smooth surfing from Mathieu here.
This production starboard looks nice. It's very thin, though, right? I mean,
they are. Starboard definitely goes in for some performance boards in their production line. So I think, you know, for people looking for performance boards, all these brands have great options. You know, it's always nice to get a custom board, but also if you're not 100% sure of what you want, there's so many great boards that have been tried and tested that, you know, there's plenty to choose from before you really decide where you need to go with it.
You know, seeing this one in slow motion, I think that might be the best wave of the heat. And looking at the scores, yes, it looks like that one came in at a 5.67, which is the best scoring wave of the heat.
Yeah, and he links it all the way through to the inside. Has a nice section that kind of ramps up in front of him. And he closes it down here. Nice driving bottom turn and banks off the top.
I've got to admit, I'm kind of partial to seeing Matt do well because, you know, Benoit gets all the, his younger brother gets all the credit, all the publicity. But seeing Matt surf out in front of the main break, you know, it's quite impressive. And he's so humble.
Yeah, exactly.
I'd love to see him have a good result. Little paddle battle right here between Gilbert and Burak.
Yeah, Gilbert's got the volume advantage there. You can see he's got a bit more glide.
Right.
He's also got some bigger arms too, so
yeah, it's got
fit guy.
Both of them have proper race technique there, though.
Yeah. Yeah, going back to Bjorn though, he's got like an insatiable passion for water sports, windsurfing still after all these years. You know, he joined the tour at 15 years old, and he's still going strong.
And that's the man we're talking about right now. Bjorn just poked his head in, like he heard us talking about him. So Matt Carpentier still leading this heat with the highest score. Remember, the top two advance out of this heat, and the last one is done for the day. We've already had the double elimination, so Gilbert needs to put some scores on the board here in the next 7 minutes.
Situation, white, last wave, 5.80.
So here goes Burak.
You are on first.
Kicking out.
You are leading. Second place. Zweite Platz, second place. Red, you need 6.4. Third place. Tercer puesto. Third place. Blue needs 5.57. Come on, guys. 7 minutes.
So with the fatter tide, it looks a little bumpier out there.
This heat live in Las Palmas de Gran Canaria. White got the priority white, blue, white, blue.
So we have 2 more heats today after this one, and then I think we may be calling it a day. There's Carlos, most powerful guy on the water today, muscling through everything with that single fin. We've seen a variety of fin choices out there today. So the next heat is Carlos Fidalgo, my booth buddy here, Dave Bainey, and Leonardo Jimenez in the next heat. So, and Tristan, the boss man, is joining me again here in the booth. And am I correct, Tristan, that we have 2 more heats today? We have heat 3 and heat 4 of this round, and then that would put us around 5:20, 5:30.
Something like that. That'll be a wrap for the day just to close this round 3, and then we'll just have quarters through finals for the men and semis and finals for the women. And we actually have the national Spanish championship heats. There's a couple of heats that are going to take place tomorrow as well. So that'll be the final day of competition. But, you know, definitely a full agenda for this holding period. We haven't been as lucky with the waves as we have been in previous years, but the surfers have had to step up to show their value in these conditions, and they've done that and then some. So it's been great to see.
Well, there's been enough waves that it's not the wave's fault, meaning that everybody is able to have the same opportunity to win.
Absolutely. I think we were fortunate. We just got enough time at El Lloret to get the event done. There's still some great rides that happened in the finals. So I think, we got what we needed to get it done, and we got a great result and some worthy champions. And I think we'll do the same here. So Gran Canaria is always delivering the goods.
I do think in one particular heat, there he is, Dave Bainey, my commentator, the style master. In the junior boys final, I think Enrique had a fuller board. I think it was an equipment choice condition that allowed him to flow from the outside bar all the way to the beach, and the other guys had such high performance equipment that it was challenging for them to have complete rides from the outside all the way through. And look, that's part of competing, is choosing the right equipment,
Well, I think as well, Enrique rides a SMIC board as well, and SMIC boards, by the ones that I've seen, definitely have fuller noses.
Right.
That gives you a little bit more stability, a little bit more glide as you're getting into the wave. So I think you're right. In these kind of conditions, it definitely is a big advantage.
And, we've been talking a lot about SMIC boards this event just because you look in these finals. I mean, Julieta in a final in a SMIC, and, we saw the junior man winner on a SMIC and Ibaya on a SMIC. And honestly, in the States, I don't think I've seen one SMIC,
No, I think it takes an ambassador like Ibaya to kind of nurture a new wave of interest in different boards. And and Infinity's had the same kind of run with riders like Sebastian, pushing the outer limits of the sport in big surf, high performance surfing as well. And then obviously the Starboard team, you've got Benoit, you've got all those guys that are just really pushing the boundaries of the sport. Zane, of course, another one. So, every brand's got some really strong athletes on their roster. Nash traditionally have always had some great people. They've slowed down a little bit in the stand-up space this last few years, but originally obviously having Kai Lenny, Casper Steinfath, Noah Janela, Bernd Rodeg at one stage.
Right.
But actually Bernd rides Infinity as well now. So, it suits his style really well.
It was interesting to see in the Aloha Classic he was riding Hot Sails as well, which I'd almost I hate to say I'd almost forgotten about that brand.
Jeff Henderson's still there. He's still holding it down and selling enough sails to make it work. And
I feel like I'm allowed to say that because he just kicked butt. He just won the Aloha Classic. What more can you do as a sailmaker than to win the most prestigious event in windsurf wave sailing?
And it wasn't in mediocre conditions. They had some great waves and some great athletes. It was one of the most stacked events there's been in years. So I think, full credit to Bernd for his win.
Any reason, did you hear from Bernd, or did he not want to make it to the Canaries?
I think he's in that transition period of his life where he's figuring stuff out. He's got bills to cover, and it was a long journey. I think that this year was tough for him. But I think, his ambition is to do more events. I think next year with the 3-event tour, I'm pretty sure, Dave Bainey's going to want him to have him on tour. Back up Sebastian to have a couple of strong athletes on tour. And then, of course, Dave has Arturo Rutkin, he's a phenomenal racer, 2018 world champion in racing, but he is also a very, very good surfer and windsurfer, actually, as well.
Matt Carpentier. He's been doing this carbon copy, take off early, get a little nose ride, carve it back hard to the pocket. And the only reason I mentioned Bernd is he's such an incredible surfer.
He is. He's great. And it's his ambidextrousness, his ability to go both ways.
He was the OG before Kai Lenny was doing his switchfoot stuff.
Kai Lenny's had to learn, whereas Bernd's been doing it since I first met him when he was like 12 years old.
When he had the mohawk.
Yeah, exactly. He came to Big Island in 2010.
Do you know he was a little tiny kid and he had this mohawk?
I did. That's when he was there. He was like this. Yeah, he was a little grom and he was switching. He was doing a front side hit and then he would switch around and do a front side hit again, going backwards kind of thing. So it was pretty impressive.
There are not many people. Look, nice long nose ride here from Matt. There are not many people that are better than Kai Lenny at something in the ocean, but Bernd might be better switchfoot surfer than Kai Lenny.
He's definitely more natural, I would say, in the sense it was really natural for him. He did it from the very beginning. Kai, I think, has said, this is really cool, I should be doing it, I'm going to learn it. And in true Kai fashion, then he just dedicated himself to doing it, like switching foot and pulling into a barrel of pipe.
So here's some highlights. Great nose ride takeoff, challenging one from Matt, and then finishes up with a great closing maneuver, which a lot of people have struggled on that closing maneuver. And then another similar type of setup, very hard off the bottom, and then he's going to set it up through the white water and finish it up off the top.
So it looks like we got Mathieu Carpentier and Burak Kilian, if I'm not mistaken, going through to the quarterfinals. It'll take place tomorrow. So congratulations to another Carpentier making it through.
Beautiful closing maneuver here, and then yet another beautiful closing maneuver here from Matt. Again, he's hitting it early enough, and then he points the nose towards the beach enough, but keeps it out. I mean, we've seen it. He has this on lock. It's the same setup. This time he didn't make the section.
I think that's 3 for 3, right? I mean, that's 3 Carpentiers in 3 heats, and they all went through.
That's right.
And here's our lineup for this heat: Leo Jimenez, Dave Bainey, and Carlos Fidalgo.
No Carpentiers will make it through this heat.
No. There's a beautiful opening turn for Leo, a swooping turn like we've come to expect from him.
Didn't even see much in that wave either, you know?
No, it looked really flat, but yet I think he had a peaky takeoff and was able to generate speed. But now he's coming up to the nose. Nice 5, little soul arch there.
That was a piece of his surfing that he was missing earlier. It was all performance and not much nose riding in his earlier heats. And so, I don't know, maybe he got the message that the judges want to see both.
To be fair, I think his waves that he had were really...
rippable waves.
They were rippable waves, and it didn't really give him the opportunity to go to the nose earlier. They were like shorter and faster, and then they would dwindle out. But yeah, like you said, I think he made the most of that. Getting into this one, getting a fast 5, and then coming in for a nice bank-in turn to finish it off.
And importantly, what we were talking about earlier, knowing the moment to actually step backwards. Because that was a fast 5, as you said. Here's Carlos, the most powerful surfer in this. We were talking with Bainey that I'd love to see Carlos at like sunset or something.
Yeah.
Just like get just the blast of the white water, and he just bulls his way right through, you know.
Yeah, Carlos is from Peniche in Portugal, so just up the road from us.
Makes sense then, right? I mean, he's used to just bulling his way through some serious conditions.
Yeah, and there's some. Yeah, he surfs probably a lot at Supertubos and those kind of waves up in Peniche.
This drone shot gives you a perfect view of this little runway airstrip of white water that our surfers are surfing through. The sandbar, you can see the whitewater path they're paddling right along.
And I think Dave Bainey got a wave in that. I saw him in the background, yeah. So we'll wait to see that wave and see how that came through. But yeah, it's great to have a Portuguese representative here on tour.
Is this Bainey again, taking a peek?
Looks like it, but not. That's not going to do too much for him. He's going to wait for the one behind, I would imagine. Yeah, the ocean definitely going a little flat. You know, we're hoping there'll be something tomorrow pushing tide. It is what it is. We got to deal with what we dealt with, so we're going to wait and see what happens. Tomorrow is a new day, and we're hoping for a little bump. As we're going to get a replay, I believe. Here's the winning wave of Mathieu Carpentier. We're getting a little glory show for Mathieu. Nice entry into that wave with the high 5. So in that auditorium, I was speaking to one of the judges who judged an event here the first time in the late 90s, funnily enough, and he said it was in the process of being built back then, but everything looked very different elsewhere. But
interesting.
It's quite an impressive building, and I've actually been in there for some award stuff with Bjorn over the years, and it's it's pretty crazy.
Yeah.
Here's Dave Bainey. Oh no, it's Leo Jimenez. I think this is first wave, right? That nice swooping turn to start it off, then up to the nose.
And again, watch how quickly he touches that 5, and then he realizes the hang 5, and he realizes I got to pull back.
Yeah, little soul arch, but he manages to navigate through that challenging closed section.
If he waited any longer than that, he would not have pulled out of that.
No. So obviously that wave that we saw a glimpse of Dave on, it obviously didn't materialize into too much. So he's got it all to play for with just over 19 minutes to go.
Yeah, I mean, so far we have not had, in the entire event, we've not had a heat where we've been completely wave starved. So we still have 20 minutes. The clock on the screen for us, Tristan's about a minute and a half off. Here goes Dave with priority. He's been waiting on this one. Oh, a
little grab rail bottom turn.
Nice slice off the top. And then this is what Dave did the first heat. He just kept sitting right on that left and then comes across it. And then sets up, is my inside section to the left or the right? And he's hoping for the left. Come on. You got to hit it early. And he may have hit it a little late there. But he's on the board for sure. This has been a wave-starved heat. And, that was one of the most complete waves we've seen of the heat.
Definitely, and a lot of flow and nice transition between his turns. So, yeah, I think that'll help his case for sure, and he'll be up into, at the very least, second place.
I want to see that bottom turn again, too. Was that little rail grab on that bottom turn?
It looked like a little rail grab. It looked pretty cool, actually.
Little Style Master Bainey.
Adding a little flair to the surfing.
Little longboard style. Here we go. Bottom turn. You got to take your hand off the paddle to do that.
Yeah, it is. It's a rail grab bottom turn. He does a little crouching down low.
That point of difference right there. And then a proper turn in the pocket. Yeah, kicking the tail out.
Yeah, that was a great turn. That should be that might well be the best wave of the heat.
That turn's only possible on a stand-up paddleboard. And then the paddle transfer for the roundhouse back to the section.
I think if he had finished that last turn, it would definitely be the best wave.
Right.
We'll see how much that affected his score from the judges' perspective, but really smooth flowing surfing there.
Style all the way. Look at all the water over the deck of the board, too. And I love the slow-mo. You see things that you just don't see in real time. Dave comes in at just a 3.5. So I don't know if that means I'm over-amping for my mate here in the commentary booth or not, but I thought it was an excellent. I thought it was a fun wave.
It was a good wave. There wasn't anything spectacular, but it was solid surfing. So I can see why it didn't go too high, and I think the fall at the end didn't help things.
Yeah, and you look at Leo's hit as a 4.33, and that hit, exceeded anything that Dave did in his.
When it's a clean finish wave, always falling at the end is always a bit of a no-no. Here's another slashing turn from Leo, looking for this wave to line up on the inside. Another driving turn. He puts it all on the rail on his bottom turns, driving off his back foot. And again here, getting it up vertical, nice hit there. Yep. So
there's your best wave of the heat right there.
Exactly. That was some great performance surfing on his longboard there.
I really love that Leco Salazar inspired kind of last flick upwards where he's got the.
And we're going to take it down to Tatiana on the beach with the winner of the last heat.
Welcome back, everybody. I am here with Matthew Carpentier, who just passed through to the quarterfinals of the SUP Longboard division. Now, I know that the waves are changing a little bit. The tide has filled in a little bit. Can you explain to me how it felt being in the water today?
Yeah. It was strategic in this heat because we knew that the tide was getting higher, and so my strategy was to start early and to catch 2 average waves at least in the beginning of the heat, and then to be patient and catch better waves, and it pays off, and I'm happy with it because it was Kilian is a young boy from Brittany and he's really ripping. He finished second in the juniors, and so I knew he was going to put on a show, so I tried my best, and I think strategically I win this heat, but still it's going to be one to watch in the incoming years, so happy to win one hit against him because maybe in the next few years it's going to be tougher.
Well, I believe he's still in the competition as well. I believe it's the first 2 that go through, so you might have another opportunity to verse him. But speaking of that, you've got your brother who is competing in the heat currently, who is also a renowned stand-up paddle longboard surfer. Tell me, how does it feel competing against your brother? You're not yet to go head-to-head, but is there brotherly competition, or you forget about that when you're in the water?
Yeah, well, I guess my 2 brothers are actually competing in the contest. So Pierre is it's the same age as me, so I don't know, it's my twin, yeah. So I think I'm gonna be against Pierre in the quarter, so it's gonna be quite fun. Pierre is not taking competition so seriously, but he's so talented. He's a freaking good surfer, so he might take it, but I'll try my best too. And Benoit obviously is it's our younger brother, but he's since the beginning, since he has started surfing, we've seen that he was so gifted, talented, and he worked hard. So all the families here, there is my mom, there is my dad, my sister. Wow. So everyone is there, and it was the opportunity, thanks to the IPP for running a longboard event. So we said, well, we're gonna try, we're gonna participate and have fun. And we are really lucky to have Ben in our family. He helped us progress a lot in our surfing, because when he's matching against the best in the world, and then when he come back after each trip, he learned some stuff, then he teaches us, and we're really lucky to have him. So I think it's more about sharing right now. Then we'll see. We hope that Ben is gonna take it all in the longboard, because he's been dedicated for that since a long time, and he still haven't win the world title. So hopefully this year there are great opponents, Taka obviously, but we are really participating. But our main focus is to help Ben and to reach it. And if we can do something cool with Pierre, my other brother, then we will try. But no, that's such a pleasure to be there, and thanks for the IPP to run such an event and showcasing the sport. I think it might grow next year and in the incoming ones, and they're still talking about the Olympics, so hopefully in the incoming years there might be a good news, and thanks to the IPP, to the ISA, and let's go on.
Yeah, well, so it's a family affair, and speaking of, are you all surfing starboard?
Yeah, I've talked about Ben, about Pierre, but there is also Camille, my girlfriend. She's competing and ripping too in the longboard division, and Camille and Benoit actually are on Starboard Dream Team. So they are working closely with Ollie O'Reilly, the designer of the boards, and with Luis Lacrosse in Portugal, a shaper, and they've made those boards. And with the feedbacks of the rider, of Camille and Ben, they try each year to improve the board. This one is the new one, so it's Camille's board actually, so I'm lucky to be able. She borrowed me the board, so I'm able to ride it. It's really a nice one. This one is a bit wider on the nose than the previous one, and the tail is quite the same. It's still really thin over there, so it helps to go through the maneuvers easily, to go on the tail and to do rail work. And the nose is a bit flatter and a bit wider, and it's really nice on the nose, so you can stay easily on hanging 5 or hanging 10. And still be riding and be doing great turns. So I felt Starboard is really doing great work regarding the board right now, and we are really lucky about that. Lucky that Ben and Camille are riders, giving their feedback to the shaper and everything. So the board, this is production board, and it's still amazing. It's the best board I've tried. So thanks to Starboard and to the team, and for the riders obviously.
Well, thank you very much. Great surfing. We look forward to seeing this showdown between the three brothers in the upcoming events.
Thank you very much, and thanks to the IPP for such a magnificent event. And it's on a show, and hopefully in the next few years there will be more events and to showcase people from all over the world and more people sampling. We have such a great crew of French and a lot of young guns trying to improve, and I guess in the incoming years we will work on to bring more French to the competitions, and hopefully the other country will do the same, and we'll have a great show and make the best win at the end.
Well, we look forward to it. Thank you very much, Mathieu.
Thank you very much.
Back to you guys in the studio.
What a nice young man, right? I mean, he's giving props to his twin brother, and he's saying that he hopes that his younger brother wins the competition. Meanwhile, he's in the competition, and he is competitive in the competition. And I met Matt the other night here on the beach, just chatting, and I was just impressed with his humility. And then I saw him surfing on the water, and his talent was incredible, and he just doesn't give himself enough credit for what he's capable of doing.
No, absolutely. I'll go back to that in a second, but we had quite a lot of action, a flurry of action while that interview was going on. It was a great interview, but we did get a lot of action, as you will have seen in the split screen. Fortunately, we had that split screen. Some great turns from Leo, a nice vertical hit there, but actually what impressed me the most was one of his previous waves, which hopefully we'll get replay of in a second. It was a full hang 10 into a nice banking turn. So Leo definitely ratcheting up the pressure, and the score sheet shows it. 14.90 score total. So he's gradually looking to climax towards the final rounds of this competition, and is definitely looking one of the favorites.
Are you seeing the Lecco Salazar influence that I was talking about in that backside drift?
Absolutely. I mean, I think guys like Luis Diniz and Wellington kind of went on their own path, really progressive surfing, a bit more like Caio Vaz. But with Lecco, you can see a whole school of athletes in Brazil that followed his of clockwork approach, because it's so pleasurable and easy on the eye. Lofty kind of floating turns. Lecco is just one of those timeless talents that doesn't matter what board he gets on, doesn't matter how he surfs. It's great to watch.
It's just amazing that you can take a longboard and from the bottom of the wave in an already breaking whitewater, and Leo Jimenez can take it to 12 o'clock and bring it back down.
Well, that's, going back to this development of specific stand-up boards, having really crisp rails in the tail, being able to bank off that 3-fin that has a lot more quick drive that can snap up into the lip. As you'll see him pulling into this one. This might have been the 10. I think that was the 10. There you go. Nice 10, and then he banks around quick. He had to kick out there, but it was nice to see him really focusing on getting those nose rides in, making sure the judges know that he's capable.
Right, yeah, for sure.
Yeah, but going back to Mathieu, I think he's such a great positive ambassador for the sport, really driving. His role is to kind of really drive participation and excitement around the sport. And there's his younger brother Ben getting ready for his heat, and there's Mathieu giving some guiding words. So a great family from the northwest of France, Brittany, La Torche, the area we had, I think 3 years of French events, maybe 4 years in La Torche. Used to be an old windsurfing destination as well, where the World Tour used to go. And here's Dave Bainey gliding into this one. 5 on the nose. And again, it's going a little soft, that wave. Unfortunately, just gets pushed out the back. But Dave's currently sitting in second position. 2 out of the 3 will advance here, so he's still in second. The Portuguese powerhouse, we're waiting to see him get a really good one here. I saw, during that interview, him get a couple of good waves, like turns on the outside, unfortunately getting a little unstuck on the inside section.
So, Tristan, I've got to ask you while we're sitting here, and you mentioned La Torche, so you set yourself up for this question, okay? So, what I like to do is I like to choose the proper piece of equipment for the day, If it's glassy conditions, it's tiny, maybe it's a foil day, If it's barreling, maybe it's a shortboard day, And but there were a couple days in La Torche. I mean, these were like typhoon, hurricane days, and the stand-up paddle competition is on that day. I mean, a guy like Dave Bainey growing up in California, this 10-knot day, 5-knot day that we're looking at, that's a windy day for Dave in California. Now you're at La Torche, and at least 1 year, maybe 2 years, you had winds 20, 30 knots. Well, you're sending the competitors out, okay? So tell me about that.
Well, actually, I'm thinking of 1 year in particular, and I remember, because we still laugh about it, my producer, amazing producer, Christian Henning, and myself, it was a small team, and we were having to make it work in the most hideous conditions. My wife leading the judges on the beach in a car. It was the only way we could keep it alive, because it was just such a major storm, but it was a giant swell.
When I say typhoon or hurricane, I mean, I'm not kidding. It was... Yeah. And then you had to hide somewhere for waves.
No, exactly. And we've got Carlos jumping into this wave just quickly. It looks as though it's going to reform here. You might get a section he can come up into. He's going up to the nose, try to get through that.
Bring it back around.
Manages to stay with it and glide through that flatter section, as he'll hope to get an inside hit here. And he banks off the whitewater.
And he's going to complete it, because he completes those.
Nice completion. And we got Leo hanging 5 on the nose to come into this one, as he'll look to set up this turn. Nice vertical hit, but unfortunately just coming down and the nose catching. That's where you see the difference between those longboards and what they're riding at Del Lloret. But yeah, this particular year was offshore winds or side offshore winds, and we went round into a bay and a wave that even my friends who've lived there their whole life have never really surfed.
Right.
It was like this misto swell that was just closing out the whole of La Torche Bay, and it was pumping on the other side of the point. It was like a specific direction. And you can imagine Kai Lenny with his appetite for bigger surf. He was just in his element and just jumping up and down. Justin Holland as well. Like, people were saying, I don't know the way that we should run, and Kai and Justin went out for free surf and just showed them why we should be out there, and we ran the event.
But you act like you went around the corner and there was no wind. Like, you went around the corner and it was still.
It was challenged. There was a lot of water moving. There was a lot of activity, but there was some gems.
Here we go. Dave Bainey with a long nose ride, perfect setup, banking back to the power section. He sees something in front of him here. Sets up a beautiful crossboat. Just a nice, cruisy, easy. That's one thing about longboard guys is, they don't seem like they're in too much of a hurry sometimes. And then Dave finishes out strong on that inside, where a lot of guys have struggled to complete that inside maneuver. But experienced Dave knows you've got to hit that lip earlier than you think. So that should be a nice wave for Dave.
Yeah, absolutely. It wasn't the biggest wave, but it was definitely a fun one. As you see there, Carlos, he was trying to stay in that wave. He managed to get back some glide here and set himself up for this inside section that he banks off successfully. So nice completion for Carlos there. It'll improve his position, but I don't think it'll get him ahead of Dave. As we see Leo here, nice slashing first turn.
With this higher tide, it is getting a bit flatter on those outer sections, so it's harder for, if the judges are looking for taking risk on the outside, it's just not there to take the risk, really. So you take the risk on the inside, and you try to do things like this on the outside with the little
Dave's successfully kind of navigating through that flatter section by using the nose, then carving slowly, just really smooth, no kinks in his surfing as always, really flowing surfing.
Yep. Style master. And then he relaxed, and then he hit it early enough where he made it look easy. So
he does like a kind of trademark Dave hop as he comes off those banks off those white waters. It's very unique to him, actually.
Yep. So that was his best. That was his best wave. They gave him a 3.57 off of that one. So improved his position just a little bit. And Carlos got a 2.73 with that solid finish there. So we are down to 3:30 in this heat. 3 minutes and 30 seconds.
As here's Dave on another wave. Nice hang five to stay on this. This is a small inside one. Not much power in it, but he's managing to stay with it through that hang five.
So he's going to need a strong finish here to improve on his 3-point something. And
that's not going to be it.
Yep. See Carlos out the back muscling things, as Carlos does.
Yeah. He's going up to the nose. Oh, unfortunately, just goes a little bit hard on the nose there and buries the inside rail and goes over the handlebars.
So it looks like Leo's outside waiting on a set.
The combination of two waves to get on first.
So we'll take a peek ahead at the last set of the day, and wow, it's a cracker. Benoit, Sebastian, and Leonard Nika.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see if, Sebastian and Leonard Nika, definitely not traditional longboarders and guys who probably do a lot of stand-up longboarding. I think Sebastian, it's his first time, actually, but he's such a talented surfer.
What we've seen from both of them is they've been improving through each of their heats, Yeah. And Leonard's actually Leonard went to the repechage, basically, so he had more time to improve in a way, and you saw the improvement, meaning that the tail was sliding out a bit on him. It's maybe an unfamiliar board, and the tail was sliding out a bit on him, and he kind of realized, okay, how much I can push that tail. And so his level did rise. And both of them were on, I think, unfamiliar equipment as well. So
and he had a little bit of an Italian flair there. It was quite good to see. A little bit of something different. Yeah.
There was one part, I don't know if you were able to see it, but I thought it was really cool. There was a wedging section of the wave and a corner beyond it. And Leonard actually, he leaped over the wedging section toward him, banked hard off of that, and came back through the wedging section, and then bottom turned back into it. And, the judges didn't love it. He didn't get a huge score, 3.5 or something. But I just love the creativeness of the surfing,
Yeah, absolutely.
So it's one of those cases the judges clearly laid out the idea that you want maneuvers in the critical section. But part of longboard surfing to me is creativity as well. So it was fun to see.
No, I think, and you see it in Taka's surfing. He's got a lot of creativity. There's a lot of style that he puts into his surfing. And Benoit, too, we think back to his kind of switch off the tops as he's kind of going through the lip. Mm-hmm. He's switching, which is really tough to do, honestly. So, it's impressive to see them really mixing it up and putting a diversity of maneuvers to fill the whole scoring criteria, which is exactly what we wanted to achieve with this event.
And we've been kind of looking at Taka as kind of like the flag bearer of this, kind of the seemingly the, the odds-on favorite. But look at these scores here. Look at what the judges. This is in a heat where the tide is pretty fat.
Yeah.
Okay. It's pretty soft out there, and a guy who is charging, he's delivered a 15 in relatively soft conditions.
Absolutely. And the judges, I think, are taking that into account as well. We're looking at, pretty mediocre waves, and what he's able to do with them is mind-boggling, honestly, all of them. I think we're definitely looking at a clear set of favorites between, I think, Leonard, Nika, Taka Inui, and Benoit Carpentier. For me, they're the real standouts, and their scores have shown that as well.
For sure. And I guess just to point out that, the person at home may see Taka with all the nose riding and think, oh, he's got it in the bag. And, I mean, the surfing is incredible, but Leo here, look, nose riding competitive, and then watch this turn.
Yeah, nice wrapping turn. The Brazilians are just so quick and fast with it. And New Advance is a Brazilian brand. It's a Brazilian shaper. He's been Leco's longtime shaper.
This is the Leco, that wasn't the one, but I think you know the one I'm talking about. We'll see it.
And some great footwork there from Leo.
I think it's right here. The 11 o'clock, out of nowhere, he just flicks it.
Yeah, you can see his back foot pressure as he drives off his back foot and just whips it round into the
Look
pocket.
at that. That was almost 12 o'clock,
Yeah, no, that's a very Leco-esque turn. So same boards as Leco. Obviously looks up to Leco as, definitely an ambassador for the next generation. And Leo is, leading that charge. I love that hang 10. That was all that she rode on that one, but that was a great maneuver from Leo, and another slashing turn. He had a nice vertical hit here, but unfortunately came unstuck. I think that was the one. He hangs 5 here, and then it kind of walls up and gives him a scoring opportunity, but just rail catches as he comes out of it.
Yeah, but I mean, he's understanding the criteria, you know?
No, definitely.
And I think that was not necessarily a concern, but, I think on a normal day he might want to rip, And he's got meaning shortboard style surf, but he's got to play to the criteria if he wants to win this longboard.
For sure, and I think, for someone like Leo, he's such a talented surfer. He needs to adapt his surfing to make the most out of the conditions too. And honestly, those flat spots, you're not going to do a good turn. So why not use a more stylistic way to get through the flat spots, which is run up to the nose, generate speed, set yourself up for the section, and then hit the section hard, and that's exactly what he's doing.
By the way, you see all of these surfers in the water here. I mean, it's a lot of surfers in the water, and there's tons of rentals on the beach. I want you to note this because I visited Tofino, Canada recently. More surfers in the water in Tofino. That's like northern British Columbia, Canada. Somehow it is Huntington. It's Surf City, Canada.
Yeah. Yeah.
And the water temp was freezing. I can't believe they can send all these kids out in soft tops and wetsuits, 5 mil wetsuits, and that they're all out there.
Yeah.
It's just the new world we live in, right? I guess.
It is. Surfing's it's a global phenomenon. And stand-up surfing is the most accessible form of surfing. And, I've been adamant since the very beginning that stand-up paddling should remain in the surfing family. It's a lifestyle sport. It's an ocean sport, and it's a board riding sport.
Well, two of the best stand-up paddlers in the world are actually Canadian by passport, right?
Yeah.
I mean, Jeffrey and Finn.
Yeah. As we got a start to the last heat of the day, this is Benoit Carpentier, Sebastian Gomez, and Leonard Nika. So it'll be a great heat here. Great to see Benoit back in the water. Like Taka, those are probably the two leaders of the charge, with Leo right there as well. But we also have plenty of other guys. We've got the other brothers, the twins, that are going to make an appearance in the quarterfinals tomorrow.
So what's your schedule tomorrow, Tristan? Have you decided on it yet, or are you going to let the conditions? Is it going to be conditions dependent?
Oh, we've got a situation here as two athletes are battling. There was Leonard Nika looking to try get priority, and you can see he's not happy about it. But actually, he was further away from the peak, so I'm not quite sure why he would have push there. He was trying to paddle for the same wave as Sebastian, and then was pushing on his back. That was a bit of drama there.
Right.
As we see an ever-flowing Benoit, you can see it's just oozing flow, his surfing. There's no kinks, there's no glitches. It's just flow from beginning to end.
We have our podium area. Will you please
And a nice banking turn off the top there.
Such an easy-looking finish, too. Yeah. I mean, everyone struggled with that finish, and he makes it look like nothing, you know?
He's already smooth on a shortboard, but when he gets on the longboard, it really suits his brand of surfing.
It's almost like a Joel Parkinson thing where you don't realize how good he is because it looks so easy.
And they're going through turbulent waters, and they're just gliding through like it's butter. So it's a weird thing. You know, it is. I'll tell you a little backstory on Leo Nika. He's one of the more aggressive racers there is on the racing scene, and you can see there not wanting to give up. So it's weird he would try force a right at that left part of the peak. But here you see Benoit riding this right really to perfection here.
One of the nice things about good longboard style is it never looks like they're trying too hard. You know, it's kind of the secrets of longboarding. Classic longboarding is if you can do and then still performance like this with an end, and then it looks like he's just standing on his front porch in a landing where everyone struggled. So it'll be interesting to see Leo Nika on his first scoring wave here.
Yeah, and this is Leo Nika right here, no?
Yes, yes.
There, it's a little bit, you can see it's almost flat there, but he manages to stay with it, so he's going to get an inside section. He's going to go actually bank to the left and try to get a hit off the top there.
So what it is the board he's on, it may be just a standard longboard. There's a lot of length to this board, and it's relatively narrow, and this may work to his advantage in these softer conditions because he made it through that deeper section relatively easily compared to some of the other surfers. Here goes Sebastian. See, Leonard might have made that.
You know what's interesting, actually, when you look at Benoit and Taka, they both have a very relaxed flowing style. And you look at someone like Leo, who's got a lot of flow, but he's more aggressive. He's got a wider stance. He's driving off the bottom off his back foot much harder, whereas it's a bit there's more flow in Benoit and Taka's surfing, but there's more aggression and criticalness in Leo's. More urgency, a bit more like crisp spice when it comes to the critical turns.
So here's a replay. Is this the potential interference situation, or?
Yeah, you see here, because generally that peak is a predominant left, and then it goes into a right. But
so, yeah.
Technically, you could go both ways. Leo wanting to force the issues, Sebastian not willing to push an inch because it's kind of already breaking as a left. You know, you can see the wave there. It actually disappears on the right until you hit the inside.
I mean, how do you? Well, we're not the judges. Oh, this is beautiful. That's exactly what we want to see. As far as what the judges have. I've been riding to the contests with the judges in the mornings, and they've been defining, which has helped me in the commentary booth. If that makes sense.
It does.
It also, one nice thing about it is it links up what I'm saying with what the scores show as well. And in short, everything that Benoit is doing is exactly what the judges want to see. I mean, there's your switch foot right there. But so I wonder, let's take a look at our sheet and see if there was any call from the judges.
You know, it was the first wave of the heat, so it was a non-priority situation.
At this point, it doesn't show anybody has been called for any interferences.
Yeah, because I think at the end of the day, Sebastian stayed on the wave, so it didn't affect his score.
Right.
So I think that's basically, you only really get an interference if it actually affects the score. But
there is a small case to be made that Leo had already made his bottom turn in a way, and maybe that's his. Maybe that's.
No, they were both paddling into the wave, and Sebastian was clearly going left, and it was a predominant left. So my thought is. You know, that's what it is.
There's some progression right there. That's what we want to see. So if we can get some tradition in along with the progression, this could be a really good score. There he is walking the nose. He's
unfamiliar territory for Sebastian Gomez, right, as he looks to bank off the bottom and getting used to the board here. You can tell.
Yeah, once again, two of the surfers out there on boards they've never ridden, so
right.
It's quite exceptional. We drove up this morning, and Dave Bainey said, "Oh, that looks like my board on the lineup." And he's like, "Oh, that is my board." He didn't know that Sebastian had literally taken his board. There's Leo again.
Nice turn there from Leo, actually.
For sure. Like I said, I think he's getting this board figured. There, right off the bottom, you saw the tail give just a hair, but he's got it figured out. And there's the aggressive style that you're talking about as well.
Yeah, actually, I got to say, I feel like he's surfing well on that bigger board.
Right. And in earlier heats, the tail was sliding on the bottom turn, like he was overamping it.
He's a talented athlete, Leo, and he's a determined athlete. Extremely competitive. He was always at the heart of every incident back in the days on the World Tour. Just those buoy decisions where there was Kai, Connor, Leo, all these guys like battling, and no one was giving an inch.
Tristan, did you ever compete in like the slalom windsurfing days?
I started racing a little bit in my teenage years. I did the youth nationals when I was under 14, the under 19.
I'm talking about like that downwind racing where you're just like, I thought it was on the Pro Tour where everybody's going for that same mark at the same time, jibing at 25 knots, and
we got Benoit replay here. Let's just see this effortless surfing here. Just so smooth, like it looks like you say, he's not even trying.
Mm-hmm.
But the board's doing all the work for him.
You also mentioned his narrow stance as well, and I think that's also a characteristic of high-end longboarding is that they use that narrow stance not as a technical thing to improve their surfing, but because their technique is so good that they know exactly where to be on the board.
Right, and you can see his turn there. He was actually on his heel.
Yep, you see how close his feet are together again.
Yeah, great to get that close-up angle there.
Yep. Yeah, good camera work today.
No, I did some slalom racing, some of that downwind slalom racing in the early days, but not on the World Tour. Oh, you see a nice banking turn. He was on another wave already.
So you just mentioned Leonika and the buoys, and if there was ever an issue, he was often involved. I just always wondered, as a fan of windsurfing, like everybody charging at the buoy, and I could just imagine, here we go, Benoit.
It's great to see the slow-mo. You just see
just watch the footwork.
The impeccable style and technique of Benoit, just reading the wave perfectly. Right on the nose there. Jumping effortlessly back, not losing any speed, if anything generating speed as he's coming into his turn here.
All grace too, no bobble.
Yeah, and there he sees he was going left, but he sees that it's starting to the energy's going to the right, so he banks back into the whitewater.
180-degree turn into the whitewater.
Yeah, and you see his stance a little wider there, so he's always adjusting his stance to be able to adapt to the situations, and then you can see his front foot coming back a little bit again as he goes for like a shallower turn. So the sharper, more critical turns, he's going wider stance, and then he pulls it back in for the kind of more carvy, like lateral turns.
Great read on the wave too. It's a challenging wave.
Yeah, especially in these kind of conditions. But that's why these stand-up longboards got such a range. You can really make the most out of. If you got a stand-up longboard and a regular stand-up board, you really can maximize 99.9% of any days down at the beach.
Well, I was asking you about hitting the mark at 25 knots with guys. Bjorn's not given an inch. All those guys aren't given an inch. I'm sure it's the same on the APP World Tour when everybody's hitting the same mark and nobody's given an inch. I mean, how do you make these calls? I mean, what happens between the racers themselves? Like, and what is I'm not that familiar with that type of racing. So what are the priority rules? Is it someone's nose is out? Is it like Formula racing, like Formula car racing?
It's interesting. It's
does it sort of take care of itself?
Well, here's the backstory of it. First of all, the difference between windsurfing and this is stand-up paddling is obviously everybody's going a lot slower. Stand-up paddling, so it's easier to define what happened and who was in the wrong. So that's number one. In the early days of stand-up paddling, there was no rules. It was very much, it's an all-terrain course. you get it around how you can. Over the years, as it's professionalized and as it's gone in this kind of really performance direction with long, narrow boards where it's difficult to turn, it's become more and more problematic because, when they're turning a buoy, there's 9 feet of board in front of you, which is a lot of board. So if you've got 4 people hitting a buoy at the same time, the chance for a board to go between someone's leg and for you to impede the person in front is really easy. So then the race directing role becomes really annoying, or not really annoying, I should say really difficult. And for the athletes, it's frustrating because everybody's battling for position. So if you're a half board length behind, you have to back off, or unless you got the inside line. And so that's always the challenge. So, and then it becomes policing that and all those things. And I think stand-up paddling racing has gone in that direction, and we're looking to kind of revolutionize it over the next 12 to 24 months and bring kind of more exciting racing to the fore. As we got Leonard Nika setting up, going right. Yeah, he's looking really comfortable on this board now. little slashing turn, but unfortunately went a little wide there out of the power source. But yeah, we're looking to make some big changes.
But it sounds like the Formula car racing is not a bad example. Like, as you go into a turn, if you're not at a certain point on the car's wheel relative next to you, you have to give way.
Exactly. It's exactly the guy with the inside line has priority unless he's less than half a board length away from the guy behind.
So the same analogy of the car. There's something with the car tires in Formula One.
Exactly.
And it's a safety thing as well, in that case, and maybe not so much at the slow speeds of stand-up, but, it's not fair to force the other guy to go down for you to pass him,
Well, that's the thing, and we've had a number of difficult decisions to make that are not always popular, but, somebody's always going to come out better out of the decision and somebody's going to come out worse. And often there's not anybody's intentional error, but 3 people going around a buoy with 14-foot boards, it's a tight space, and 3 times 14 is a lot of area, surface area. So, that's where I think that some changes in the sport are going to be really positive, and we're excited about the kind of next stage of development for the APP.
What's on the? We talked a little bit about the surf calendar potentially for next season. What's on the race calendar for next season? Some of the ideas.
Yeah, we've got
Busan on again.
It's actually not in Busan anymore. We are in Korea, but we're up in Seoul, so we're in the capital city. So we'll be in the river going, that lines the capital city of South Korea. We'll be in the Central South America region with the location to be announced. That's a surf out of race event. We'll be in California for surf and race. We'll be in Portugal for a race. And we'll be in, where else? We'll be back here. I feel like I'm missing something. But, that's the basic lineup. It's a solid lineup of events, 4 races, 3 surf events. It's a good year, but we've got a lot of growth through 26, 27, probably growing to 8 events between the 2 disciplines in 2026 and possibly beyond that in 2027.
Well, we've got a break in the action here. I saw WaterSpeed as a sponsor. Is that the app, by the way, the one that tells you how fast you're going and such? Or is
Absolutely. Well, as you can imagine, that's a Bjorn partnership that he's bringing to the table because, through all his speed work and everything else. So.
No, I mentioned I've used it basically for foiling. What I've done is it's quite fascinating. I've gone wing foiling in essentially flat water conditions and tested. I've used the WaterSpeed app on I think it was on a Apple Watch. And basically I tested different foils. The spot was such where your car is right on the beach. I go out to do a couple, sort of figure 8 type things, come back, swap foils, I'm trying to figure out which foil is faster.
Right.
And the fascinating thing about the WaterSpeed app was that a foil that I thought would be faster because it was twitchier, when you actually saw the numbers, it was slower. The foil, and you think just because you have to work harder and it's more intense and that it must be faster.
Right.
But the WaterSpeed app showed me that, and it gives you intervals like kind of like Bjorn or like speed racing, where you've got fastest 5 meters, fastest 25 meters, fastest 500 meters, or whatnot. And so you can really, with those numbers, you can really gauge which of your equipment's actually working.
Well, I was fascinated. I windsurfed my whole life, and it's been, it was my life for so many years. And you still learn something new every day, because I was speaking to Bjorn about his, time down in Namibia. He goes down there every year for a month.
We talked about that for a while, and when he was here in the booth.
What was fascinating was hearing about the fins, which I kind of didn't think about, because when I was slalom racing, I remember the big thing is, obviously once you get to a certain speed and you're overpowered and there's chop and there's people all around you, the chances of like slight slip or cavitating or spin out is quite high. And he goes, no, it doesn't really happen because the fins they use are so small.
Didn't he say like 15 centimeters or something?
Tiny fins. So the idea that you're going 100 kilometers an hour and you have like this tiny little fin, it's the only thing keeping you kind of tracking. And your board's completely out of the water, so there's no rail in the water. Honestly, it's quite terrifying when you think that there's land about 3 inches from you.
40 centimeters wide board. And I said, look, Bjorn, I've gone half that speed, and when I wipe out, you get the wind knocked out of you, know? And I also said something is giving way, like you're getting backwinded on your sail, like your fin is just like something is going to give way, you know, like and whether it's your fin not being able to just handle like cavitation or like I said, just too much sail, but you're trying to go as fast as you can, so you're using the biggest equipment that you can under those conditions. Something's going to give way, and but he said no, he uses a 5.5 sail.
Yeah,
he uses a freaking 5.5,
like 40 knots or something.
Yeah,
it's crazy.
So he said 50. He can handle 50 knots if it's the right wind direction.
Yeah,
with a 5.5.
Well, Bjorn is a beast, and he's always been a beast. Back in the day when they used to have weight jackets as well, he used like a meter bigger than everybody else.
Oh my god,
so big. But yeah, no, I think the most terrifying thing, just a last point on that speed round, is the fact that they dig this channel, and he said it wasn't deep enough this year, so it was really challenging to get going. And then you're looking at a ditch that's like a foot from where you're going 100 kilometers an hour. I mean, absolutely terrifying.
Benoit taking his time on this wave. This has been a relatively slow heat, and there's a little lump in front, and so we'll see how he's fading this one left. Beautiful nose ride style.
Yeah, really graceful and controlled. I think that's something that's so defining about Benoit's surfing. Everything looks very controlled and smooth.
That was a little point of difference there. I don't know if you saw that little tweak, but he did like a little kick out. He's front foot was on the wave. Here, Sebastian on actually a set wave. We haven't seen a set wave in a while. A little bumpier there on the outside with this higher tide. Sebastian trying to get his way to the nose. Like we said, longboarding isn't his core event, but some really beautiful surfing right there from Sebastian on this set wave.
Yeah, you can see he's getting used to that Dave Bainey board. Nice slashing turns.
Oh, man, that was a beautiful turn, really.
Yeah, I mean, Sebastian's such a great surfer, and he's very versatile. So banking
is he going to land that? He's going to land that.
Yeah.
I think that's definitely a point of difference. It's interesting because, the intent of the judging is nose riding and rail surfing.
Exactly.
But the nose riding was not Benoit, but the rail surfing was solid.
Well, Steve, I'm going to have to get Dave back in with you for the last couple of minutes of this. We've got a podium straight after this before it gets dark for the under-21. So great hanging out with you.
Great hanging out with you as always, Tristan. Here, and Leo making a strong comeback here. We'll see you soon, Tristan. Look at this nice section here. See him take it all the way through to the inside, and he's going to need to finish strong because Sebastian had such a strong wave. Here he goes. Here's the finish. He needs to finish strong, and he does not hang on. So he's going to need, in my opinion, I think he's going to need another wave. Let's see if Sebastian has been given a score. Oh, the way this is scored, interestingly, this is a double interference, Dave. We are looking at a double INT.
Yeah, I saw that from the beach. Interesting.
So that means, in my opinion, is that let's see how the judges are doing that. They are cutting down the second score by some percentage, by half. So your best wave counts, and your second best wave is cut in half. So based on that math, it's very, very difficult for Benoit not to win this heat, and it's very, very tight between Sebastian and Leo, because if one of them delivers one single wave that's excellent or that's very good, it almost puts the other guy out of the heat.
Yeah, I mean, you're really just hoping to hang on to second when you have an interference. In general, it's so hard to beat the guy in first place.
And I can't argue with the double interference call, because it looks like Leo was bottom turning to the right, and it looked like Sebastian was bottom turning going left, So there's a case to be made that, well, no one had priority. But then there's a case to be made that they were both in the wave, and they were both going their direction. Look at that point of difference here. That was on purpose.
Yeah, for sure.
Super stylish right there. And I'm not the judge. I'm not trying to justify what's correct, what's not correct, because my opinion doesn't matter in this. I'm just trying to sort of think it out loud, trying to explain it out loud. But Sebastian just had his best wave a moment ago.
I saw that. That was actually really sick how he ended that one on the inside.
So Leo's on a wave. It's getting a bit of a double up, so there's some room for some performance out of this. And he's on this longer board that he's been able to make these sections easily, which he did again here. Eyeing up the left. He's getting up to the nose. And then he does step back early enough and completes the ride. Is it going to be enough to be a 4-2? It could be close. Sebastian did have some very big hits, though.
Yeah, Seabass got a 5.83.
5.83 for those hits. Yeah, so his 4-2 was the one that was dropped. So, yeah, that's going to be a tall order.
White, you are on second place. Your last wave was 5.83. 5.83. Now you need 9
Here we see the footwork of Leo at the very end here. Oh, no, this is just coming right into the beach.
Your last wave 4.30.
Last wave they said 4.30. Yeah, that sounds right for Leo. It's not showing on my score sheet here, but 4.30 for Benoit. For that cool leg kick, it was only a 4.3.
Yeah, wow. Yeah, not even going to go into his high score. And,
yeah.
And you did get a nose right out the back.
I'm a sucker. I don't, Dave, I don't even mind a chop up. Don't tell anybody.
Yeah, some of the maneuvers that don't score ever are some of the funnest ones to do, right?
Yep. Like you see Zane Schweitzer in the old days finish a wave and then just do a chop up, and somehow that's not special. Like how many guys on earth can do a chop up on a stand-up paddleboard? I mean, you can probably count it on two hands, you know?
Yeah.
But meanwhile, somehow it's not worth much. All right, well, this is our last heat of the day, gentlemen, and we are down to a minute and a half remaining.
Yep, 1.5 minutes left. Tomorrow we'll be into the quarterfinals where we'll start seeing 1 versus 1, man versus man action, which is going to be fun. Let's see if any of the matchups are posted yet. So we got Takanui versus Burak in the first one. Mathieu Carpentier versus his brother Pierre.
I know,
Carpentier.
I love that. They're twins. Did you know that?
I did not.
I did not know that either.
We got Leonardo Jimenez and whoever gets second in this heat, which looks like it's going to be Sebastian Gomez. And oh, great. I'm going to be paired up against Benoit Carpentier.
All right. Excellent, Dave. Perfect.
Oh, my gosh. I am not stoked with that, Benoit. Why you do that to me? Brother versus brother, though. That's fun. But, I mean, there's going to be 3 brothers in the competition still in the quarterfinals.
I know, isn't that fun?
What the heck's going on?
Well, on the flip side, if Sebastian won this heat, I guess then you guys would be riding tandem in your heat because you guys are sharing the same board.
Yeah, we're sharing the same board, and I mean, fortunately for him, he's surfing it much better than I am.
But you see what I'm saying, right? If he were to win this
I
heat,
absolutely see what
you
you're
guys
saying.
would be in the semifinal together on the same board.
You know what? I would take that because I think any board that I'm on with Sebastian, even if it's both of us, will probably score higher than what I'm doing today.
Well, so, but the thing is that Dave, your family, it's a family tradition, tandem surfing.
I know, that's what I'm saying. I would lift him up maybe. Watch Benoit right here. Nice big re-entry.
Have you done any tandem surfing, Dave?
Of course, yeah, for sure.
Here we go, some more Benoit highlights.
Man, Benoit's looking so casual as well.
So casual.
I mean, I got to
so
say
casual.
him and Takanui, I feel are the ones to beat because they just blend the two styles so well.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, Leonardo's thrown up some big scores too, but just the blend of these guys.
I think Benoit might even need like a Red Bull sponsorship or something, a little energy boost, because he's so chill. So chill. Look at this, just casual through the most difficult section of the wave and making it look so easy.
Yeah, and I love this little nose ride. It positions it so well, just chipping in from behind the peak.
Right, it's a long one, I think, and he's right in the critical section of the wave.
Yeah, and I can attest, it is.
There it is. To me, I mean, I'm scoring that, Dave. Did the judges not see that?
Not sure.
I don't think I belong being a judge, because I am impressed by the things that judges are not impressed by. Again, I'll take a chop hop.
Perfect.
Is the call 11? Can you hear me?
Whoa, something just flashed across our screen. I didn't know what it was. Hey guys, right on. Thanks for tuning in today. What an amazing day of action. SUP Longboard is well and alive, and we cannot forget that we crowned 2 world champions today in the junior division.
2 world champions
we got
today.
Sakura Inui.
16 years old. She made the finals in the actual women's division as a 16-year-old, and then she won the juniors division. And the juniors competition among the girls was exceptionally fun. I mean, outstanding longboarding really going down. I mean, outstanding surfing going down. And then some of these girls were into the longboarding today, and they are excellent longboarders. You know, Julieta and Sakura, who were in the finals of the juniors, are performing fantastically in the longboard as well. So we got to the girls under 21. We crowned a champion, Sakura. Then we crowned a champion in the men's, and he was riding that Scott McKercher board. Enrique, is it?
Yeah, we got to give a shout out to Enrique Serra. He is the world champion of the junior boys. So congratulations to Sakura and Enrique. We're actually going to head over to the podium ceremony, which is pretty cool. They're going to crown them over there. And
Enrique won. Enrique not only won that. I mean, I don't know if you saw the scores, but Enrique was like 5 points ahead of his competition in that. So
yeah, he opened up that final really strong, as we noticed.
He did, all the way to the beach. And then again, outstanding longboard competition today. I mean, just exceptional longboard surfing, and more action tomorrow. So we are headed over to the podium now, but I believe the action is going to start up around 11. We're going to try and take advantage of the incoming tide. So thank you very much. We'll see you tomorrow.